myself unmute. I need to make you unmute. Say something, Johnny.
Hello.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Whoop.
Wop, wop, wop. How you doing, my
Probably
dude?
already live, haven't we?
Yeah, we're definitely live, Johnny. What's going on, you guys? Welcome
professional
to
as ever.
the Core Podcast. My name is Kirby Downey.
I'm Jonny Harrison.
And my throat is killing me.
My back is killing me. This chair is not comfortable. We've done 15 hours already.
You should get yourself a gamer chair. Makes you play better.
Yeah, let's wait for the new house first, and we'll get there.
I don't have a game chair. I'm not that rich. They're damn expensive.
They are expensive.
Yeah, they can be. But I should really put myself some nuts. Because now that I've written down nuts, and I know I've got a bag of nuts, I want to eat some nuts. Like, I've still got all those nuts in my bar.
Oh, dude, go and get them. Send me some.
I've got to climb over all the furniture, the outdoor furniture, because that's all stored in the bar now.
True. Oh, Ed's on nice and early.
Nice and early. You got a beer with you? You're on mute there, Ed.
Oh, why have you said it like this?
Anti-troll.
True.
It still doesn't work.
I'm not on UK time.
I mean, you're on our stream, which is being done from the UK, so you technically are.
Well, okay, I'll give you that. Hey, I think I can send. How is your postal system? Like, if I send you beer, will it get confiscated at the border?
No, we'll get it.
Will you get it?
Yeah, we'll beer get it. Is essential, so we'll get we might have to pay a tax on it. But you know what? That's fine.
I'll pay tax on beer. Ed's sending us some premium stuff by the sounds of it. This is why we love him.
Well, do you know Brewdog?
Yeah, I know Brewdog.
Johnny and I have shares in Brewdog now.
Yeah. Oh, well, was that because you bought so much beer, or you actually have a certificate?
No, we bought some shares, and we drink a lot of their beer as well. But
yeah, they
did an investment round thing, and they can get the public to just buy shares. So we bought some shares.
They have a hotel, I think, in Cleveland, Ohio, or somewhere in the Midwest.
We'll get a discount there.
Cool.
So we get lifetime discount now.
They have beer taps in your room.
That sounds perfect. Is it all you can drink, or?
I imagine
you pay per mile.
You can drink as much as you want as long as you get the bill.
Yeah, true.
Oh, excellent. That actually sounds quite cool. So they announced where World's going to be next year, which is quite exciting. Atlanta. Like, my first two Worlds was in LA, which was cool because there was a lot to do and it was exciting. But as soon as we went to Dallas and Nashville, like, my expectations were so low because I had no clue what was in those cities, and it just made those cities really awesome. So I'm quite excited for Atlanta. Good morning, Heather. Is that
the flight from England to Atlanta is probably 4 hours, 5 hours?
That'll probably be about 6 hours.
It's 6.
Yeah,
that's better than what we've been used to, so we're all good.
It's actually quite nice for you. Yeah, I was telling my team this morning, Atlanta's easy enough of a flight from England because it's an international hub, and so it's usually where you stop down to connect to go to California or to other points.
In Nashville, they've got direct flights only every second day. After that, you've got to, if you're not booked on any of those other days, you've got to go through another city.
Now, I don't know if you guys will remember this, but Heather will. About 6 or 7 years ago, what happened in Atlanta when we were flying from, I think it was either Phoenix or San Diego. Do you remember what happened in Atlanta?
Well, no,
not
obvious.
In Atlanta?
No, Atlanta had a major snowstorm. They shut down the city.
Standby.
People on connecting flights weren't able to get home if they were going through Atlanta.
Oh, wow.
And it was during World.
Interesting, but risky.
Yes. I think it was either Phoenix or San Diego that year. John Matrician was stuck in a hotel for 2 days because Atlanta had a major snowstorm.
I mean, that doesn't sound too like we don't get much snow here, so that sounds like magic.
Yeah, to be fair, whenever me and Kirby travel, we get stuck anyway. So
yeah, Johnny, you get snow up in the northern part of England, correct?
Yeah, not loads. I think we've probably had 6-7 inches the last 3 days, but it's not like a regular thing.
We've had like 3 inches over
maybe
5 days.
2-3 times a year we get a week of snow.
Are there actual beaches in England like like there would be in like LA or in Florida, or is it?
No.
They're not as nice.
You got to go.
Up north,
You got to
we
go
have some
south of
beaches.
Europe for that kind of stuff in the Mediterranean.
Yeah,
Got it.
It's like if you think of like Boston, Massachusetts, that's England.
Okay. Hey, speaking of towns, I sent you I don't know if it was a text or DM or something. I sent you a picture of a town that I was in named after a town in England. I mean, a lot of that's all over.
Yes, I remember that. A lot of that out there I've seen.
I was on Block Island in Rhode Island.
Yeah, I think you were telling me that you were moving to a town that...
Chelmsford,
yeah.
Haven't moved yet. Haven't found the house yet because of the housing market is crazy here. But
yeah, Chelmsford here is quite fancy. It's where a lot of like...
Is it? I wouldn't say Chelmsford here is fancy, but it's a nice town.
It's where like a lot of like kind of British movie and TV people live. Fairly fancy. Johnny, you look.
Where do the rich and famous live in England? What's the name of the town?
That would be in London.
London.
Yeah, there's nice areas up north, but because the nearer you are to London, the more expensive land is, so it just gets out of control.
Yeah, out near Kensington and that's Kensington to Shepherd's Bush. That's where all and you got Chelsea, which is a bit further south. That's where all the like rich people live in London. But those that don't need to be in London, they go a bit further out. They go to like Cotswolds and kind of like north and northwest.
Yeah.
So it's all right. Kensington and it's just there you're paying like 2-3 million for a 1-2 bedroom flat.
And all the beer stuff that I read about and talk about, there's a town in England because of the water profile makes awesome lagers and pilsners or English style ales. Something on Trent, or is there a lot of towns named something?
Stoke-on-Trent.
It's probably Stoke-on-Trent.
Stoke-on-Trent.
Yeah, there's a lot of breweries along the Trent.
Yeah, because of the water profile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that where is Stoke-on-Trent? I'm looking at a map right now.
I can't remember the ones that are from there, but I know there's loads of them from there.
Have you been to Dublin?
No, I really want to go. I really want to do Ireland, so don't, because I'm tempted.
That's such a good... The brewery out there is awesome. Yeah, Stoke-on-Trent, that's midway between... It's near Manchester.
Yep.
Lots of breweries.
And Manchester. I think we have a Manchester in every state in New England.
And a Springfield.
And a Springfield.
Yeah, I think that's so smart how the Simpsons will... Because they've never really revealed exactly where it is in the States. They can just put any kind of climate or environment or landscaping around. And just
have either of you been to Belgium or Germany?
I have, but it was for like a day. No, Belgium... Yeah, I went shopping in Belgium one day. I was staying with a friend in Germany, but he stays quite close to the border. Kind of you'll have like the border of Germany, and then you have Netherlands up here and Denmark there, and he lived like right there. So within a day we were going across 3 different countries. We went shopping. No, we went to a theme park one day in Netherlands, and the next day we went shopping in Denmark, and then we had beers in Germany.
So a future trip, the girlfriend and I, she wants to go to France. I want to go to Germany and Belgium. Is that a week trip or is that like a 2-week trip to do France, Germany, and Belgium?
It depends what you want to see in France. France is quite big.
Is it?
Same thing with Germany. It's quite big.
I think I'd say if you're coming all this way, make it into 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
You can get... There's a lot of like tours that you can go on where you can go... you can spend a day or two in each city, and you can go like from Spain through France, across to Germany and down to Italy.
Yep.
And there's a lot of train networks around there, so traveling around is quite easy. You just hop on a train to all the major cities.
So I can get on a train in France and just go wherever I want.
You can go to Germany. You can go to, basically, once you're in the EU, you don't need to show your passport anywhere else. You're in there.
Ah, wow, that's cool.
It's the freedom of borders. So if you want to go to Germany, you just get on a train and go to Germany.
And I'm definitely due for a trip to England. You might know a good friend of mine. I used to work with him when I was at Desso, Mark Rushton.
Yes.
You know Mark?
Yes. Yeah.
So Mark has Mark and Sophie, his wife, have offered their place if we wanted to come visit. So
nice.
Yeah. I know Justin was staying there for a while.
Yep.
Yep. Kind of like they swap places.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. It's kind of interesting how that worked.
Yeah, but yeah, Mark, when I first met him in I think it was in Boston, sat there talking about 3D printing for hours at a bar.
Yeah.
And then introduced me to Justin, and
that's pretty much how Mark and I got talking because of 3D printing.
Did you ever go to that user advocacy thing at that hotel that was by the Patriots Stadium?
Yes.
So that was my first SolidWorks thing. That's where I met everybody.
Ah, okay.
So that's where I met Mark, and he put me on to Justin, and then Justin comes to all my meetings now.
Yeah.
Which is quite easy.
Yeah, I like Justin. Justin's a good guy.
Yep.
He's good people.
What's that?
He's good people.
He is good people. Him and Mark both are good people.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
They are.
But Mark's now not so much on SolidWorks itself.
No, he's more platform stuff.
Yeah, and I think Justin's still kind of on 3D by me and apps for kids and that stuff.
Yeah,
it's still cool. It's still fun stuff to show if you want to take a break from just the general stuff of your user group.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I mean, the platform is what is going to become of, this whole SolidWorks thing. It's interoperability between everything. So
yeah, I mean, I can see the idea that they're trying to achieve. I can see what they're trying to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's scary the first time you use it.
Yeah, definitely.
Scary. Yeah. Well, think about as a contractor coming in, hey, you're going to be using these tools, and here's the reason why. And I'm like, what? It's mind blowing.
Yeah, it's really, you can't just really get running with it. But once you're using it, it's quite easy to pop around and navigate it.
I like the fact that you're connected to the platform. You have all these available tools to you. What I don't like is if you don't have a need for these tools or need for only some of them.
Crowds it.
Yes. Yes.
Because I know the user groups, they gave us access to that planning tool to help you and your
Delmir or something like that.
Yeah, you and the people that you have helping you run your thing, so you can start planning and all that. And it's a cool tool, but I do my user groups on my own. I don't need a team of people to see what I've got planned.
Right.
It's just me trying to figure out what I'm doing.
Yep.
I know how that feels. Same with my New Hampshire group. I do that all by myself.
Yeah.
When I was doing the Central Mass group, we had 4 of us, too many. Then I started the Connecticut group, which is 2 of us. That worked out well. And then New Hampshire group, I just said, I'll just do it myself. It's easier that way.
So I'm always quite interested in like that. Is New Hampshire a state or a county?
It's a state.
All right. I love how you got like so many states bundled up in one corner, and then the rest of it is like Texas. It's just bigger than the UK.
The 5 that are here are called New England as opposed to England.
That's why everything's on top of each other.
That's right.
Yeah.
So hang on,
Vermont's human population is less than their cow population. So, because they're a big dairy state.
Yep.
Maine has more coastline than I think California because of all the yes.
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, California it's just straight beaches.
Yeah, straight beaches.
It's not much to it.
Yeah.
And then you got Rhode Island, which is the smallest state out of the 50.
Right.
And then Connecticut and New Hampshire. Now I live really close to. I'm not in New Hampshire, but I'm one town away from the border. So, but I work in Burlington, which is probably another English town. I'm sure. Sounds like it anyway.
No, it might be a little one somewhere.
Yeah.
It's like just looking at you got Paris, which is next to Oxford.
There's a
Maine.
Paris, Maine.
Yeah, I think that's it. Wow. Molten Borough, Concord, Manchester.
Yep.
Manchester.
Kirby's just going to be scrolling around the map for the next.
So where you see Manchester and Concord, it's actually Concord. We don't call it Concord here. We call it Concord. Go due south to the Massachusetts border. You're going to see a town called Tingsboro, and then you see a town called Westford. That's where I live.
All right. I'm always. You got New Boston as well.
Yes.
Nottingham over there. That's cool. Yeah, I'm always interested in kind of geography and just how cities and states are laid out due to their kind of like the structure and the geography of it.
And because New England history. It's a ton of history here, from Revolution, of course, to the wars that we had that didn't really land here, but were still attributed here. A lot of history here. I'm big into the revolutionary history. The shot heard around the world that culminated the start of the revolution is in Concord, Mass, which is 2 towns that way. And then, of course, the Lexington and Boston and Battle of Bunker Hill, all that stuff. Love all that stuff.
Yeah, it's always quite interesting kind of.
Because
especially when we go to World, we don't have much time to really explore a city unless we take an extra couple of days.
Yeah, you have to. If you guys ever come to Boston again, let me know. I'd take you around and show you.
Definitely.
Because I've only been there for that one thing for the that user advocacy day. I was invited to the next one, but that was the same week as our company's main trade show, so I couldn't go. And then I put Rachel in contact with Luke to take my place.
Yeah, anytime you guys are out this way, let me know. I'll be your personal tour guide, not a problem.
I've always enjoyed. I went to New York a few years ago with my wife, and we went to go get bagels, but we walked in there, we're like, there's too many options. What's the right one? Or we didn't know how to explore it as a local.
Yeah, New York City, I'm thinking, right? Yeah, New York City's awesome, but you kind of have to know how to explore because there's a lot going on in New York City.
We were quite lucky. We landed, got in our cab, and while we were crossing the river into Manhattan, a blizzard started and shut down all the bridges.
Mm-hmm.
So that evening we were walking around the city, and we ended up in just walking around the area, and between the buildings you saw this massive glow in the haze of the snow. And we walked up. I knew it was Times Square, but it just looked very magical. And we walked in there.
Yeah, with the light.
There was hardly any people there, and it was at prime time because it was, it was snowing. It was wet. It wasn't very nice. And we went back 2 days later when the snow had cleared up and everybody's shoulder to shoulder, and it didn't have that same kind of magic to it. So we were quite lucky for that. But we didn't get that. We looked on Google, fun things to do in New York, and find things from there. But it's always when locals take you around and show you all the fun.
All the little nuanced places. That's if you guys come here, that's what I'll do for you. I'll bring you out to those nuanced places.
Yeah, it's definitely our plan for World this year was to spend a week in Texas with our buddies Matt and Jesse, and we're gonna go take around, go to their farm and go shoot some guns and stuff.
Cool. We had all sorts lined up.
And then road trip from Texas to Nashville, which would have been a fun little trip. Tall Toby just donated $17.5 getting in there.
Thanks, Toby.
I wonder if that's a troll one, because he said the other one wasn't a troll. Yesterday we had I think we were like $8 away from a solid 400.
What's your total at now?
500 and 17.50 now.
So we were $8 away. Will donates saying he wants to get it to that even 800, and then Toby came in with a very odd number of 69.8, just to kind of mess with that. Luke then leveled it again to solid zeros, and now Toby's just come in, swooped in, and just
smashed it again,
made it uncomfortably
uneven again. Oh, Toby literally just comes, drops his donation, and trolls off back to his tips and tricks.
Why is my presentation not starting? Currently not broadcasting.
What are you going to see today?
Breaking the barriers of simulation for all.
Oh, that sounds quite interesting.
Yeah, it does, but it says start 11:15, but It's currently not broadcasting.
Do you think it's bad, Kirby, that I'm already looking at hotels in next to the Georgia Convention Center, and I'm scoping out some nice bars on this.
So, you guys said road trip, right? We could make this more creative. You guys could come a couple days before SolidWorks World, land in Boston.
Yep.
We get an RV and pack all kinds of SolidWorks users and just have a shit show all the way to Atlanta.
I don't think we'd make it.
And see if we can make it there. Yeah, that might be a challenge, right?
That was mine and Kirby's plan.
Toby, did you use an abacus to calculate that one? Basically, Toby put $17.50 to make the percentage.
You guys could do your live show while we're driving.
That would be fun. There are people that do that, but it is something that we can definitely copy and paste.
I can see that happening.
I've designed this entire setup so that we can just run it off a simple laptop
and lift it.
We probably wouldn't be able to live stream it, but
we could get one of them little AT&T jetpack dongle things.
Jetpack dongles.
No, Toby's done well there. He's done his maths right.
Yeah, used an abacus. I'm trying to figure out how long will it take us to get from Atlanta to Nashville.
Tom Smith wants picking up along the way, he says.
It's Atlanta. No, not Atlanta, Lithuania. Hopefully we don't mess that up. Book wrong tickets.
Atlanta is west side of Georgia. I don't think Nashville's that far away from Atlanta.
Yeah, it's exactly north.
It is.
It's 4 hours away.
Is it 4 hours? Okay.
Yeah,
I know it's close.
So how long to Lynchburg?
Well, Lynchburg's south, isn't it?
Yeah, south of Nashville.
So, not in Virginia.
Why does Kirby get given these jobs that are quite important things? Like, we're lucky we end up in the right continent.
3.5 hours. And we can go through Huntsville and go look at the Space Center. Spaceships.
Yep.
Oh. So, yeah, that'll work well. That could work out well.
Yeah, there's some top-notch hotels in Georgia.
There's an aquarium.
There is an aquarium in
there is, yeah. It's quite near the convention center.
It's huge.
What, Peachtree Center? No.
It's called World Congress Center or something like that.
World at World.
World at World, yeah. And the Embassy Suites looks very swanky, Kirby.
Swanky.
We best start saving.
Or just start really groveling to Sean.
We start doing some more projects.
Well, they've also got the AMA. That looks tiny. I just got my delivery of Jack Daniels.
Really?
Yeah.
The World Congress Center is 1.5 million square feet.
You know what? Anaheim would have been cool, but I think we would have been too distracted.
Yeah, I think we'd have lived in Star Wars World, and
up in the other way.
The conference would have been our sort of second thing, almost. So they've done right for us, probably.
So I've got a what's called a scratch map. It's like a map of the world, and you scratch off all the different places you've been to. And the US is split up into states as well. So doing a road trip would just nail a lot off that list. I can just almost the whole West Coast. No, East Coast.
All right.
East Coast.
My session just started, so
excellent. No worries.
Only about 10 minutes later. I will catch you guys later.
Excellent. No worries, Ed. Thanks for stopping by.
Hopefully you have a beer in your hand.
Yeah, definitely.
It's last day of World.
When you get a chance, shoot me your mailing address and email, and then maybe I'll send you some U.S. love. I don't know what styles you prefer, but if you got something specific,
the cold kind.
What's that?
The cold kind.
The cold kind. I think I can hook you up with that. So
awesome, sweet. Thank you.
All right,
awesome.
Cool. See you.
Thanks, Ed. Bye.
Cheers.
See
ya. That would be quite fun. Let's see how long that would take. So if I do maths,
it'd be a long time.
Where's the direction button to?
Nice to see Ivan's in the chat as well. Toby was lurking, obviously.
And I see
Brandon.
There's Ryan Lloyd in there. Hello.
Yeah.
He's still there. Brandon hanging out. I don't know if he's still there. He might be. Might be lurking. I love a good lurker. Where are we going to? Atlanta. Like, it's actually exciting because I have no clue what to expect at Atlanta.
Ooh.
16 hours.
There's a German beer garden opposite the convention center. A Stats brew pub. Chick-fil-A. Well, we're golden. There's an Omni hotel. Hello.
Is there a Hooters?
I'll have a search.
Well, actually, is there a Hard Rock Cafe? Because that's more important.
There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that come up already.
Doesn't Atlanta have a Hard Rock Cafe hotel? No. I've only got a Hard Rock Cafe. That would be dope. Yeah, Toby's still lurking.
Still lurking.
That's a good man. Good man. Toby, I heard dude. I found Hooters as well. It's across the road.
I did.
It's across the road from Hard Rock Cafe. Just like Dallas.
This is a good place. There's a Waffle House as well. Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, we're golden.
I'm sure like every city in the States has a Dunkin'.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Our convention center had a Dunkin' Donuts.
That is true. I think GP done good.
GP done good. I wonder if there's scoots.
Oh, I'm on it.
Let's see if there's some scoots. Toby, I heard your sessions went very well yesterday. Like every year, I've always heard about you have to go watch Toby's tricks and tips, and always heard about your song until I finally saw it all on YouTube and that. And now I'm converted to Toby. Tobyism.
I think we got to get Toby actually on the stream.
Toby, are you able to jump in?
Days.
Yeah, you've been dodging us. I want to see your 2D printer again.
Jump scooters. Yeah, we got some scooters by the look of it.
But are these scoots limited?
I don't know on that one. It didn't tell me they were for Nashville, and they were, so you know.
Why is my phone going bananas? It shouldn't be. In the AMA. What AMA? What, the Two Tall Toby AMA? Are you doing a lot? If it is a Two Tall Toby AMA. Oh, it's just my phone reminding of meetings that aren't going to happen because it's world. But yeah, that should be fairly exciting. What do you think of the chat by what's his name, the 2-Bit Circus and his dad?
Yeah, dude, you know,
that's it.
Atari is like crazy cool stuff. Obviously, from back in
like he looks like a mad scientist.
Yeah. Well, I thought that about his son. His son just looked like a riot. He would definitely be a good party host, and I'm now gutted I missed the Champions Hangout.
Oh, dude, the quiz night thing, like,
yeah.
Imagine like the way he described how they do it in real life. Oh, it's the GP AMA. Yes. Tell him he done good. Johnny says he done good.
Tell GP he done damn good.
and then tell him to come past.
Yeah, dude, get GP in here. We're all golden. 96 subscribers now, Kirby.
96 4 away from 100 and our custom URL.
Who's Ryan?
It's Big Dave's cheesesteaks.
I thought you meant in the chat then. I was like, no, he isn't.
Oh, you're like, that's disgusting. Where?
I think, what a surname that is.
Big Dave's cheesesteaks. See, most people look at art museums and that, and we're just like, no. The Waffle House.
Me and you, we were on the essentials.
The Big Yard milkshake bar.
Yeah. You're looking in the same area I am. I'm like Googling away.
Restaurant 10, that sounds exotic. See, I don't want. We got to keep it within scoot distance.
Yeah, but Atlanta has, from the Google, great rooftop bars with amazing skyline views in downtown.
Big oof. I wonder if there's any Airbnbs above Hooters.
Well, unfortunately, the last one we stayed in didn't go so well, did it?
We just couldn't get into the front door.
That's not what I meant. The last one got blown up a year later by some madman.
It wasn't our fault.
No, but hope Nashville recovers from that in that area, because it was a nice part of town. We enjoyed it, didn't we?
Yeah, I'm sure it will. I'm sure it'll get back to its usual self. I mean, like we walked up and down that street a lot. It was close to the Coyote Ugly, in that bar that we went to instead. I actually found it quite funny that we saw Adam on the live stream. Wasn't he the one that hang on, I got the World of Coca-Cola?
Was Coca-Cola from Georgia originally? I want to say it was.
Yeah, you got the Coca-Cola company next to the
yeah.
So here's the thing, Johnny, we can go to Jack Daniel's again. It's only 4 hours.
And
then go do a tour of Coca-Cola. It's like our two favorite things.
Yeah. In 1886. Oh no, hang on. When Atlanta and Fulton County passed prohibition legalization, Coca-Cola was born. So Coca-Cola is from Atlanta.
Oh, that's quite interesting.
Damn.
Yeah, Daniel.
We got a brewery. Dude, this is perfect. We can go to Jack Daniel's, get the booze, do the Coca-Cola tour on the way home, and get the mixer.
Exactly, like all in one. Do you see that? The world of Coca-Cola. She's just
Kirby's
nodding.
She's just nodding. Dude, I'm sure after 15 hours she's just sick of your shit.
Where world's going to be next year? Yes, we're going to the Coke Museum. Museum for Coke.
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 I love it. I love it.
I've got some random... Yeah, give me 2D. Why am I in satellite view? I don't want satellite view.
I love Ed. I think Ed just gave us some great ideas. He's like, Boston. Let's get there a few days. Take the RV.
Sounds like your internet's getting a little sketchy there.
Hit Nashville on the way down.
It's a bit out of the way because we got to go, and Nashville's like,
yeah.
But we can rent something and go drive.
Yeah, I'm gonna rent a pickup.
Pick up these nuts.
Great.
Georgia's quite big. Yeah, it's quite close to Tennessee. You're the only Tennessee.
That was great. Absolutely great.
But yeah, already it's the last day of World, and even though I sat at home for all of it, I feel like I'm just as knackered as usual.
If anything, dude, this has been more intense.
The thing is,
we've still been getting sleep though, which has been a nice thing.
Yeah, we've been getting some reasonable sleep. Well, I have. But it feels like we're doing the whole of World and a normal day at the same time. So it does feel like we're doing twice as much. Did you get a delivery?
Yeah. Dude, they put a good shift in last night though.
Is that all?
No, I started some beers before that as well.
No, I didn't have that much. I'm saving it all for tonight.
I think.
So, did you ever think, Johnny, that this week we would see a prostate that was designed in SolidWorks?
I never did, but Will is quite the twisted character, and I think it explains a lot.
I mean, what Will does just sounds quite interesting. Like,
what, he makes prostates in his basement? No, we're just kidding, Will. We love you, and we know it's all for medical purposes.
Yeah, like he's given a very unique challenge, and he has to try and figure it out. I mean,
yeah, I think that mold he did was amazing.
Yeah, like the molds we make just
a block of silicon. That was like blocks. A 6-part metal mold. That was unreal.
Well, he's got the tools to make it out of metal.
That's true.
I don't even think he needs. No, he does. No, he does. Would it have to be out of metal?
He said it was like 3 parts metal, some resin and some silicon.
All right. I mean, it's got to be quite precise. but like even just the toe molds that he has to do.
Don't even.
As like the sausage dummies that they had before were a bit sketchy. Like I don't know how you're able to reasonably practice doing removing hangnails with that kind of.
Yeah, it makes it a bit easier when it's a piece of sausage.
It only looks like sausage, Johnny.
Sorry, the really real toe. Oh, dude, my back.
But yeah, hopefully there'll be a party street like Nashville. If not,
it looks like there is. Maybe not Nashville scale. Don't quote me on this. I'll do a bit more Googling while we chat on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. How did I end up in UK again? Oh Lord, I am Lord. Lord, oh Lord. I think I need to get some nuts.
Like, these nuts.
These nuts. Wow, I was going to talk about a TV show, but I forgot.
You were going to talk about a TV show and you forgot. Very good. I think we'll be all right. Might be a bit more like a cross between Nashville and Dallas, I think.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I take notes of everything. I wrote down nuts, but I didn't write the TV show.
Heather's back.
Heather's back.
I think her cup of tea might be cold by now.
If it's tea.
Yeah, it could be the old switcheroo in the work mug.
Hello.
Hey Heather, how you doing?
Sorry, I had to scooch out. Maria called me. I was like, oh gosh, I have to manage 2 different meeting platforms and a phone call coming in. It was like virtual overload for me.
Yeah, we get that a lot.
Yeah.
And that's sober. And that's just managing it sober too. I'm like, hold on.
Sometimes it's easier when it's drunk. When
too much,
drunk,
too fast. Exactly.
You can cut people off and you don't care as much.
You're like, I don't know.
Just disconnected.
Yeah, we were discussing kind of. Have you've been to Atlanta before?
Yes, we actually hosted DriveWorks World in Atlanta about 4 years back.
Oh, so
it was just.
You can give us a lay of the land.
Yeah, it was just after a certain football team beat another football team. That was the Patriots. It was just after the Patriots. And it was that spring, just after that, and so we were down there. And
that was in LA. I was in LA. It was my first Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was LA Super Bowl party. That was pretty epic to be there during that time with the football game happening, and we actually, the DriveWorks booth is always kind of a fun location for people to gather, right? Yeah. And we miss that so much about this year. There's so much. We all miss each other, of course, but we end up having a little bit of an overflow in that year with those football games happening on Super Bowl Sunday a few years in a row. But anyway, so we did have DriveWorks World in Atlanta, and it was hosted at a hotel, though, because, of course, our event ends up being a little bit of a different model than SolidWorks World. Ours is more of a hands-on technical training session. And so let me just see. I think we were in an area of Atlanta called Atlantic Station, which is really, it's like a built-up commercial residential area of Atlanta. And there was hotels and there's all kinds of pubs, but at nighttime, some of the surface streets that lead into it, they close them, so it becomes a walkable community. So the cars aren't allowed down those streets at night. So we actually had a really, I'm going to sound British, but a very lovely week there, because it was just so nice afterwards it was very lovely. It was very, indeed, it was very lovely.
Home with this terminology now.
Yep. I am. I'm. It's happened. The transformation. I only drink Yorkshire tea. I have it here all the time.
Perfect. You can come again, Heather.
Yeah. I was turned on to Yorkshire Red when I was there. I get some, anybody that gets me for Secret Santa at DriveWorks just sends me tea or Cadbury UK. That's the way to Cadbury UK
everyone in
is where it's
America
at.
seems to go crazy for Cadbury's chocolate.
Well, because it's proper. Good. It's proper, and it's not. It's a better, just the different recipe. Let's leave it at that.
I think it's
without getting too into.
It's the one thing in the UK that is sweeter than in America is chocolate.
It's proper sugar. That's why it's like real, and there's like 5 ingredients as opposed to anything else. Like it's like milk, chocolate. Anyway, so yeah, my Secret Santa this year from DriveWork got me a box of Cadbury, which is nice.
Nice.
You were talking with Ed Gibo before, when I had to jump out, was talking about beer and shipping and stuff. And I know that there's certain people on my team that have done some swaps. I'm not sure how it happens, but somehow it does.
Yeah, it's like even when we send stuff over, we just send it, or if we get sent anything, we just pay the tax if there's any tax.
It's never that bad from America, you know, and
it's from Europe where it's more regulated now.
Yep.
No, that's more punishment.
I've brought things home in like my suitcase, right? Like triple wrapped and hope it doesn't break and that kind of stuff. But
yeah, Kirby just tends to bring Lego home
from the US.
Yeah,
is it easier to come by here or just cheaper?
No, in Dallas, they had a couple of guys building Lego stuff by the Hive, and the one guy that was there, he was an employee of a Lego store in Canada, which means he gets worldwide staff discount, which is 50%. So he said to me, it's like, if you want anything from the Lego store, you can go and pick it up from the Lego store locally.
Yeah. Kirby being Kirby goes for the biggest set in the world at that time.
So I got him to give me
price.
The big, like $600 Millennium Falcon. I was like, I want that one. So he got me that for half price. And then like I had the box in my room, and I'm looking at it and was like, how am I going to get this back now? It's bigger than my bag.
Yeah, so I gave Kirby the brilliant idea. Just wrap it up and put it through as your checked bag.
Which I did.
Why not?
I sent it back as my checked baggage. And because I went with just a small cabin bag, that was all my stuff. And I stuffed everything in my cabin bag. And then checked the Lego in as my luggage.
It's creative thinking.
And it worked. I got it back. They did open it and have a look, because in the box it looks like it's a bunch of different sets that I probably would have imported. But they looked at it and they're like, yeah, it's all right. And didn't have to pay taxes.
Oh, that's good. So Atlanta weather this year, like right now, there's a very wonky thing happening here in the States where it's been, and some of my friends playing the home game watching right now can chime in on that, is that it's really cold in the South. Like I have friends in Texas and Point South, Louisiana, and it's cold and there's ice warnings, and it's been very challenging. So looking at the weather in Atlanta right now, it's in like the mid 60s and rain. So, I mean, it's England.
It's 15 degrees there now, Celsius.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
It's -1 here.
I'm at -6.
Oh, well.
I think that should work out just
So
fine.
it should be, it's winter, but it's not New England winter where I am. And so,
I think that's why SolidWorks always does this conference south of the States, because if you have it in a city that has a good chance, like Chicago, has a good chance of being snowed out, you've got an entire conference of people, thousands of people coming in, and they can't get in.
DriveWorks World in 2018 was in Chicago, and it was cold. It's cold. And that's in the spring, in the early part of the spring, April, and it was cold, and it's windy, and it just hurts your face. I was born and raised in New York, and then I live in New England right now, but I'd like to retire in a place where it doesn't hurt my face when I go outside. I'd like to just
always a bonus.
Someplace that doesn't hurt when you go outside in certain times of the year.
He's a friend of mine. A friend of mine who lives in LA, Anaheim, and even now, like this weekend, he's posting pictures of him at the beach.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, come on, it's winter.
my daughter is serving in the AmeriCorps. I think I've told you that, and they're in the upper Washington state. And when they got out of when they showed up, they drove up from Sacramento, California. And when they drove up, they got out of the van, and the woman was like, and they have on a brand of outdoor gear called Carhartt. I don't know if you know that. Anyway, it's work gear, right? It's heavy. And she's like, oh, you don't nearly have enough warm clothes. And they were like, really? It's like Carhartt. And she's like, yeah, that we have to get you another jacket. I was like,
that's not going to cut it.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'm like, it'll be all right, I guess. But, so there is a 2-Bit Circus. Is it a trivia tonight? See, I didn't know that.
I have
Anybody?
no clue.
I saw that in the live chat this morning.
I know there was one on Monday and another one on Tuesday.
Yeah, so I hadn't seen the one for. I saw somebody, I think Travis Newton was talking about it in the live feed this morning, and I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I think it's because it's not connected to the platform. It's kind of their own website that they do it from. So I think you need to get the link.
So I'm hosting a happy hour at 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. I know you guys will probably have this going still. That's 11 o'clock for you.
That's usually when we're wrapping up.
I'll send you the link in our Zoom chat here. Definitely. I'll just send it to you guys. And I've been hosting a happy hour for the last year. It started out every Friday night just as a way for us to get together, and you'll both appreciate this. It started out with my friends here. Like it was Earl and I, but then it was like, it's a couple of SolidWorks people, a couple of people I used to work with at SolidWorks, Brenda Monahan, Kristen Wilson, some of the TTMs that we know, but it was also like some of my running friends, some of my friends in my community. Well, you know what happened after the first 2 or 3 meetings? It's just all SolidWorks people now.
Yep.
We've run everyone else out of the meeting, and not intentionally. I think we just have so much in common, and probably just so much more to share. And there is a really strong sense of community around all of us. And so it turned into, it's been dubbed the Haas Happy Hour. So it's the Triple H. That's Todd Blackshear called it the Triple H. He made koozies for us. And so now we're going once a month as opposed to once a week, because once a week probably wasn't good for my liver. And so it's once a month, and I just scheduled one this week. And so I'll send you both the link. Let me just grab it.
Right.
Said it's 6 p.m. Eastern.
It was going to be tomorrow night, but in the interest of 3D experience world and people maybe wanting to have a day/evening not staring at a screen, I figured I'd move it to tonight. It just, let me just, give me 1 second. I'm going to put it in our chat here, just in our Zoom chat, because I don't need all of 3D experience world on it. It would be fun. So I've just shared it.
Thanks, Heather. Sounds great.
Yeah. And that's at 6 p.m. And it's people from all over the community. There's a couple of resellers, user group leaders. You'll know everyone in there. Cool. And people just come and go. You don't have to stay. We just kind of drink a little bit and chat a little bit, and you know how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. We because at 6 p.m. Eastern we can come and do that, but at 8 p.m. Eastern Rachel's got a little party going.
Oh, that's fun.
That's 1 o'clock in the morning for us.
Oh, wow.
Tonight's going to be a late one.
Dude, really, I'm not sure. I'm going to struggle. I've got work tomorrow again.
You got to take a nap. Just take a little nap.
You just call in sick.
Yeah, that's what my night's sleep will be, a short nap.
You just tell him you're going to work from home. You had a rough one.
Do you think I could do a post-event interview with the two of you on your podcast and why you do what you do?
That would be fantastic.
Because we've been doing some fun community interviews on our blog, and it's been fun for me because I've done them all with Marie Blanchard and Mike Puckett and Dan Wagner. And I thought it might just be fun because you clearly are both having a fun time, but there's more to it. Promoting the charity this week, even, just there's a reason why you do it. And I know your podcast runs more than just during this week. And so,
no, that sounds awesome to us. Obviously we normally stream every couple of weeks.
Every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
All right. I'll follow up with you guys after,
Perfect.
after the event. Sometime next week, I'll ping you. You both are in a home office environment, or are you both going into an office?
I go into an office every day, but
I go into an office as well. Yeah, but we have sort of our own home setups and things.
I mean, if it's in the afternoon, like I'm happy to do it in the evenings on my side.
Yeah. I would do it at like 2 or 3 o'clock my time, so that way you're both home at that point.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Right?
Yeah.
All right.
That's what we try and do with a lot
something.
of things.
You know what I'll do is I'll send you an Outlook invite, and if it works for both of you, that's great. But Jonny, I don't know that I have your email address.
I'll ping it into the chat. But
that's great. It's Kirby. I have yours.
Excellent.
I have that. Silly.
Yeah,
it depends like which email I gave you. I have about 3 I used, depending on what it's for. So that's the one I always pick up regardless. So yeah, just ping it there, Heather, and we'll definitely want to.
Yeah, that's fun.
Want to do it. It sounds awesome.
I was even talking to Maria this morning about just sitting. I just happened to strike gold when I dialed in yesterday, and you had all the Magic Wheelchair folks just show up. Was that planned?
Yes, that we actually that was the only thing we planned.
We occasionally think ahead.
And I didn't know, of course, being on the, not on the official schedule of it. I was, it was just great to hear. It's just great to hear you got you put the band back together, virtually.
It was kind of half planned. It was Jonny yesterday morning messaging everybody, meaning let's meet up at this time. We'll do something, and then I just winged the whole thing.
I was walking around the shop floor at work all yesterday, and I was having Annie and Chinlu and Magic Wheelchair people emailing me, and I'm like, best email back. I need to email back quickly. So the work day wasn't maybe the most productive, but it was worth it last night when we had all the band back together, as you say. And we were hoping to maybe even do another project this year for a reveal in what it was meant to be Nashville.
I mean, the conversation turned to some project ideas, which was
it was basically us saying, we definitely want to do another one. So sign us up as soon as we can. We'll hop on it.
Yeah, it was just cool to be on and to just listen to them all talk and how much they all want to work together again. How much you all want to work together. I shouldn't say they. I mean, how much you all want to work together.
Yeah.
Now, where is Luke? Where is Luke and his wife relative to you? They're in England.
Yeah. Well, me and Luke used to live about 20 minutes apart, so it used to be really handy for us. Luke moved to the other side of Newcastle, a place called Durham, which was sort of the same distance, 20 minutes. And then I got a job out of uni and moved an hour and a half sort of further down from there. So now we're about 30 minutes apart again because I'm moving house again. So we're pretty close. And then Kirby's obviously right down in London, about 4.5, 5 hours.
Depending how fast you drive.
I did it in about 3. No, I didn't. There's too many speed cameras on that road.
Google Maps
just tells you where to slow down. Office. Hold on.
Yeah, we didn't want to create any schedules around this. We just wanted to be as organic as possible.
Yeah, most of the stuff me and Kirby do is fairly laid back. Sometimes we have a bit of an idea what we want to happen.
We'll decide what we're going to do on an episode 2 days before.
Amazon Prime comes to our rescue so many times. We do the episode where we build Lego sets, and it's Friday afternoon, and we're like, oh, we need to get some sets or something to do here. So Amazon comes out and rescues us.
Say hi. This is Earl.
I think your camera froze.
Oh, sorry. That's Earl. You might see him later today. Just saying.
Cool.
He was actually in the skit on day 1. He was one of the employees walking out of the building.
Was that intentional or just?
Yeah, they wanted to cast him. If they ever do a Breaking Cad one, I think he would be cast as Walter White.
Nice.
That sounds. I remember the first one that I watched was the Star Wars one.
Yeah.
And then Luke got really upset because they used the really cheap Kylo Ren costume, and Luke looks at Rachel's like, I've got the perfect Kylo Ren costume, and I know people with him in the area with the perfect Kylo Ren costume, and you bought a kiddies one.
This is what it is.
I know. All right. I'm going to go grab some lunch. I'll probably be back on later, but if not,
awesome.
Good luck with your fundraising this afternoon, and I'll see you later.
Yes.
Thanks, Heather.
Thanks for being here this week. I've been talking about your podcast. Like it's kind of been like the way to chat, like we do when we see each other,
No, it's good. We're getting close to our 100 sub goal, which is
cool. I see that.
Where are we at? We're at 96. We're 4 off. We want our custom URL.
Yeah, at 100 subscribers, we can do a custom youtube.com/the core podcast. So now
for subscribers, right?
Yeah, it just makes it easy to share it out.
Oh, you're close.
Yes.
I subscribed yesterday.
We know.
All right. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Thanks, Heather.
Take care. Yep.
It'll be good to get that URL, because we finally secured the most generic name of the podcast.
It wasn't the most generic name. We just didn't check it before we decided that was it. And it's not even core. We know what it stands for.
What does it stand for?
Creating Outer Rim Entertainment. As in, like, the Star Wars Outer Rim.
I know there was Outer Rim. Yeah, because the Outer Rim, where did that come along from?
It came along when, we have Rachel, who basically is responsible for all things SolidWorks. Me, you, and Luke. We're all... Yeah. And
not back in the day.
Yeah.
Like 6 months.
Well, yeah, exactly. So... as a thank you for Rachel, obviously, like all the things she's done for us, we went to Jack Daniel's obviously last year, and we got her this custom bottle, and we were like, we need to put something cool on the front of it and Star Wars related. And Kirby's very drunk, clearly.
No, my butt's going numb already.
Karen, go. So yeah, we got her a bottle of Gentleman Jack, which I think is one of her favorite whiskeys. She loves it.
Well, it's because the night before she was telling us about how Gentleman Jack is incredible.
Yeah,
the best whiskey they do. So.
We were like, it's got to be done. I mean, I disagree. That Sinatra blend was pretty damn nice.
Well, you haven't had yours.
No, I haven't, but that's a different story. So yeah, we're there in the shop, and they'll engrave your bottle. You buy a bottle of whiskey, they'll put your name on it, put whatever you want on. So as a thank you for Rachel and all the things she's sort of done for me and Kirby, we got like to the best drinking buddy in the Outer Rim engraved onto it. Hashtag 3DX 2020 or something like that, wasn't it?
Yes, and then we just ended up... Well, we were talking about it before that. We were just saying that we're the two best drinking buddies in the Outer Rim.
Yeah. And I think Rachel laughed at it quite a lot. She likes that little, the best drinking buddies in the Outer Rim.
So yeah, that's where core is from, creating Outer Rim Entertainment. We needed a word with OR and
that was the best we could come up with.
I mean, it was just you and I trying to figure it out. I mean, we were going to go with Outer Rim podcast. Why didn't we?
Because we thought we needed it to be a bit more cheesy, and we've got our background image with the cool logo with the planets and stuff.
What's the Outer Rim?
Yeah, the Outer Rim of planets.
Whereas I've got it here. Hopefully it doesn't play the music. It's going to play the music. No, it's not that picture. I really need to set up.
Because you know what it is, Kirby? I have a folder that has all of our images in.
You do?
Yep.
So you got all the different versions of it?
I've got some versions. You want to make me presenter?
Button.
It's all right. I'll wait.
No, I'm getting there. I'm making sure I'm pressing the right buttons. I don't like boot you out.
That's the one, isn't it?
It is the one with the Outer Rim.
The Outer Rim, eh? Right here. And then we got our Jack Daniels, Admiral Akbar, the Falcon Lego, Kirby's hat, the Chimera we rented, all the British Airways vouchers that we scammed them for, the bunghole, and Narnia. That was another Nashville reference from Tequila Cowboy. Philadelphia t-shirt that we both have. And then it's this bear-looking thing.
Let's start kind of like top left to bottom right. The idea of this whole kind of background that we got designed for this was memories that we've made at World. And I think this is actually a perfect time to talk about.
Yeah.
Because we've always wanted to talk about all the references that we have. Yeah.
Yep.
And
we'll start with the cowboy hat. That's where my cursor is.
My cowboy hat.
So yeah, Kirby, the legend that he is occasionally. I met Kirby 2 years ago in Dallas. Like my introduction
well, it's not
to
3 years
Kirby.
ago. You nonce.
Oh yeah, it's 3.
Yeah. No, it's 3. It's our 3-year anniversary, Johnny. Did you get me anything?
No,
I know we said we weren't supposed to get anything, but did you get me anything?
Yeah, hang on. I'll just point at Akbar and go, it's a trap.
It's a wrap.
It's not. It's an elaborate ruse.
It's an elaborate ruse.
So yeah, my introduction to Kirby was, he's the guy who broke his ankle. And the second introduction was Luke saying, Kirby's going to be late to Cad Monkey. He's in Hooters and has bought a cowboy hat.
So they were out doing shenanigans, and we were meeting at the Cad Monkey thing. Every city I go to, I try to go to a Hard Rock Cafe, and there was a Hooters across the road, and I needed to wait till like an hour or two for Cad Monkey, so I thought I'd get some chicken wings and beer. So I wanted to get a cowboy hat, bought the cowboy hat, went to Hooters and sat there for a while until the thing.
It would have been even more perfect if, like Luke had said, I've got stuff to do, or like, I'm going to go meet Kirby, you should come along, and we could have met in Hooters with a cowboy hat.
Well, I didn't have it on there. I was still had it in the bag. But then it was we got to the Cad Monkey thing, and then that's like the drunker I got, the more brave I got my hat. So I put the cowboy hat for the rest of the night on, and it stayed on until we got to the airport. It
pretty much stayed on for about 5 days solid.
At one of the sessions, I think it was Brad's session that I went to, he was doing a tips and tricks session. And he needed a hat to put all the raffle tickets in. And because like it's the only hat that's standing out, I got picked up for that. I felt naked without it.
Yeah, I know that you like a good hat.
So that's where that one came from. The Falcon, we spoke about it a little bit earlier with Heather. That's basically the big Millennium Falcon Lego set that I made. But we had to go and find a place where we can go buy bin bags and tape, so we can tape up the box, so it doesn't scream this is a massive Lego set. It just looks like a package.
Wasn't
so we scooted like 45 minutes out of the city to a Target. Was it a Target?
Yeah, it was a Target. Yeah, Target. I don't know if
Target.
anyone's seen that video.
We went out to Target to get some scoots. so we used some scoots to get to Target.
We love a scoot.
And we eventually got there. We dawdled around a bit too much, and then we realized, hang on, it took us like 45 minutes to scoot here, and we got to be back at the hotel in 10 minutes to get my cab.
Yeah, and we were about to rent the scoots, weren't we, and scoot all the way back. And it's like minutes to get to the hotel, get his stuff, wrap his Lego up, and up to the airport.
So I booked myself an Uber, just a general Uber, and then we're just sitting there outside waiting, and this truck. This massive it was a Ford F-250 that had the suspension done up, so it was
on massive off-road tires, wasn't it? It
and
was
like
huge.
Like I look at the picture on Uber, and it's like that looks nothing like it, but the license plate's correct. And I say to Karen, and
I'm sure it was like a Prius or something on Uber, and we were like, you know what, I don't even care.
No, it was a Ford, it was an F-250, but it looked much smaller. But there was a smaller car in front of it. I said, hey guys. Everybody, you guys were all like, look at the size of that truck. And I was like, yeah, that's our Uber. And they were all like laughing, and they stopped in front of us.
Yeah, Karen like wet herself.
I was just like, what? Like you three sat in the back of that truck, and you still had enough elbow room to swing a baseball bat. Like,
yeah, and my new car probably gets the same miles per gallon as that now. I managed to make it above 34 miles per gallon this week.
I was taking Loki to daycare, and mine was freaking out because, well, if I go at a specific, like a reasonable speed, it gives me 99 miles per gallon.
Yeah, basically, like you're not using any fuel almost.
I get that quite a lot. It's I average at about 50 or so.
Yeah, I used to get 64 on a long run in my old car. Now I'm struggling to get 34.
So you just is that what's also convinced you to do the move?
To be honest, I'm still going to be 20 minutes away from work, but you know, the flat was a good place to start, but it doesn't really allow me to do projects very easily. It's cramped. There wasn't a guard. Honestly, like lockdown, not many people understand how hard it is to do lockdown without a garden when you're not at work or anything.
I can imagine, like, we moved into this house 6 months before Corona and all the madness happened.
Yeah. Imagine if you were still in that your apartment little flat thing, you go stir crazy.
With a housemate as well, so would have been 3 of us in this tiny little place.
Yeah.
That would have been, and like all of us, well, I would be going into work every day, so it would have been all right, but what are you doing?
I'm just switching some screens around.
But yeah, Jack Daniels. Let's get onto the bottle. I mean, we've spoken about this so many times. Last year, Jonny and I went off to Jack Daniels. We did a tour out there, and it was the Cad Monkey night in Nashville that we had like an hour to kill before it started, and we thought let's go to the Airbnb, let's get changed for the night, and we'll just go down to Hooters and have a beer while we wait. So we went up, got changed, went down to Hooters, had a beer, and basically almost passed out on the bar. We were just so knackered.
We were so tired.
So
that was
knackered.
The worst Hooters I think I've ever been in.
Like the bar lady just looked sulky. Like
she looked like she didn't want to work for tips, put it that way.
Yeah. And all the other people at the bar were just, no one looked really friendly enough to just chat away with. Like,
no, it was
when I was in Hooters in Dallas, I sat at the bar and I was just chatting with all the people there, talking about the conference that I'm here for, and South Africa and the UK and all that stuff.
It was a total different vibe.
Because I can always get away with, if I want to converse with someone or I don't, I can always be like, no, I'm just from the UK. And they won't be that interested. If I tell them from South Africa, I can have a fat chat.
It's different story, isn't it?
So yeah, it just didn't feel. We were quite close to being like, let's just go to bed. Let's not do Cad Monkey.
Can you imagine? Like, not only would it have been a waste of a lot of, $50, you wouldn't have got absolutely shit faced that night.
Oh yeah, that would have been, and yeah, you would.
I had to put Kirby to bed that night. It would have been a lot easier if some random drunk guy, some other guy in the street, had to basically help me carry Kirby back to the Airbnb.
But basically, when we finished that beer, we got up. We went to kind of like mull around the bar that the Cad Monkey thing was happening.
We were like, no more beers.
Got to the bar. Spirits. We decided it's Jack Daniels and Coke only. Beer's just going to put us to sleep if we want to.
Yep.
If we want to party just as hard. So we
made the switch.
Yeah, made the old switcheroo to spirits, and Nashville pours hard. Like
Nashville pours insane.
Here in the UK, they're very strict about.
It's all full measure.
Yeah, they measure everything. Like no free pour, but in Nashville, there's a bar we went to where they ran out of Coke, so they just topped it up with more Jack Daniels.
Yeah, we were like, what the hell is going on?
I held Luke's neck back while I poured a glass full of just Jack Daniels neat down his throat.
Yeah, he needed it. He needed to loosen up that day, and it worked. I remember the last day of World last year, right? And it was Rachel's little special event that she always does. And we had that other British kid there, and we were like, I don't really know who he is, but we're like, oh, do you want?
I'm sure it was the Adam Ware who was on the live stream this morning.
Yeah, it probably was. That wouldn't surprise me. I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, it would surprise me. And yeah, I think it was. It was Adam. And
it was one of them. He was part of that little crew,
the little British crew, the little pussy crew. And we said, you know what, we're going to get some drinks. Do you want some? He's like, yeah, I'd love one. So we went to the bar and we're like, we'll have 12 double Jack Daniels and Coke, please. And it was just 90% Jack Daniels and the Coke guns. It was a squirt of Coke. Yeah. And we took it back and gave him it, and he was just like, he had about a sip out of it and he just disappeared. He just went, you know what, I can't keep up with you two.
He said he'll be back now, and he just didn't come back.
He just left.
And we sat there with all these 12 glasses and just like, I guess that's just more for us.
Yeah, then we finished them.
There was a cute puppy there. But one thing we always wanted to know how many bottles of Jack Daniels we got through.
Oh, dude, I reckon we were doing, between both of us, I reckon we were doing a bottle and a half a night.
I struggle on a quarter bottle now on my own.
Yeah, I feel like I've slowed down the last year, and I think it's because of lockdown. I've not had practice.
You know what I think it is? Well, yeah, lockdown's one of them. But the other thing is at World, during the day, you walk it off.
Yeah. You know, we get up early and we're burning calories all day. We have, I would say a decent breakfast, but Nashville's breakfast was shit.
But I started realizing our mistake is we never eat. Because we'll just sit and chat with people, and then by the time we get a break, because we'll be chatting to people, and then more people, kind of like last night, where we almost didn't eat dinner. Because
it was like quick dinner. We were like, we didn't want to leave the stream. It was going that well.
Yeah. And then by the time we go to get food, there's nothing left, and we're just like, oh well. But yeah, there's the lovely Akbar statue over there.
Yeah, my little Akbar. I love Akbar. He's such a character. I was lucky enough last year to meet Tim Rose, the guy who was like the puppeteer for Akbar. So I've got a photo somewhere. I don't know if I've got it on my computer. Let me have a look. No. I might have it on my computer somewhere buried away.
Okay, is this where we find?
You know what? I best not. I think I've just killed it.
Ooh. But yeah, you got Akbar and a like an Akbar helmet mask thing.
Yeah, I've got a full Akbar head, which is probably a bit random, but
it's not too random. I mean, you're a Star Wars nerd.
Damn right I am. Yeah.
You've got a lightsaber. You've still got my lightsaber.
You don't need it now, do you? I have still got it though. If you need it.
Nah, I'm good. I've got my own polycarbonate tube. I want to buy one. There's a site that
there's all sorts of stuff in these folders.
And it's just Akbar in my face.
It's better than what you normally have in your face.
Hey! Just popped up.
Sit down, son.
Just popped up on the stream again. Oh wow!
Love it.
Well, you're trying to find that picture?
It's probably on my phone. Keep talking. I'll have a search and I'll send it into there.
Where did you get those? Did you make that Stormtrooper suit yourself?
Stormtrooper suit, you buy a kit for it, basically. Trim it all back and just stick it together.
Plunk it together. Are they all vacuum formed?
They're all vacuum formed off of some guy's mold who spent weeks and weeks researching.
How much?
So yeah.
Does he do runs in that? How much did that cost?
My one was about 350 quid, I think.
Oof.
Not too bad.
I mean, you can spend 350 quid on something that you do like the last 15% of the work.
Yep.
But or you can spend hours and hours designing them and printing them, and sanding them, and painting them, which would take quite long because the Stormtrooper suits are quite shiny and glossy.
They are, yeah. There's a lot of people that sit and polish. Put it that way. They sit and polish suits of plastic.
Suits of plastic. I mean, if you get them vacuum formed, like you don't need to polish them. You don't need to, unless you scratch them up.
Not too badly, no.
But they do give off that reflection, that kind of high gloss plastic look if you're using like an ABS to form around.
Yep, I found it. Let me email it to myself.
And the Akbar head, did you make that one yourself?
No, I didn't make that one myself. Jesus, I'm too busy for that. I bought the Akbar head off a guy in America who may or may not work for Disney and may or may not have made the Akbar that sits in the control room above the Star Tours ride.
So yeah, he did.
So may have, yeah. But he's like, don't tell anyone. And I'm like, hang on a minute, is this the same mold? And he was like, maybe.
Making a bit of side bank.
Bit of side cash, yeah. There you go. So that's Tim Rose, the guy who does still do puppeteer work for Star Wars films with my Akbar head. and he did all the work on the original films.
I mean, it's a good quality act by it.
Oh yeah, awesome. His eyes are amazing.
Is that Luke?
No, that's a guy called Ken Davies. Lives down Manchester way.
Very cool. Very fun.
Yeah. I think it's all of Sean's Hive meetup and stuff right now, so that's maybe why there's a few people missing.
I see Caroline. Well, you're more than welcome to jump back in here. We're plugging the podcast and that and the Hive Mind meetup just now. Yeah, Sean allowed us to plug it quite nicely yesterday. That's how you found about it. But yeah, Johnny, we got that lovely Philadelphia shirt in the background.
Yeah, we damn right do. So yeah, that was another good adventure, wasn't it? You can tell that story, but that was a crazy journey.
Yeah, Johnny and I were flying into Nashville for World, and got to the airport 5 o'clock in the morning. Johnny and I had our general 5 o'clock in the morning beer, just as is tradition. Got to the plane. I got separated from Johnny. I got separated twice actually in the second flight.
You got upgraded.
And they're like,
Kirby got his upgrade.
No, sir,
he's texting me like,
today's your lucky day. You got an upgrade. I'm just like, Johnny goes back to cattle class, and I'm taking pictures and first class.
I think the best part was though, we got on the plane. Kirby sits down in like his fucking premium economy seat or whatever, and I text him like, "This plane's not going anywhere. I can tell by the body language something's not right." And I think what was the excuse was like,
Sounds like you switched mic there, my dude.
Hang on, yeah, I'm checking.
To see if there's anyone joining in, because you're a host, so you need to let them in.
There's no one kicking about.
Okay. Go on.
Anyway, yeah, so we were sat down on this plane. Like, I was in economy, Kirby's been upgraded, and I texted him. I was like, "We're not going anywhere here. There's something not right." So I said, like, "What's going on?" to one of the cabin crew, and they're like, "We're just waiting on catering." I was like, "Well, hang on a minute, we're not." Because catering always, if you've ever been on a plane, you get on at the left, all catering and services comes on from the right-hand doors. So all the right-hand doors are shut. And I'm like, well, we're not waiting for that at all.
They're not allowed to board until catering is loaded.
Yeah, exactly. All right-hand doors have to be shut. It's a health and safety thing. If the door's open on that side, you'll get some absolute idiot just walk straight out the other side like a...
Nonce.
Yeah, pretty much. So I said, look, it's not that. So what's going on? And they're like, well, we may or may not have an issue, but I can't say anymore. What was it? 20 minutes go by?
Everybody off.
Kirby's like, I think you're right. Something's not right. And they're like, announcement comes over the tannoy downstairs, and it's like, the PA system upstairs isn't working, so we can't go anywhere. So we're going to have to all get off. Your flight's cancelled.
Fantastic. So that forced us to reroute through Philadelphia, but they only gave us half an hour to clear through customs, check back
collect your bag, everything.
Collect our bags, check back in, and then get to the next gate, which there was no chance they were going to be in the same terminal. Luckily, they were in the same terminal, but we got in there. And we managed to find 5 minutes.
That did help us.
We managed to 5 minutes to ourselves to be able to buy ourselves a t-shirt. So Johnny and I each have that same t-shirt. And when we finally landed in Nashville, we were told, and we didn't know this, on the front of the shirt it says the city of brotherly love. And there's...
Hang on. Do you know what, Kirby?
There's a potato.
I have in my folder of photographs.
Oh. That photo.
Isn't it good having a folder system?
Mine's just in a massive collection.
I think Luke or Karen or someone put this together.
All my photos are in a collection of about in a folder with 13,000 other pictures. So don't ask me to find that, but yes.
No, that I have to like send them from my phone, otherwise they're lost forever. But like, I just feel like after 28-hour journey, look how fresh we still look.
God, we look fresh as fucking daisies.
Yeah, it's practically like just waking up on a Sunday morning.
Oh, I found the reclaim host button. I'm going to use that at some point. But go back to the picture. So that leads us to the... I'm back. That leads us to the...
Said back.
That leads us down there to the little flight tickets down there. So we're waiting in the queue to get our little tickets, and we had to wait 6 hours for our next flight, and they gave us £5 each to go and spend somewhere at one of the bars or restaurants is kind of like a thing. And we're just like, mate, no. We got to sit here for another 6 hours.
Not going to cut it.
It's not going to cut it. So they gave us a few more. It ended up being £40 each. So we left the gate, went back to the main terminal, went straight to the British Airways counter and went up. We were like, our flight was cancelled. We were told something about vouchers and that. They're like, oh, yeah.
We didn't get any vouchers.
Yeah, gave us £5 each. And we're just like, they gave us £5 each. And we're like, well, we're here for 6 hours. That's really not good enough, you know? So they gave us a few more.
We're here for 6 hours, and I think we were like, we've been up since 5 a.m. We haven't had breakfast. Little did they know we'd had like a pub meal, a couple of pints before the first flight.
So we took a walk up the terminal and came back. And as we came back, walked past the British Airways desk and realised there was someone different there.
So we were like, yeah, boy.
So we did that again, and we ended up with about £100 worth of vouchers each. So we just went to the bars.
Yeah.
We had sushi for lunch. We had
Sushi
a couple
for
of
lunch.
beers. We got to try some whiskies.
Yeah. Yeah, that was another thing, wasn't it? With the whiskey tasting bar, you know, they give you the free samples. we started to learn when they changed shifts, so we would go back and get some more whiskey. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, then little
Couldn't
Camaro.
make up some of our adventures, mate.
So we landed in Nashville. I rented a Camaro because I wanted to go road trip to Jack Daniels, and I wanted to do it in a little sports car that's a convertible. Not realizing that convertibles have the smallest boots ever. Trunk.
Yep.
The smallest trunk. They have the smallest trunk.
Smallest trunk.
So we couldn't actually get our bags into the back of the Camaro. But so we
Not our finest hour.
We had to, and then we couldn't figure out how to drop the top, so we had to go and ask the guy that at the rental place to come back and help us get the top to drop so that we can load our bags into the back seat.
Actually fit our things in, and then put the top back up so we didn't freeze to death at 11 at night. Oh my god!
And then we but yeah, we used that to drive up to. And as we're driving out of the airport, I said to Johnny, "It's like, okay, this is the perfect time to tell you, I've never driven on this side of the road. I've never driven on this side of the car. I've never driven. I've never driven a car this powerful.
Anything this powerful.
So, let's go.
That really settles my nerves.
There's a bit of snow on the road, but we'll be all right." And we did. We drove off to. We woke up at 5 a.m. the next morning because of jet lag. We decided let's go visit IHOP on the way to the distillery. Had a fantastic breakfast and road tripped. It was good fun. And that's where we learned about bungholes.
Bungholes.
Bunghole. I think we were just way too tired to be able to look at that and hear that and do it with a straight face.
Yeah, we were just shattered, really, weren't we? You know, what did we have for dinner then? Oh, we'd been to IHOP that morning because we woke up at 5 a.m. even after a heavy night of drinking.
I don't think we had dinner that night. We had dinner on the plane.
No, we just went straight to bed after seeing Rachel and them in the bar. I think we had a pint and then scooted back home.
Yeah, we had a pint.
No, we walked home.
Yeah, we walked home.
We turned onto Broadway, didn't we?
Through Broadway.
Shit, we're home.
That was the most self-control I've ever had.
It was literally like, yeah, me and Kirby turned onto Broadway in Nashville, which is just an amazing, amazing street. And it was such a Chewie, we're home moment from like Solo. You know, the Han Solo thing of like, Chewie, we're home. We're like, home. Oh my God, this is my dream. There was neon everywhere, live music blasting out of doorways, cheap alcohol.
Yeah. I just remembered, if anyone wants to join in with us, there is the Zoom meeting code in the description. Just whack that into the thing if you want to join in.
We'd love some company.
Passcode is the event hashtag. So yeah, we were at Jack Daniels the next day, and they're just talking about the anatomy of the barrel, and they're like, "Oh, the little hole in the side is a bunghole," and we just lost it. We were kids. We
lost it. Group of 20 people in a room, and we've just started burst out laughing. And the guy's like, They get it. He was a good tour guide. We really learned some stuff. That was one of the best whiskey tours I've done.
We learned that to make the charcoal, they set that all on light, but they don't use any chemicals to fuel it. They use moonshine. So the guy was going around, it's like, here, we'll spray some on your hands. You can smell what moonshine is. Me, who's driving, decides to
licking it. Slapping it on like aftershave. Crazy. What a day.
What a day. And then we discovered Narnia.
The big sign that says Narnia.
What a magical place. Basically, we went to this karaoke bar with a group of everybody. It's in one of my slideshows, the actual bar. And that's where Jonny almost... There we go. It's wannabes when it's bigger.
You want... Yeah, there you go.
But it's... I think it was me or it was you. One of us was like, oh, just go off to the bathroom.
I think it was you went to the bathroom first. You always break the seal first.
Yeah, and like I'm gone for like 10 minutes, and like I come back, and Johnny's like, "Where the hell were you?" I was like, "I've just been to fucking Narnia." Like this karaoke bar is tiny, and then you go out the back to go to the bathrooms, and you take a left and a right, and you like kind of almost do a circle on yourself, and you come out at this massive bar, another bar. And you're just like,
but one of these was,
there's no one in the bar.
One of these was the karaoke bar, and it was connected to Tequila Cowboy, wasn't it? And it was absolutely huge.
Yeah. And then you had to go even further to go to the bathroom, deeper into this labyrinth. And Johnny's like, oh yeah, whatever. And then Jonny went, and 10 minutes later he's back. It's like Narnia. And that bar forever got known as
I came back, I think I came back and I was like, he wasn't kidding. It's like Narnia back there. There's just corridors.
Yeah, like all the guys, all the people that we're there with, just having an absolute laugh because I think it was just mostly. I don't know if they know much of like the Narnia and that, but yeah, it was hilarious. Huh. But yeah, but that's kind of like the whole idea of this podcast came from World, and we thought our banner, our image needs to represent all the little fun things we've done around.
The stupid things.
Yes, basically.
Yep.
You know what I just realized, Jonny, and I did this again yesterday, is I forgot to do the social posts.
We do it pretty much every time.
I know, but
I'll tell you what, Kirby.
What?
You put them up, I'll read them. Let's have a change.
What?
Oh, you've done so. I thought you meant put like the links up in our little video.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about like the actual social media stuff. I've created them all.
Yeah, well,
but I never posted.
I did the one on Kessel Run.
Yeah, I saw that. Well,
it didn't spur you on, did it?
Facebook, I can
schedule.
I can schedule it, but
Instagram you can't. I've had this when I've managed people's accounts and stuff. You can get software that will manage Instagram for you, but it's like 20 quid a month.
No, we're too poor for that.
Yeah, wait until we hit 100 subs and Sean O'Neill starts sponsoring this channel.
Yeah. Yeah, once we hit those 100 subs, then we just load it in that YouTube money. I'm going to take host.
You bastard.
But you're still presenting. Now, how do I make someone a presenter without making them a host?
Jim, it's just something you got to live with.
Just deal with it. Every time I'm at my desk and I bang, 97. Every time I bang on my desk, my sword seems to.
You're 97 now.
Yeah, my sword seemed to wobble a bit too freakishly. I'm worried one day it's just going to drop on me.
I mean, I've got like 3 people in my ear now.
Why? You want to get our big, beautiful faces back on that screen, Jonny? Or not? Or have you muted yourself? Can you hear me? I think we've lost Jonny. Yeah, I think we lost Jonny in his audio.
I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. But the problem is, right, I went in.
Yeah, carry on.
I went into Sean's thing and I can't get him to be quiet for 2 minutes so I can mute him.
You want to stop sharing your screen?
Job done.
There we go. Now
we're back.
Now we got our beautiful faces back onto the screen. So now that I've done social posts,
you get them done, Kirby.
I've done them. I had them prepared. I do them as drafts, and then when it does our little music thing,
yeah,
that's when I do it. But like, because we're not using our usual apps to do this, it's throwing me off. I really want to get an goal too.
I've had to kill Sean's session off. I couldn't mute him when he was doing my edit.
Why can't you mute him?
There was no mute button.
What thing is he doing?
He is currently doing our friend Sean O'Neill managing a smooth product development cycle through 3D Experience platform.
Why would you do that? Have you posted it to the champions yet?
Yeah, I have. And the Slack.
You legend.
Doing pretty damn good, aren't I?
Yeah, you're just doing bits today.
I was doing it last night. I was all over the chat, all over the platform, all over the socials. I was getting people in with the emails. I was doing really good.
And yet we still haven't got 100 subs.
I'm doing my best, bro. We're 3 away now. But yeah, with 3 away from 100 subs, we're $517.50, 69%. Thanks for that, Toby. We love that. We love it. But, you know, someone else that's lurking in the chat right now could hit us up with another donation towards our friends at Magic Wheelchair. Bring us closer.
Closer to that goal. I mean, I increased our goal to $750.
Dude, we've like 2.5 times our original goal. So thank you to the generous people of the SolidWorks community, as always.
2.5 times. It's 5 times our original goal. Our original goal was $100.
Per day.
Yeah, all right.
Yep. Sit down, boy.
Oh, I've got 3 glasses of things on my desk.
Nice.
Like, I feel like after the first day 1, finished up here, and I was just like, I think I've just destroyed my voice. I got to do these 2 more days.
Dude, so, 7 hours day 1 was a good effort. So I started
drinking a bit more water during the morning and that. Like, this is probably the most water I've ever drunk at a World. Usually it's like Gatorade and Cheetos.
Honestly, I drink so much water now that I work for a company that manufactures water coolers and loads of other cool things. But because there's a water cooler in every room, I drink loads of water.
So, Jonny and I, you'd agree that we're quite good mates? Yeah,
yeah, we tolerate each other.
We hang out every 2 weeks. We tolerate each other. Bit of banter.
Yeah, we love it, mate. You know, we love each other.
Yeah. What do you do for your new job? Never asked you this.
What do I do for my new job?
Like, I don't even know what you did at your previous job. I just knew you did stuff with pipes. You're putting pipes.
So my old job was basically I was a design engineer, so I would take a client spec sheet for an oil and gas company, turn it into a design, do all the fabrication drawings, all the profile drawings, and send them out. Basically, get quotes and oversee some of the manufacture. Why are you laughing?
You missed it. You're gonna come on to that.
I'm watching it back. You're such a twat. Yeah, that was my old role anyway. I used to design a lot things.
Of pipe and oil and
yeah, it was quite repetitive. And I was underpaid for my degree basically. So I changed role to a mechanical design engineer, which is basically what I trained to be.
Yeah.
Allows me to use SolidWorks still, but actually use my degree in mechanical engineering or whatever, and fully, and I'm way better paid.
Yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, way better paid with more benefits. I get free life insurance.
Free life, oh. Well, Sarah gets private medical.
Oh, damn.
and then
she got that booper shit.
Yeah, she's got booper. So she gets that, and then for like half the price of a normal fee, I can get put onto that as well.
Yeah.
And we're just kind of like, we should do that at some point.
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? So yeah, my new role is basically I'm a design engineer still, but I focus on mechanical. So simulations, taking issues that people might have had with the products downstream, and doing sort of a quality analysis on it and saying, look, we've got this issue because of this, and this is how we improve it. This is how we change it. So I do some testing, some experiments, go out onto the production line and watch processes, that sort of thing.
That's cool.
Good fun.
So it's a bit more, you're working with kind of products that are going to be more handled by people versus just stuff that's going to be buried in the ground.
Out in a field somewhere, yeah, exactly. So it's more commercial, white goods sort of stuff.
White goods. Well, if you ever need a 3D printing service for prototyping, you know where your boy's at.
I know 3D Print UK, isn't it, Kirby?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, so we have used you before, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yep. Way back when you guys first started, apparently.
Oh, and may I ask why you don't anymore?
The service was not up to... No, I don't really know. No, they bought a Prusa. We have a Prusa in our test lab, so they 3D print a lot of little parts. But
please, I've got a Prusa on my desk.
That was such a bitch please moment. Sit down, son. No, we just changed the way they prototype things a bit more.
Yeah, I mean,
I think there's scope there for us to use you again. I think now I'm there, it might come to fruition.
The prototypes that we produce are more of those, kind of like final prototypes, final hands-on prototypes. Final like working prototypes versus just simple prototypes of shapes and ergonomics and that.
Yep.
But yeah, we do colors and that stuff. So
you got that new HP thing, haven't you, with the red, blue, green coloring and all sorts of stuff?
No, we don't have the full color HP. We've only got the basic MJF. We got shut up. We've only got the. There we go. Wannabe. There's Narnia.
Wannabes. That's Narnia.
And we basically, to get to the bathroom, you go to the other side of this building, but through.
No, you got to go to the other side of the city, nearly.
But it was. Yeah, we got the HP MJF. It's the one thing I really like about the machine is its ecosystem. It's quite similar to the Formlabs in terms of SLA as SLS. Like, it's very enclosed. It's very clean. Everything's done within the machines as opposed to outside of the machines with the resins and that stuff. But we're using powders. Everything like it's clean. It's very, very clean for SLA. SLS. Well, it's MJF, but. The biggest problem is that a tiniest little error, our machine basically stopped working for a couple of days because one of the fans was a little bit too dirty, and they wouldn't tell us how to remove the panel. They wouldn't tell us which panel to remove to hoover the fan to fix the problem. Instead, they had to send out an engineer.
Yeah, I bet they did, and he just undid 3 screws, hoovered it out, and went, "There's $1,000, please."
Well, we got a service contract, so we don't.
Oh, you're all right then, yeah.
Because it's a machine like our EOS machines. We literally got 3 new EOS machines delivered today. Taking our SLS army from 11 to 13.
Yeah, I bet you're glad you're off this week.
My boss says like Thursday's going to be really busy, so keep your schedule clean. I'm like, it's way clean. I'm not even going to be
way clean. I'm not in the work.
No, they'll deliver it in today. I don't know. I don't think they're going to be hooked up yet. But the EOS machines, that. It's like you have a 3D printer that you've got the enders, right?
And I have an Anycubic and I've got a LOL spot.
Sorry, you got the LOL spots.
Yep.
So you know your LOL spots in and out. You'll buy another one and you'll just whack it together and do your thing.
Yeah, I would, but I think the company's now bust.
You're the perfect example. Like your LOL spot. Like even if you get an ender, you'll know your way around because they're basically the same thing.
Yeah, they're the same machine. They're just it's a slightly different design or whatever, but it's belts, it's extruder motors, it's a similar principle.
So that will be our EOS machines. Like we know it inside and out. We know if there's anything wrong. We swap parts from each other. We really piss off the engineers because we just do it ourselves. And it's because we don't want to wait 3-4 weeks for an engineer to come because our machine's sitting and it's down. We'd rather say send us the part and put it in.
Yeah.
But the HP for us is like you getting your Anycubic, your resin machine, where you ran into issues that you had no clue how to fix.
Yeah, because it was a switch up, wasn't it? It was like, well, hang on a minute, the build plate moves up and down rather than the machine head. Yeah. What's this magic?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot mechanically. It's a lot simpler because it's just one.
Yeah, motor. It is. It's just one motor and a light source.
Yeah, but you had issues.
Yeah.
You spent months, not because it took you long. It was a time.
I just didn't have time to invest in it. It wasn't as plug and play as other things. So it was like, well, I've got ways to not have to use it for now. So I'll put it on the I want to learn list, and it'll come in down the line.
So yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. Like we're learning about the machine. We're learning kind of if an error pops up, how can we get around it in the meantime, instead of having a machine that's down for a couple of days and we've got to print customer stuff. We can work around it and get things out of the door. But yeah, it's very, very closed, which is not as fun for us to be able to just quickly fix everything in that. But hopefully we're planning on getting into new technologies as well. Which is quite fun. It's just finding the right printer. It's like EOS, we know them left, right, and center. Like we find a good price of one, we'll snag it up real quick. Oh, I've got a comment.
Ooh,
yeah,
Richie.
Just watch the Fuse One launch webinar. Nice machines. They are nice machines. But the size of things that we produce and the volume, it's actually quite small. And we're not really too much of a fan of that grey powder. I know MJF parts come out great, but that's just due to the binding agent and the fusing agent. The grey parts are slightly weaker. They don't run as hot. So the parts aren't as strong. And we do dyeing processes as well and polishing, and we feel like it's easier to spot a blemish it's easier to spot bad parts in white. And that's why you're tapping your thing, Johnny.
I need a wee, like badly need a wee.
So go. I can hold the fort. So yeah,
cool. I'll go for a wee. You hold the fort.
So it's much easier to spot blemishes and problems in white parts than it is grey parts, and I think that, for me, I feel like that's why companies like Fuse, Formlabs, and the Lisa Sinterit have stuck with kind of those grey parts because they look good, but they really aren't that good. We were sent a package from Lisa trying to get us to use their stuff and that, and the quality of them were just really not good. But it comes down to what are your applications and what are your output. If you're just printing for yourself, getting a fuse is perfectly fine for yourself versus spending a couple of $100,000 on a machine where you need 8x rated equipment just to even turn it on, because you've got to be careful with powders. That's as light as dust. You run the risk of dust explosion, so you got to remove all static out of the system. And any things such as the hoovers or the extractions, they need to be 8x rated and static proof in that. Whilst there is the potential of your machine blowing up, and they never talk to you about that. But they run less risk if they're running cooler, which the grey materials do. But if you are spending a bit less on, if you don't have as much of a budget, go for those kind of systems. But if you free on the budgets, go for some of the bigger ones. HP is a good machine, but the way that we run machines, the rate that we run them in ways that pushes the limits that they built to actually run, and that's just purely because as a bureau we want to get as many things out the door, but keep the quality as high as possible. Yeah, we haven't dealt too much with EOS metal machines, but we are interested in getting into metals. I've got a friend who does all that stuff, the metal stuff. The trickiest part, again, being a bureau, we want to be able to have our business model is customer sends us a part, we put it on the printer, put it in a box and send it out the door. Very little processing. That's why we haven't really got into resins, because then you got to sit and clip all the supports off. You got to do the supports manually. FDM, it's the same thing. You got to manually remove all the supports. Where SLS, put your bucket in a machine that sandblasts it, put the bucket out, and your parts are clean. With the metals, you've got to spend a bit of time constructing your supports. I'm not too sure with the EOS machines, but I think we're looking at desktop metal in that. Ones that I've looked at, those you got to put in a furnace and that to sinter it afterwards. So there's a bit more work to it, and that's SLS. We found our little home, and it's quite fun. We get to see some weird and wonderful things, and most of the time it's just a block of plastic that we have no clue what it is, where it's going, and who it is. Or sometimes we get something that we recognize, and then we find out. We printed parts for little greeblies that were put into some of the Star Wars films and that. Hard Rock Cafe, Nashville. I don't know if I got one of those shirts.
I don't think you did. You got shot glasses like I always do.
Yeah, because I've got that shirt, but it says New York.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, back.
Two tall Tobys get back. What time's GP coming? They printed an SLS brick to test the machine, about 8 kilograms worth. That's quite interesting. Oh, but that's really dumb. The reason why I say is because that part could get a lot of what's called orange peel. Whenever we try and print something thick, solid, we hollow it out. So it could out, which means it could be that it's actually just got loose powder on the inside. Like, I mean, if it looks really good, if it's smooth and all that, that's actually quite impressive. But most of the time in SLS, you wouldn't really do something like that.
I found us a new participant.
Oh, for what?
For our Zoom meeting, I've got someone on the way.
Oh, who is he?
No, you can find out.
Stephen Fox, how's it going, guys? Oh, we are good. Thank you for joining us. So, Toby, I assume that lol means no, you didn't get GP. It was hollowed slight. Yeah, you have to hollow it. The heat that comes out of these, like our machines run at 170 degrees. And they're going to sit at 170 degrees for 24 hours. And when their build comes out, they've got to sit and cool down for another 24 hours. So they're going to stay hot for very long. And if you have that hot spot in the center of a build, it's going to affect all the parts. It's actually going to even affect the accuracy of a lot of parts. The closer the parts are together, the closer kind of like parts are to that hot spot, they're going to shrink at different rates compared to the ones that are closer to the edge. So you've got to try and keep an even amount of density around it. So that's why I say, like, if you're printing it on its own, it's all right. But SLS has the beauty of being able to nest parts within parts. Cool. Stephen's back at work.
Stephen's back at work.
Well, Johnny just got back from work, so.
Yeah, come on, Stephen. Part-time, that fella.
Yeah. Part-time. Get some of that flexi time.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, so you want to, if you've got a part with stuff in it, you want to fill that build as much as possible and get as much out as possible. Also, you're just wasting powder, essentially. I mean, kind of. You get some of it back, but you got to make the most of it. I mean, I say that, but when I print an FDM, I print one thing at a time. And that's just because I feel more comfortable leaving it running for an hour than leaving it running for 24 hours printing the entire model. I'd rather do it in little bits. Teeny weeny little bits. So, cool. Johnny, you want to tell me about that couch behind you?
My don't bring my couch into this. It's the wrong one. You're an evil man. It's where my dog sleeps.
Is that what you call her?
You better hope Vicky's not watching her. You're going to be in serious trouble, bro.
No, but you got a dog in there with you.
No, Meg the dog has disappeared, actually. She's disappeared for a while.
Yeah, because you haven't told me what your dog's name is.
Well, my dog is called Bella, but Vicky's dog is called Megan Major.
Oh, right. That's a good save.
Such an arsehole. Such a butthole. I'm hoping our guest's going to turn up. Yeah. Give me a minute. He's on his way.
Oh, I'm excited. Is it what's his face?
What's his face?
Oh, Snappy. Yes.
No, it's not whatever that is. Oh, snap.
I think my boss forgot his McDonald's at work.
No way, he left it there.
He just texted us saying, "I forgot he forgot his McDonald's."
Unreal.
It is Matt, right?
It is Matt. You're all right. Matt is my special guest of choice.
Mr. Matt Schmutz, how you doing? You're on mute. You come in muted.
Yeah, we had some issues.
Can you hear me now?
We can now.
Oh man, I'm digging Kirby's background. It's pretty dope.
It is off the hook. You remember the street?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got some good memories there.
I have some, and then some I don't remember at all.
Yeah,
yeah.
Thankfully, we do remember somehow.
And we have all the pictures.
Yeah, I remember that night. Tequila Cowboy, and Matt was like, "Yeah, I'll drink for you guys." And it was karaoke night. We were catching up, weren't we, Matt? And it was like, holy shit, Jonny and Kirby just ordered like 20 Jack Daniels.
Yeah, and I got like this cool picture. I don't know if you can see my.
Yeah, that's cool. Everyone's seen my photos. Kirby brings out an embarrassing photo every week.
Here's the karaoke bar.
There you go.
That's Will.
I'm seeing double.
Yeah, that's actually a really good photo. You got a good phone there. Or maybe I'm just bad at taking photos.
Oh no, I had it like when I got that other message from Rachel, I was like going through all my pictures and I was like, oh my gosh. And then I found that one and I was like, hey.
Yeah.
I think almost everybody that's at this conference that was at last year's at some point, especially with Facebook memories popping up, I just sat there and gone back and looked at some of the old pictures.
I don't know.
I was looking at my saved Instagram story and just looking at all the fun stuff because that's where I posted the PG stuff. You know, Jonny being like, no, I actually put that on there. Jonny acting like a clown I put on.
Yeah, you put all of that on there. Thanks, Kirby.
Yeah, good old Jonny, just dying.
Good to see you though, Matt. Nice to have you on and catch up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. Are we like on the air right now? Are we just hanging out?
No, we've been on the air. We did 7 hours Monday night.
8 hours yesterday.
8 hours yesterday. Oh, hang on. No, Tuesday night even. God, it's been a long week.
Yeah, we're on 2 hours now. So like the idea of our little thing here is to, you know, it's almost like we just met up in the hallways, catching up. Hey, what's up? But people on the outside can join in as well. We got people here lurking that are watching other sessions as well. So we've got a few lurkers, which is pretty cool.
Pretty sweet. I like that. Yeah, I've been trying to tune in to certain things as the week's gone on because I was thinking like, do I take work off? Do I go like full time on this? I was like, I'm gonna see if I can juggle both. So that's why it's and I'm working from home, so it's like I'm gonna try.
It's a bit easier to slag off.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, it's
nice.
So I took the week off work because I can't do this. I can't listen in on the time because I'm up and down between the office and the workshop, and I'm all over the place, especially in the afternoons and that.
Mm-hmm.
Jonny managed to organize flexi time, so he's coming home early.
Yeah, I've been leaving work at like 3 p.m., which is when general session starts. I get home by like 20 past, and then it's sort of like watch that, hop on here with Kirby, and hang out for the rest of the evening.
I mean,
with the time difference.
Yeah, it works out great. 3 p.m. is general sessions.
Honestly, this is the most in the time zone we've been for World.
This is the one time where I'm actually able to sleep in at World. But it does feel like I'm doing twice as much as World because we're talking and interacting just as much. Like we wanted to create a social environment where people can come in and go as they please and just chat. I mean, Jonny and I yesterday disappeared for dinner and we just let some other people jump in and just carry on.
We were like, you hold the stream down. We're going to go get some food because we haven't eaten all day.
That's awesome. I love it.
The conversation's just carried on that way, and it's just the best way we can try and figure out how to keep the social aspect of it. But it's cool to see you pop in and that.
Yeah. Thanks for responding and getting on so quick. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Like, as I said, I'm trying to juggle everything, and like I was just like, opportunity knocks. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if you need to disappear to a session, you're more than welcome to. Just leave us.
I think Matt said he had like half an hour, so it's perfect.
Yeah, no, this is perfect time.
Yeah.
So what's up? Like, how's it going? How have you guys been?
Has the year been more of a roller coaster ride for you?
It's I like what you did there. It's been crazy. Like with my actual job and then the side hustle.
Side hustle, I like that.
Yeah. It's actually gone mainstream. So Kirby had me present for his
user group.
Yep.
User group.
I was there.
And I forgot how much I told you guys. So if I'm repeating myself, like, let me know.
Just go for it.
Go for it. Just
okay.
You could be speaking. Like, I don't know how many of my members are on this. So this is just a different platform. So go for it.
Okay. Yeah. So like, I don't want to like rehash too much that you already know, but I do like this story because exactly 1 year ago we were all at World, and I don't have it handy in here, but I had like the 3D printed models. I had one at the Forum Labs booth, and then I had one in the Hive. And everyone was saying, like, dude, you got these are cool. I'd buy them, but like, the cost was stupid expensive. And then, it took forever to build. It's to be printed, blah, 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 blah.
If you have pictures in that handy, I can get you to present your screen.
Oh yeah,
dude, I really feel like we've put Matt on the spot here.
You've got a whole presentation.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, what? This is the 21st century. I can present, man. Like, what am I doing? I'll give you like the crash course of what I've been up to.
Yeah.
You guys know, and if everyone watches or dials into this. Like,
no, Matt, you've definitely been on our list of people to do like a full episode with. We definitely want to get hold of some cool things and build with you.
Awesome. Okay, so here I got presentations.
Cool. You can share your screen. I figured out how to be able to do it without making everybody the host. Hey, and it's only the last day.
As you guys know, I love sharing my work, sharing coaster stuff. And you should see my screen. So I made a presentation. Actually, I gave it a week ago for TPEG, which is Theme Park Engineering Group at Ohio State University, and they asked me to come and present. And these are young students that are aspiring to be in the amusement industry.
Yep.
So I made this long presentation, and it's actually kind of, built off the presentation I gave for the user group. And I'm going to skip through a little bit of this. It just gives some background on me, what I'm all about, and, designing models in SolidWorks, which is why, we're here for World, and that's exciting too.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we met you, was at World, because you had this model there. And it was the day that Jonny and I really connected was during a live stream with your model as the backdrop.
Oh, yeah. See, it's awesome. I love that. and I talked about, when I was, so this isn't last year, but 2 years ago, they had me do a panel. I talked about roller coaster stuff.
Yep.
I brought a model there. I built it on the floor. Very exciting.
The Batman one. Have you finished that one yet?
I finished half of it, and it is actually sitting in my basement. So this is one of those ones that I started working on, and then I got pulled into 50 other directions as we got out of here.
Yeah, there's a picture of you building it there on the side there.
Yeah. So that's me actually at SolidWorks World,
building.
Now called 3D Experience World. This is the last time that was called SolidWorks World. But this is what I wanted to show you guys. So I had these models on display last year at 3D Experience World 2020. I had this one. This is the Raptor model, which you can see. This is the real ride. Here's the model, and this is the SolidWorks file. And here's Orion, which I had at the Forum Labs booth at 3D Experience World. And
that was a cool model.
Actually, here's some pictures of it. So this is 3D Experience World 2020. I talked about, working with Forum Labs guys. Yeah, sorry.
the previous one, looking at that, was done mostly FDM, wasn't it?
This model was
next one
on the SLA machine.
Yeah, the previous one.
Yeah, so this one on the right here, if you can see my mouse, that was mostly all SLA off of a Forum Labs machine.
Yeah. One
on the left, the Raptor one, that was all FDM, correct?
Yeah, because looking at the one slide 30, you can see the difference in the quality.
Yes. Okay. So let me back up. I'm a liar. The first car here, this is SLA. That's why it looks really good. But if you look at the top, the track, that's FDM.
Yeah, FDM.
And then every car after that was FDM. So yeah, I take back what I said. So the point of doing them both is just show no matter what type of capability you have, you can do it.
Yep.
So sorry to cut ahead, but the point of even bringing up all this is last year I brought these models and I was so geeked about them. And it was the one comment I got was well, how could you make this into a product? And 1 year from then, we have found a way to do it. And as you guys know, I bought a laser. I'm just going to go through my slides here really quick. And we made laser cut models.
Yes.
That look like roller coasters. And
nice.
We now sell them at parks. Here, this is a good slide. So we took the 3D printed concept and then brought it to lasers. And I remember we were sitting last year, we were sitting around, I think Luke was packaging up his magic wheelchair or something. And, he was right next to the Fab Lab, the mobile Fab Lab there. And, he had a laser there, and I was just staring at it. I'm like, I could probably laser cut these. And Heidi was at World, but she was like sick all week. We don't know what she had or what was going on, but she was like in the hotel room, and I was like, I should probably go hang out with her so I could not be a terrible husband. And then I went up to the room and just started playing around with SolidWorks, and I designed this particular one out of wood at SolidWorks World. So I like to make it a story. It's like I created a product at SolidWorks World, 3D Experience World.
Nice.
And 1 year later, we're selling them at parks. They're regional parks. They're in Europe now. We're about to be in Australia. Like, it's crazy. It's
nice.
And I'm sorry.
No, for us, Matt, this is something we want to do on the channel. I think me and Kirby want to get a hold of one of your kits, get you on the channel to talk about it all, how you did it, how you went from start to like.
Badly.
Absolutely, I'd love to give you guys one or two, or
we've had to
figure it out.
We've had some issues with wood models in the past where
one of our episodes is doing wood models.
Well, I keep getting excited because I'm like, we should do it now, and I'm like, but we should wait because we have cool stuff coming. Can you see my screen?
Oh, damn!
You recognize what this is?
It's like a little twirly thing.
Scrambler, right?
Oh, wait. It's a whirligig.
And it moves, and it's all wooden. This is gonna kick Rocker's butt.
Oh, yeah, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, dude, Matt. Once you start giving them away, selling them or whatever, we want one. We're gonna build them live.
So
that is unreal.
So this was just developed. Recently.
Jonny and I were chatting with Sean and Dan and all them, and they want to do a big community STEM project, and your name popped up because of these kits.
Yep.
So
sign me up. Like, I gotta talk to Sean too. And I think moving ones would be even cooler.
Yeah, that's what it is. That was one thing we were talking about. It's like you making the roller coasters, and we were showing them the rocker ones that we have. But since you've done our moving one, I said,
yeah, mate, you've been holding out on us.
We have lots of R&D.
No, he's evolving.
Yeah.
Evolving. I like that one. Where's the other stuff? Like, there's so much going on. Like, and we've actually looked into marble runs. Where the heck is all that?
Well, that's exactly what this is. It's a little marble run. Stephen Fox says, "Wow, that's pretty cool. What is your social handle so people can find you as well?" Let me put that in the chat.
It's Print My Ride Detroit still, Matt.
Yes, it is Print My Ride Detroit. You can, for the most latest stuff, definitely use
Instagram, yeah.
Yeah.
Like you also made a giant wood model.
Yes, Steel Vengeance, which is at Cedar Point. Actually, if I share my screen again, you can probably see it.
Oh wow! I grew up about half an hour from Cedar Point.
Oh really? Well,
yeah.
You could go like every day.
I'm a refugee from Northwest Ohio.
Stephen Fox is asking link to the website. Is that for the you want the website to where you can buy the models? I mean that'll be a cool. You can put that link in the description in the
Zoom
chat as well. I mean you can put it in there as well, Matt. We've got it pretty open. See, this is mad because how much 3D printing did you do on your Steel Vengeance?
Yeah, so as you can see, there's 80 pounds of balsa wood or basswood actually, and every gray ledger on the real ride is steel, and we 3D printed all those. So there's 375 bents, which are the vertical wood pieces, and on some of them they would get up to 6 3D printed parts. So there was over, I think I counted 1,200 ledgers that had to be 3D printed. So there's 12,000 of those. They're all unique. They're all and they were designed using weldments because you could go into SolidWorks, make the weldment, and then it just blends the profile. So that was very, very handy. You can probably see them more uniquely here. Bring the front. See how they're all unique with the angles and everything.
Crazy, Matt. Unreal talent.
And then the track was also 3D printed, and there's over 150 feet of track. So if you multiply that by 2 for each rail, the left and the right, you have like 300 feet of track that had to get 3D printed. So it's crazy.
That's cool. Your wooden models. Where can they buy your wooden models?
Oh yeah, so those. Okay, so it. Let's see if I can find a good way to do it. If you go to coasterdynamics.com, I can see if I can get the link in here. That's Zoom. So if you go to coasterdynamics.com, there is a banner here. Let me show you. These are the cutouts. I think you can just go down here and click. These are the unbranded ones, and I get a lovely shout out by my partners here. They went a little crazy and said master designer. I'm not a master by any means, but
no,
I find
you are absolute legend. Like your models
Matt,
are insane.
yeah, Matt, come on, you're above master level. Let's be realistic.
You just pegged the needle on the humbleness meter.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, so this is where you can buy the generic ones. But if you want to get park specific, so we're talking about Cedar Point. I am a Cedar Point fanboy. If you go to the Cedar Point online shop, you can scroll down and they have the cutouts for sale that are branded. And so this is Steel Vengeance. And you can also go to SeaWorld, Busch Gardens. They have them. So Cedar Point, Hershey Park has them. So Candemonium. So Hershey Park has these for sale. Cedar Fair. So, and then developments. Like there's a lot going on since the last time I saw you. We're going to Six Flags. So Six Flags is on board. We got some Six Flags. We have El Toro from New Jersey. It's really blown up. Like there's so many of them now, and there's so many that aren't released. I can't show you, and I would love to show you. Just gotta ignore the pom pom floating around. Doggy.
That's fine.
That's all right, Matt. We've had lots of dogs on this week.
So I've been torn. Like this has been blowing up, and I could go on forever about all this stuff. I'm so excited, and it's only been a year since this really developed, and it all started with SolidWorks or 3D Experience World. So
I mean, you've done a lot in the last year to do this. I mean, and it's really interesting that you're able to develop products for parks, which during a pandemic they're closed for, depending what state they're in.
Exactly, and that was half a selling point there because Coaster Dynamics sells other products to amusement parks, but they were up 42% in revenue during a pandemic year where parks aren't even open.
Yeah.
So,
like, how did that happen? How does that work? Well, they're selling merchandise through the online shops that the parks have set up. And what we did is we offered a new exciting product as this was all happening. So they were foaming at the mouth to get something to make money. Obviously, we're making money, but they're making money as being, the brand holders. So they basically had to say, yep, here's a PO, and they just made money off of these things.
Yep.
So it's great for everyone. I have a ton of fun designing them. People have a lot of fun building them, and they're of your favorite rides. It's crazy. Like, I don't know if you can see behind me, but this is the prototype shelf of all. Oh wait, I can't show you the top one. Sorry there,
but. Oh yeah.
There's a lot of cool stuff, and it's funny because I'll design them and prototype them here, and then I get to wait for months for them to get released. So
it's the approval process, and you just. But I mean the coasters and that is all really, really cool. Did you buy any of these other models to try and figure out how you're going to do it, or did you just wing it?
Yeah,
what is your design process to take a 3D model of a coaster and then turn that into a wood model?
Great question. There's 3 different routes. Yeah. Okay. There is some models where I'll look at it and be like, how are we going to do this? And they're like so old and generic. You're like, yeah, this is gonna be easy. So there's 3 ways. One, you just kind of go at it and try to design it, which you just got to do it. Second is the park will actually give you engineering drawings of the ride, so you have something to reference. So that's good.
I was wondering that how tight they kept that IP to the vest.
Oh, it's like you'd have to take it from their dead body, from their coffin, 6 feet under. Like the only times that we've actually gotten drawings for rides is we had to sign NDAs, or the ride is so old that they don't care that we have drawings for it. All the new stuff, they're like, nope. And then it's funny because some parks will so what we have to do is we have to pitch these to parks that we don't have business with. And some of them have been like, who do you know on the inside that gave you the drawings for our rides? I'm like, oh no, I just Googled pictures. I'm like, and you were able to convert it? I'm like, yeah, like I've been doing this for over a decade.
I mean, for me, like when I was doing props from video games, one of the most kind of best moments I had was I made a gun called the Thunderlord from Destiny, and about 2 hours before a major live stream on that Bungie was doing, revealing the next DLC, I get an email from the guy that actually made the game model holding a 3D printed version of my model saying like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I was just like, what? And then they had that displayed on the live stream as well. And I just sat there thinking, it's like, that's good. Because I'm not trying to, because all I had was just reference images from the game. It was even before I had the game that I made that. So I just used Google Images and that stuff.
That's awesome.
And they were blown away by it. It's really awesome to kind of blow people. It's to show people that you just need a couple of references and you can actually do a lot with it.
Exactly. It's kind of surprising. Like here, I'll give you guys a little sneak peek since I know you guys want to see more of the exciting stuff I do. So this will be released soon, and don't tell anyone. It's okay. I think this one's pretty much ready to go. So we're talking about reference stuff. So you ready for this? Don't get too scared. So we were asked to see if we could do Leviathan. This is at SeaWorld in Australia. How do you make that into wood?
Yeah, good luck.
That's what everyone said. And I was like, I seriously had like severe anxiety. I was like, how are you going to do that? But I think we nailed it. Like it turned out very good. So we were able to copy the Leviathan on 2D wood. Like it came out really good. This is the train. And then all you need is just some references. You can get very close. So that's up and coming. But it just shows like
so cool.
Some of the crazy stuff that we were asked to do. And the funny thing is I've learned never say no. Even if you know you can't do it, just try. And people will help you along their way that, you can do anything really. So that was really cool. And then you were talking about marble runs. Like, so as I said, I partnered with Coast Dynamics and they've been toying with the idea of like, so like this is my engineering, marble tower where I would drop it, and I don't know if you can see it, but there's little etches. So I drop the marble at different heights and then mark, the efficiency of the marble because it's terrible. As I'm sure you guys as marble run expert builders would know that like you can't keep that energy. And so like I got a massive tin of marbles here. Let's see, I can show you guys this. Have a little fun. This is the real deal right here. All right. This is a loop, right? I'm gonna aim it right at the camera here. This is probably a lot of fun. Woo!
Dude, I feel like I've just been shot
at. Let's see if we can get in our shot. Just ignore my messy desk. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Woo! So, anyways, we've been playing around with that. More to come. That it's mostly the experiment phase. So we gotta. With anything like even within the moving models, like there was several redesigns. As I know you guys know, like nothing works the first time. So even like with
never.
We were playing around. Like that this is wood on wood.
Ridiculous.
And like so that's
my model it's all wood on wood as well. And there's a lot of moving parts to it, but like
we had to get really smart because like this one doesn't operate like the real ride. Originally, I wanted to have like a shaft go through just like the real one, but we had to basically make it a giant planetary gear system, which I didn't necessarily want to do it originally, but it came out looking great. And it works. It's wood. Like there's no, like I know some of those rocker kits, they have like little metal shafts. And
they do.
Grommets, and it's a pain. So
you're not
one of
wrong.
the objectives was to just delete all that, make it only wood.
Yeah, it's
I think Kirby.
There we go, metal shaft there and another one there. This had to be glued together. The handle is metal in that.
We don't want any glue. Like they're supposed to be models for kids, right?
So well, I mean,
you don't want to have kids.
We used. I use glue to make sure it sits. You don't really need glue. You don't need glue for it. It says you don't need glue, and they do snap together quite well. I just put in glue for that extra bit of, because that's directly on the shaft, so that's getting moved a lot.
Almost.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So I just added just like a drop of glue on the end of this, so it doesn't move anywhere.
Yep. I think Kirby, we definitely got to get our hands on one of them when Matt releases them.
Yes. So, I mean, it should be soon. The delay there is on me. Like we have to do some tweaking. And it's not a priority in our book, but I'm hoping in the next month and a half we'll have that one.
Nice.
So very exciting stuff. I'm excited.
No, it's really cool. Like, we definitely want to get you on for a full episode here. Sorry.
I want to be on. We can talk about this stuff. Hey, look at that. Where's mine?
No, we want to get you on, and because the idea of what we try and do with our guests is we try to do something that's similar to what they do. So
Gotcha.
We had Eric on from 3D Aero Adventures, Eric Haddad, and he was busy working on his plane while we were talking about planes and that, while Jonny and I were making paper airplanes and that. It was just an idea that we had, and we're toying with it. We think for you it'd be cool if we build one of your
sets,
one of your coasters, while talking about your coasters, but not only talking about your coasters, just catching up, chatting, and all that. But it's really cool stuff. Like whenever people I hear people talk about miniatures and how much they love it, I'll just be like, have I got the thing for you?
If you like roller coasters, we got you covered.
And like every now and then, like I'll go into like 9gag or Reddit, and I'll see someone's posted a video of your roller coaster, and I'll just be like, I know that guy.
That's cool. I like that, and I like that people like sharing it too, because there's like with the actual working models, there's like no money in it. There's nothing there. With these kits, the static stuff, like that, the fact that you can have kids build them and enjoy it, and then they have like a little piece that's like, hey, like this is like what they look like when you buy them. They're actually and like they got like their favorite ride, got your logo and everything. Like it's like a cool little souvenir, and I'm like, that is awesome. Like it doesn't move or anything. That's why we're trying to venture into like moving flat rides. But it's still really cool that you can take a piece of your favorite ride and be like, oh my gosh, it's Candemonium from Hershey Park. Like it's just cool to actually have a model of your favorite ride and be able to build it and say like, hey, I love this ride, it's cool, and have it like something of it on your counter shelf or whatever.
Have you heard where World's going to be next year?
I think I wait, isn't it also in Nashville?
No.
It was supposed to be in Nashville this year.
Yeah.
But it's in Atlanta is where they're doing it.
Oh, awesome.
So I want to ask you, do you know of any cool theme parks that are in that area that because one thing I think will be really awesome is to go to a theme park with you.
Yes.
Ooh, no. I'm going to be hitting you with all the nerd stuff. Let's see. Where is Six Flags Over Georgia? I know that is in the state, but I don't know if it's close to Atlanta. Let's see here.
I mean, it kind of makes sense if it's close to Atlanta. Did you ever watch the Imagineering thing on Disney Plus?
Yes. And it is right outside of Atlanta, so I know where we're going.
There we go.
Right.
Do it.
So Matt, obviously, Disney. I know you'll be on like all sorts of NDAs, but anything in the works? Or is it still like uncharted territory?
Disney is uncharted, but one of their competitors has approached us, and we have we're in the middle of licensing their brands, and I'm actually more excited that they are interested more so than Disney for two reasons. One, Disney already has deals with U-Gears, so you can get the Disney, you get the Disney monorail. So they already have a company that does what we do for them.
Yep.
And now a competitor is working with us. So I can't tell you guys anything.
It's kind of like you're working with Pepsi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Think of it that way.
It is who Disney are really.
Oh, wait, he broke up. I missed the question.
So like, you can't say who Disney's competitors are, but everyone knows who the big competitors are.
Yeah, you can say it, and I'll just say maybe. But they have a new ride coming out. Like maybe if you want to do some more research, I'm not saying it, but there's a new ride coming out, and we approach them, say, hey, we could do these cutouts for that new ride, and then they're like, oh, this is cool. And then when we went to go make the pitch, I was like, let's just do like another one, so we have two that we can show them, and they just loved it. And apparently my partner at Coaster Dynamics has approached them about like their nano coasters, like the small metal ones.
Yeah.
And they were like, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. But now this time they're all over the wood stuff. And so right now we are right in the middle of getting a deal with them and have cool stuff. And then they asked, well, what else can you do? We showed them the flat ride, and they're like, whoa, you can do moving stuff. And we said, we can do anything. So, and that's where we're at right now. And I wish I could tell you more, but we're gonna have to wait. But it'll blow your mind. Like
anything to do with dinosaurs at all, or not?
I can't confirm.
I feel like you've cracked the code.
I've cracked the code big time, Kirby.
Yeah, it's but is there any like theme parks or roller coasters that you'd love to like go and do in the UK or Europe?
Yes. So,
is it because then I feel like I can tell you I've been on a roller coaster that you haven't.
So where to start? So like Alton Towers, there's like the Nemesis there.
But you lose your legs.
Such a good ride.
Oh, it's awesome. So that one we kind of like. Well, that's the other thing too. Is a lot of these roller coaster trains are identical between parks. Like they all look the same. So
that's one thing I found. It's like there was a really cool ride that roller coaster that Sarah and I went on at in Brighton on the pier, and it's this kind of like round car it's a single car, and then it just goes around this track and zigzags. They have the exact same ride at Disneyland. It's the Goofy Flight thing, and it's just you go to Winter Wonderland in London, and there'll be 3 of them there. And like the one will be like sparkly and flashy. The thing will spin. The other one is like this big ice one in a tent. But it's just it's the exact same roller coaster, just 3 times. And we went on all 3.
That's awesome. But yeah, like, they do that though. They just copy and paste it, and hope people don't care that it's the same ride. I don't know, but parks know that, and they try to design unique stuff. But yeah, like Alton Towers, I want to go to. There's the Blackpool.
Yep.
Blackpool. Pleasure Beach.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Pleasure Beach.
So yeah, Matt, you got to get yourself over here. Me and Kirby will take you around all the theme parks and bars of the UK.
Heck yeah!
Like
this travel ban or travel restrictions loosens up, I'm all about it. I need to get out of
Definitely.
Because the Blackpool, you've got the Pepsi big one.
Pepsi Max big one.
Which is that one, and then you got the Iron Brew one, which is just it's a launching coaster that goes into a quick loop. But they've got the other one. I think it's called the Matterhorn. No, it's not the Matterhorn. It's the
that's
Avalanche.
Disney.
It's called the Avalanche, where the
like a track that's like a tube.
Yeah, and the actual roller coaster goes off the track and just sits in this tube. It's like a bobsled.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's a cool, and that would be cool to recreate.
And it'd be so like as far as like a working model of it, that'd be really easy. You just need to make a tube and put a little thing on wheels and go down.
But hopefully, it will follow the same physics. Because
hopefully, it never does.
But I've only been to Thorpe Park and Blackpool. I haven't been to Alton Towers yet.
Alton Towers is good fun.
Yeah, I want to go there. They also have Oblivion, which is like the very first dive coaster. Which I'd like to try out. Like I've been on a bunch of dives, but that's the OG, the original.
The OG dive.
So can you explain what a dive coaster is?
A dive coaster is how do I describe it? It dives.
It's a big
essentially the car goes to goes up the lift hill, and then they kind of hang you before you do a vertical drop.
Right,
so
I've done one of those.
Okay. Yep. So Oblivion go ahead, Matt.
No, you're good.
So Oblivion is different because you start at the top of the lift hill, so you don't have to go up a hill.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And then you drop like 1 million feet is what it feels like.
Because they bit a big hole in the ground, and you just drop into this hole.
Yeah, it's full of smoke. It's awesome.
Yep. Oh, and the really cool thing is if you're watching the ride, like you're not on it, you can walk right up to
the hole
where it drops. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at a picture of it. There's a ride like that in South Africa. I can't remember what it's called. There's a theme park in Johannesburg called Gold Reef City.
Okay.
And they've got one of these dive coasters, but it's themed off a mine shaft. And it basically you're climbing up an old mine shaft and dropping into the mines.
Yeah, that's cool.
And that's like it's terrifying but great fun.
That is awesome.
No,
But yeah, once we get whenever you guys are ready, I'm ready to have you guys build one of these. If you don't mind waiting just a little bit longer to get the cooler stuff released.
No, that's cool for us, dude.
That's
fine. We'll hang on.
We could do an announcement thing with you.
Yeah, that might actually be even a cooler idea too. I'm just thinking whenever that happens, like it's got to be soon, and then I'll let you guys know because as I said, like the scrambler, it's really just waiting on me to finish it.
Yeah.
I gave it to my partner and he played around with it and was like, okay, I want you to change. Like he'll give me a list because he's really into the models and knows what people are looking for. And he gave me a list. It's like, okay, if you fix up these couple things, I think we're good. So I just got to fix that list and we'll be off to the races.
Will Gill in the chat says my favorite coasters were Ferrari World in Abu Dhabi.
Ooh, Ferrari World's cool.
Well, how are your toes doing?
Yeah, Matt will be very confused by that statement, Kirby. He probably wasn't watching yesterday. He was in sessions.
No, I wasn't watching yesterday. What happened?
Will makes toes and bumholes for a living now.
He makes what?
Toes and bumholes.
Okay.
Medically, but like in a medical engineering office, but yeah.
Whoa, that's cool. And
it's interesting.
very unique.
He was showing like, Will, if you want to show people your toes again.
Yeah, feel free to jump on, Will.
He's making these little mock toes that students in that can practice removing ingrown toenails.
Because that's cool.
The what they used to use was like what looked like a sausage
hot dog
with a piece of wood wedged into it. I've got 7 of 20 so far. So he's making a kind of like a more realistic model that they can actually work off.
Oh, that's sweet.
And he's also
like how do you like branch into that? Like where was the market need where he's like, oh, I can help you here? Like
God knows.
I mean, like the one thing that model that he's making and it's using ballistics gel in that is a replica of a prostate, so that doctors can practice working on prostates.
It's an interesting one.
So we got to see a model of a prostate in SolidWorks on our episode yesterday. Which was quite interesting.
The amount of breadth you guys get of like people doing stuff in the software is probably incredible.
I think, and this is what we want our platform to be, is a place where we can show people that are doing like we had we had him what's his name now? Michael Puckett. I was going for Eric for some reason. We had Michael Puckett on talking about certifications. Yep. We had Photosmith talking about sculpting. We want to get you on talking about your awesome coasters.
We've got so many plans on the back of World.
Like, there's so many people that we meet at World that just do weird and wonderful things with the software, and we want a nice platform where
absolutely
see these kind of things.
And I think that's awesome because when you go to like YouTube and stuff, like you have to go individually find those people. There's not like a one-stop shop to find or like, like get like a taste of what's out there. There's like nothing that like helps usher people around.
Maybe we'll have a whole episode of Will and his toes. But yeah, like we want to, Eric who's in here with us earlier, we want to get him in because he started the first SolidWorks user group. Like 26 years
we want to speak to Eric. So one of my things is I'm thinking about starting my own user group up the north of England.
That's awesome.
Speaking to Eric would definitely be a big bonus and help for that.
Stephen Fox is toeandbumhole.com. But yeah, it's you find really, really interesting. I mean, I remember how many times people walked past your coaster and were just blown away. I remember we were standing there and you're just chatting to some people that were Disney Imagineers, blown away by what you were doing. I just sat there watching that. I was like, "This is incredible." This is so cool.
They were actually Imagineers, and it was so cool. They gave me their card. They were like, "Hey, get in contact with us. Let's see if we can hire me." Essentially, I've gotten a lot of interest from actual roller coaster companies and parks. Problem is my wife doesn't want to move, so it's hard to accept stuff when you're stuck, but we found compromise. It's okay, life's good. I got the side hustle to be an outlet.
You stuck in Detroit.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it's worked out better because I could have gone and actually designed real roller coasters, which I can still do in the future. Like, we're not really saying, no, I'm not ever going to do it. It's just not right now. So that's one way to look at it.
Well, I mean, I'll let you finish.
Okay, I was going to say, and then the secondly, even though I couldn't go do that, I'm doing what I think is even cooler. I'm trailblazing my own little path with these cutout things, which no one's done. So I think it's okay. I think it's cool that I didn't really just jump into a park or whatnot.
I mean, if you were designing coasters, you wouldn't be able to talk about anything that you do.
Absolutely.
And I think I've always wanted to do prop making for films and that stuff, but the way that I was doing prop makings, where I was sharing it and people were talking, and I was able to meet and talk with so many people. I feel like if you go into that full-on professional field, you go in such a small bubble that you can't talk and share what you do.
Exactly. Like, I work at Ford, right? And I've been working on the Bronco since I got hired in 2013? And it's like, never could talk about it. And now it's actually coming out. And everyone's like, this thing is so cool. I'm like, yeah, dude, that's like old news now. Like, you can't talk about any of it.
While we've got you, I might have bought a Ford.
What? What'd you get?
You might have bought. You did buy a Ford.
I did buy a Ford, and I want to know
basically,
what problems I need to expect in the future.
What did you get? And then we got to talk to Will here. I see he jumped on.
Yeah, Will hopped on. So I bought a Fiesta ST.
A Fiesta ST. Man, that's like a freaking go-kart with a rocket on it. Man.
Yeah, it basically is. Yeah, it's good fun.
And you got it. So it's a stick, right? The manual.
Yeah, 6-speed.
That's the only way we drive. Yeah. I just got a regular Fiesta, so it's just a go-kart.
Yeah, I basically got an ST just as a fuck you to Kirby.
Fiesta ST is so much fun. It's just a fun car.
They're just pocket rockets.
You shouldn't have any issues. I had one for a while. We were doing some testing on a vehicle, and I got to take it home for a while, and it was so much fun. Like, I don't think you'll have any issue. Like, the thing's a little loud.
Yeah, it's good fun. They're good.
Well built. Like,
I leave for work at 7 a.m. and wake the rest of the house up when I start it.
Like, it's like this little dinky car going, and you're like, what? Why?
Honestly, you put it in sport mode, you get pops and bangs the full lot out the exhaust. It's so fun.
Yeah, dude, it's just a fun freaking ride.
What do you drive, Will? Do you drive like a little snow sled, or do you have like huskies?
Snow sleds.
Yeah, just snowmobiles, all ski-doos. Ski-Doo 1200, like mountain series. Like,
is that how you got to work today? That sounds like way more fun.
Yeah, no, it's really cold here today. It was like minus 32 this morning. So
Jesus, you got us beat. I was on
We're just like, my God, it's -1.
I was on -6, and that was a big deal. Will's like, it's -32.
Like negative summer.
It's very cold. I drive old Toyota Celica that I did an engine swap on, and I've been driving it since high school. So I've had it for 12 years.
Yeah, but it's your pride and joy, and that's what matters, Will.
It's a little bit of a piece of junk now, so I'm looking to get rid of it. But I did really love that thing when I was in high school.
Dude, in high school, you were probably a chick magnet with it.
The girls loved it. It is a really girly car.
Yeah, boy.
I mean, Matt, didn't you have to do a commercial for your competitors?
Yeah, so I got roped into a Rube Goldberg machine. So I'm not allowed, obviously, to work with my competitor, but it was for Car and Driver, specifically for my side hustle. So a Rube Goldberg machine for Car and Driver, making fun of the Infiniti QX30. Although it's my desktop background right now. I can show you really quick.
Have you thought about making more of those Rube Goldberg machines?
Yeah.
Like little kits, little wooden kits.
Well, that was kind of the idea with like the marble runs. It's like you could kind of do like a mousetrap thing. Like, here's a picture of it on my desktop of what it was. I actually designed the Pinewood Derby ramp in SolidWorks. So
did you build the whole thing, or did you work on a team that?
No, it was all myself, and I had a little bit of help from a good buddy of mine. He helped me move everything around, and he helped me test everything. But no, I built everything in my uncle's garage, and then we went to the studio, and then the best part, I'm going to tell you another little story. The best part about this whole thing, we had to take a bunch of pictures because obviously Car and Driver is a magazine. So I set it up, and the model was in the set position for 2 hours while they took pictures. And the whole time, I'm just like, is this thing even going to work? And so after 2 hours of taking pictures of this bloody thing, they're like, all right, you ready to run it? I'm like, yeah, it's been sitting ready. Like, I'm surprised we didn't knock anything over. And then we went to run it the first time and it worked flawlessly. And we used the first take for their commercial because after the first run through, it didn't ever work again. And I was like, I don't understand why. Like, there'd be like some stupid little thing would happen where it's like, like something wasn't placed correctly. It's like the first time after it sat for 2 hours, it worked perfectly, and then never again. So, and it was cool because like it went the first time, and we're like, the guy was like, we got the shot, we got it, like we're done, wrap this up. And I was like, we could do it again. Like, I don't know, like it's funny because we did it again. And
you just wanted to do it again.
Yeah, he caught me.
Were there any points where you would like start setting it up and then like trigger it by accident?
Yeah, that would happen a lot, actually. That's why, that's why I take, or I wanted to make the point that it sat for 2 hours without anything, and then it worked. And then every other time we go to set it up, something would happen, like someone would fall over. Or,
yeah,
it was a whole thing.
That's awesome. So you managed to cast some toes there, Will.
I did cast some toes. I have a prostate here for you guys now.
So you actually brought a prostate.
Well,
how does this work?
I cast this yesterday.
So this was the one that was in the fridge, or the one that was in the oven?
This was the one in the oven. It was still liquid when we were talking yesterday. So the let's see, the 3D printed stand is just in there to hold it up right now. But what ends up happening is I'll take that out, and then I'll pour the gelatin around it, which will probably happen in a couple hours because I need to wait for it to first heat up and dissolve and then cool back down. But the prostate floats, and then it'll be located by the 3 screws, which are held to a base. So the entire base there is ballistics gel, and then it's held down by like the edge of this cylinder. So the mold of the prostate kind of seals the base. And then this is the urethra, and then I have a 3D printed locator. So I put it's a Delrin rod that goes in to create the cavity for the anus. And then I just put it in the fridge, and the gelatin solidifies around it, and then we have a phantom.
That's awesome. So Caroline, I'm sure you're more than welcome to join into the Zoom call as well. It's all in the description.
I have a question though. How'd you get into this? Like, how? Where was there like a market need, or like you just knew someone that was like, hey, if you make these, you can make money, or like, what was
It's just who I knew. So, when I did my internship at the University of Calgary Machine Shop, that's when I met Christian, who him and I later started the Bowhead company and stuff like that. But originally, the reason I worked with Christian was him and I worked together in this shop in the medical physics design lab. And after we started Bowhead, I was looking for something a little different, and the full-time position here opened up. So I've been working on this stuff full-time now.
That is so cool.
And yeah, it kind of really plays to my strengths of I'm good at designing something from concept, but then I can also make it. So for this project, like all I got from the physicists was we need a prostate phantom to do test brachytherapy on, and they gave me a really crappy STL of a scanned prostate. And they're like, go do your thing.
So I don't want to like interrupt Kirby's questions, but I got so many.
Go for it. Like, I'm more than happy for you to ask as many questions as you want.
So do you get you got an STL file, which was from like an MRI, or how did they acquire that STL file?
So the initial scan I got was from a CT scan, but we realized that the prostate was it wasn't really the right shape, because what happens when you insert the 3D probe in is it kind of squishes the prostate in a specific way. So the scan wasn't looking properly when they were looking at it with the probe in. So what we did was we used a 3D ultrasound to get a scan of the prostate, and then that way it's deformed in the right way, like a probe is in. So in the phantom, it's deformed properly.
Oh, that's cool. Because like like I got a bunch of MRIs, and I always like was joking. I'm like, oh, I should take that data and like see if there's a way to post process it and 3D print like body parts.
I've seen people who have 3D printed their own brain and stuff.
Yeah, like that's exactly where I was going with that. Like you can do all sorts of stuff, I'm assuming.
It's a little difficult just because a lot of medical software doesn't have the capability to directly output usable files or like usable files to us. So sometimes you get like a weird point cloud or something. So I usually end up having to take something into like Blender and work some magic in there and then import that into SolidWorks or something.
Gotcha. That's fascinating.
Really cool. And then he's doing toes as well. He's got good...
here, I'll grab a grab some of the toes.
Because I know
I've got to see those toes.
I know, Matt, this is also something you'd appreciate because it's completely unique.
Yeah, no, I love that stuff. And like, I'm so curious when it comes to just alternative.
I'm gonna have like an army by the end of next week.
It's gonna be those like little thumbs from
so
that.
Good. So is that modeled off of somebody?
It's himself, right?
So I have a CPR phantom. Sorry?
Is it from your toe?
No. I wouldn't be patient enough to let the silicone set. I stole it off of the foot of the CPR.
You're gonna have an army of thumbs from Spy Kids. You just paint them red.
Yeah.
What material?
I can like super glue them. Right now they're just plaster.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just trying to like make a bunch cheaply so I can make like a master mold of 20. So they're just plaster of Paris right now.
And where's the old version?
The old version, it looks like this. So this is what the
hell of a toe.
That's
what she said.
Eventually I'll get back to something like this with the like skin colored rubber with a nail in it, but I have like a nice 3D printed nail.
Those are gross.
Yeah. You're twisted,
this looks really gross, yeah.
You're twisted.
Like the smile on your face is just like I am in my element.
I love feet.
I'm allowed to enjoy my work, okay? Even if it's weird.
But it's cool how you're given the freedom to just really explore. You know, you're given a kind of like, oh, we want to try and do this, and you've got the freedom to kind of explore how you're going to do it or figure out unique ways to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
There's
think it was
things
already
that I
very
don't get to.
obvious, but I'm terribly jealous of your job. I think that's so cool.
Depending on how top priority some of the projects are, I have to kind of just do them properly and fast. But for some of the long-term projects, I get to explore different ideas or try different things, and sometimes they don't work out. But usually, with some brainstorming with like the medical physicists, we can come up with something that's gonna work.
Kirby. Yes. Have you noticed our YouTube subscriber count?
Has it been done?
Well, I subscribed yesterday for you guys.
Yeah.
So
oh yeah, I've been plugging this in the meetup hive mind things that I was going to.
Was it Sean that was hosting it again?
Oh, hang on. I think Matt might be about to subscribe if he hasn't already.
Just did.
You just did. Hang on. 100.
Did you get it? Did I get it?
Yeah,
am I number 100? Where's my prize?
Friendship.
When we make t-shirts, Matt, you can have one.
Yes. I want to say the 100th subscriber. When you guys go big, I want that.
Boom.
When, not if.
Damn, we did it, Kirby.
We finally done it.
That's guys.
We've done
it.
We can retire now.
We some advice.
Go for it.
I'm going to be going to the, it's supposed to be for students. That sucks. Well, whatever. They always try to make them just for students. I'm going to go to the career fair that's going to be hosted as part of the conference. And everyone knows career fairs are terrible and pretty much the worst. But like...
honestly, SolidWorks got me both of my jobs. So I'm never going to complain about a job. SolidWorks basically sold my current employer on me. So I'm living for it.
When you say SolidWorks did that, do you mean the SolidWorks company advocated on your behalf, or the fact that you could use SolidWorks?
The fact that I use SolidWorks and do all these extra things with SolidWorks, just it makes you stand out. So it's definitely worth tagging along to that one, Caroline. I went in Dallas when it was my first year, and it is useful.
I don't contest that. However, this is going to be a career fair hosted at a SolidWorks convention. I think we are all united by the fact that we haven't used SolidWorks. So y'all got any tips for how to leave an actual lasting impression? I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but like, it's been just a terrible slog trying to apply for stuff. And, you know, unfortunately, the current climate has allowed the standard of companies responding to applicants to just be that they don't respond, and that, you know, you never get to talk to someone face to face.
Yeah, I think I've been there. I graduated a couple of years ago, and it's basically like if they don't want you, they just don't reply, which is it's standard now. It's standard across the board, not just with
you just never hear anything, and it's the absolute worst.
Yeah, I'm sure like Matt and Will would have been there at some point in life. It's you just don't let it get you down. You keep applying, you keep persevering. I think before I got my first job, I probably applied to 50 plus roles. You know, competitions there, hundreds.
Yeah. For an internship, it was crazy. Probably like 200.
Yeah,
and like
it's
for me, it was I didn't want to work in oil and gas, but I live in Alberta.
All right,
like
Will, sit down.
All the engineers wanted to, like, that's the only jobs here. So I was like,
all right,
applying for places in Europe.
Will, do you know what I did when I left uni?
Worked in OG.
I worked in oil and gas.
Yeah.
I'm here in the Northeast U.S. and I just generally at like a personal ethics level, I don't want to work in defense, and they're the only jobs for engineers in this entire area are like, we build the missile control launch systems so that we can more effectively destroy buildings in other places. And I'm like, I just don't want to do that.
Oh, you don't want to work at Raytheon?
No, I don't. I freaking don't. It's actually very near, like the place where I'm working with an entrepreneur friend, and we have some rented office space, and it's actually directly next to one of the branches of BAE Systems. And it's just like, I know that these are really cool. I know that there are tons of engineers who work there, and that they're, you know, obviously defense is where the really, really, really cutting edge style of engineering is taking place. It's also just like, I don't know if I made that compromise, what next? You know?
There's compromise and there's money, and you know, money makes the world go around.
Say, yeah, no, I'll take that. Yep.
You could get hired on and just do.
It came down to it, perhaps in a deep level contract position, but still.
I was saying you could get hired on and just do a poor job and hold them back.
Take the system down from the inside. Oh, okay.
It would help with your ethics problem.
I'm sure that would go over great with the Department of Defense.
You just say you're incompetent. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oops, I dropped the laser guidance system. How could you do that? It was bolted to the table. I accidentally unbolted all of them. So sorry. And then I pushed it off. But it weighed 400 pounds. Yeah, directions unclear. So sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I had to disappear for a little bit because my internet's being weird.
Oh, Kirby's absolutely trashing us.
No, it's not me. That should be okay.
Well,
it should be all right.
Well, guys, I actually have to get going, but it was lovely talking to all of you.
No, thanks for calling by, Matt. We greatly appreciate it and can't wait to host you on your own episode.
Absolutely, just keep me on speed dial, and then I'll let you know when we got cool stuff coming out that I think you guys might like.
And thanks for the subscriber.
Yes, 100. Woo!
Yeah, boy.
Yay!
I'm so excited. That's what made this all awesome.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Talk later, mate. Bye.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm running out of people to make subscribe.
We don't need any more. We're good. We're at 100.
We're good now. I hope you've done that custom URL.
The entirety of the world.
I don't know if I can do it right now.
Stop them when you hit 60.
My internet seems to have stabilized for some reason now.
I'll stop pushing subscriptions when I make enough money off YouTube to quit my day job.
Is that what you want to do, Johnny?
I just want an easy life, Will.
Just want to be like PewDiePie. Just
no. To be fair, I absolutely love my day job now. It's absolutely unreal.
What do you do?
Good.
So I'm a mechanical design engineer for a company that makes all sorts of like white goods, household goods. So I do a lot of problem solving, a lot of sort of mechanical simulation, that sort of thing.
Oh, simulation for it. Wait, what kind? Like
the whole simulation that we live
really
in.
Cool. What I want to do is mechanical design engineering, specifically, probably at this point for consumer goods. I trained in biomedical engineering and was very interested in doing medical devices, but now that I've worked in medical devices for a while, I gotta say that while I am still fascinated by them, the levels of bureaucracy and regulation that are around them are pretty soul crushing. Like, it is something where you're like, wow, we have this amazing idea. The world needs this now. This is incredible. We've proven that it works. But it's going to be multiple millions of dollars and years of development before you're ever going to see any like positive impact from that. And part of me wants to just work on just making things. I want to make something. I can make things in my personal life that, you know, I can go from idea to finished product in under a day. And it's awesome to be able to say, I had a hand in making this, and here it is.
Yeah, you have to jump through hoops to get regulations. You have to certify products. You have to get your CE mark or whatever it's called in America. You have to do all sorts of tests to prove that it's viable for like commercial sale. And it's something you have to deal with. There's quick ways of doing it. A lot of my role is solving problems of products which have been launched and have come back. We've had feedback on, and that things could be better. Things aren't strong enough. So I take parts of our products, revise the design, send it out for tool mods for injection molding, that sort of thing, and make it stronger, make it actually more fit for purpose. So we have our design team, and then there's sort of me who takes a step back and goes, actually, yeah, your design's really cool, but it won't survive in the real world. So we actually need to add this, and this to make it viable.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's always kind of, there's always some red tape that you have to go through to be able to.
Oh yeah.
To do anything.
Honestly, sometimes I'm the arsehole that goes, that won't survive. That's not good enough. We need to change this, and this.
Oh yeah. And I think that's, you know, obviously that's part of any design environment anywhere, but it is definitely sometimes kind of frustrating to at least be working in the mechanical space. And at my last job, we were working on something that had been, you know, in development 6+ years or whatever, and it's just like, it would be so great if they could even just start selling these things, but they can't, you know. And it's so just knowing like, oh wait, I think we finally finalized this. No, we're going to have to do an entire new revision build, you know.
Yeah, design is based on iteration. I'm sure Will in his past, and Kirby, iteration design is what makes you better at designing. I'm sure Will, who had a hand in like the bowhead reach and all that, how many iterations you guys probably went through is
countless.
Yeah, exactly. You don't reach you have your idea straight away, but you'll go through 5, 6, 7, 10 iterations of a certain part to get it the way you want it to actually be.
And sometimes it's not even like you made a mistake the first time. Like sometimes just customers aren't using it the way that you expected.
Yeah, we have that a lot. It's like, well, what do you mean it doesn't work anymore? You left it on for like a week straight. It's like, it literally says using like 40-minute bursts. It's like, well, there's your issue.
What do you mean you bent the frame rails? Oh, we were just jumping at 10 feet in the air.
Yeah, exactly. That was if I had a bowhead Will, it would be like jumping bridges.
I'd like to register a complaint. I took this into the bath with me and tried to use it underwater, and then it broke. You're like,
fix it.
Hello? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
I think Will's dodging calls.
I'm trying to make sure that the calls work. Could you see the phone lighting up?
Yeah, I saw it, and I saw you turn around and go, "Not today."
No, my coworker answered it. So.
Oh, cool.
I have someone else in the shop today with me. I'm not alone.
Nice. Friend.
Yeah.
That's really cool, kind of seeing your prostate again. Johnny, you missed his prostate.
I saw it yesterday.
No, the actual prostate.
Well.
I
I gotta see the real thing.
Yeah.
He's got the real thing.
He's going to turn around and bend over, squat and cough.
My webcam's not that good.
Sure.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
So yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, that tube's freaking me out a little bit though.
Yeah,
that's the
weird.
It's the urethra.
It's making my urethra hurt.
Oh, is that made of a piece of rubber tubing?
No, okay, so this is just actually a catheter. It's a really thick catheter, so I'd hate to ever. It's very large, but yeah. You can see you can kind of see the bubble in the prostate. That's not supposed to be there, but when I pour the gelatin in, I just I let it fill that void, and then it's fine.
That's awesome, Will.
Yeah,
it's
you definitely. I've iterated that mold probably.
Yeah, you will. That's design.
Times.
It's design.
Yeah.
You iterate, you change, you make things better.
Unless you're like Johnny and you just like, it's fine. That'll do.
I don't know what you mean. I design everything perfect the third time around.
So I'm gonna have to go to this career fair, and so I ask you this question. Generally speaking, obviously, when you're at a career fair, everybody's doing the career fair thing where they're like, "Hi, it's me. This is the professional version of who I am. I'm so happy to meet you."
Just be yourself.
You know what? I'm quite honest about myself.
I personally hate that, but there's also certain layers of propriety where it's just like, I mean, do you have to be that professional? I mean, I do have strawberries in my hair right now, so what are you gonna do for overall vibe and demeanor? But
you know what? That's you, and you've got to be yourself with jobs.
The thing is, if they're not willing to take your personality, it's not worth it. I like the job I'm in. I just went in as me. I didn't try and put myself on a pedestal or anything. I just went at it.
That's it. I turned up to my interview. I went, "This is me. This is what I do. This is what I've done. This is what I think I can do for you guys. So if you want me, give me a call tomorrow. If not, I'll be down the pub probably.
Come join."
Yeah, pretty much.
I guess I gotta get rolling. I have a meeting here, so
thanks, Will. Enjoy the meeting.
I will join back later, maybe with a finished poured prostate, so you can see it in the gelatin. But
nice. I love this. A whole story of prostates.
We're getting a whole story of prostate exams.
Yeah,
all right. Talk to you later, guys.
See you later, Will.
Incredible insight. All right. Thank you guys so much for your help. I'm gonna go do that career fair, and I'm gonna bring my authentic vibe.
No worries, Caroline. Thanks. Yeah, be for yourself.
I'll probably pop back on later.
Gelatin podcast. That'll be a name for a podcast. Gelatin podcasts.
Gelatin podcast.
Gelatin prostates. What a podcast. Yes, I know. It's kind of strange. I've got to go to the shop because I'm out of Coke.
Really?
I forgot to go today when I had all the time in the world.
I'm out of mixers, but I've sent Vicky's brother to sort me out with mixers.
No, I might go in a little bit quickly. It's the shop's like 5 doors down.
Yeah, it's not far.
Because I think my food is ready as well.
Oh damn.
So I don't know if you want to just do a full break with just some music, and I'll listen. See if anyone joins in.
What time are we on? We're on 7 o'clock. Yeah, we're getting there. Hang on. It's up to you, man. I don't mind hanging around for a little while.
Because I think today, for the first time, we have a cutoff point.
Yeah, we actually do. I mean, Ivan's looking chat. Maybe after we come back, Ivan, you can hop on. We can chat about what you do with SolidWorks.
Yeah, you can tell us all the other exploits you do. You having a good time there?
Loving it.
Loving it. Yeah, for some reason my internet dropped out. Like, it didn't drop because the Zoom was fine. It was a bit scratchy a little bit, but the stream just decided, I'm not having it. So I had to quickly go and check, did my internet just drop out or something like that? But luckily not.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily not, because that would be a nightmare. Trust that. Have two full 7-hour streams, and then the last one, it's like, I can't handle it. I've taken too much.
Too much, mate. Yeah, I can't deal with this.
My internet company is just like, mate, what are you doing?
Yeah, I think today's a little bit quieter for us, but looking at the schedule, you've got all your meetups, all that kind of stuff. I think the likes of like Brad and all them will be doing that, and I think later on we maybe see some people materializing. 7:30's the last meetup session, so maybe we might even get Sean and Dan back, and they can chat user groups.
Is it half day today?
No, but that's Sean's last session, I think.
Yeah, because I'm sure they're really busy today. I'm quite bummed. I can't actually go and watch back some of the Don't Miss the Demo things because they've now made them private, which is a bit lame. Let's have a look, see. What is this agenda? I think it's agenda at a glance I need to look at to be able to see where... Can't black the times because tonight our plan is to finish at 11 o'clock UK time, which is 6 p.m. Eastern time, which I think is the end of world. Oh yeah, Friday's all the reseller stuff. So,
dude, Solid Solutions in the UK, sign me up.
Let's have a look. See. Thursday, we got the meetups till 10 a.m. We got general session till 11 a.m. Reseller general sessions 4 p.m., 5 p.m., 5 p.m. So yeah, it seems like the day's ending today at 5 p.m.
Cool. Well, I might have missed Sean and Dan, so we'll see what comes of that.
5:30 p.m., which is an hour before Heather's thing. So yeah, it looks like we should be finishing off around between 5 and 6 Eastern time. 11 o'clock, 10, 11 tonight. So well, that's like three.
What do you think? We take 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Come back 7:30ish UK time.
That's 25 minutes, Johnny.
Yeah.
Because my food is now just finished up, and that means I can also quickly nip to the shop. Okay, I'm going to put this on the break mode. I think it's a good place to break it. Can you put a comment in the chat and pin it as well?
What's going?
And then I can switch it to the break. For those, just stick about. We'll be back in like 20 minutes. I am listening in. So I will be sat here. Just my camera will be off so you don't see me. I'm nom-nomming. I mean, unless you're into that. Unless you enjoy watching people eat. So we'll just be on mute. There'll be a bit of music in that, but we should be back in 20 minutes. I'll keep an eye on this. Cool. So yeah, I'll be right quick at the shop as well. We'll see you guys in 20 minutes.
Yes. An apiarist.
Yes.
I also love bees, so that's part of why I like mead.
When you walk in,
I'm looking it up now.
He's got a hive inside the meter with the showroom, and there's a tunnel, there's a tube that goes out, and they're creating a columnized hive vertically up to the ceiling. It is so cool.
Yes, I love that.
That their mead, he just won a gold medal for his red bamboo. I think it was for his red bamboo at the National Mead Fair, wherever that was.
There's a cool thing is a cool thing that we done here. I don't know if you've ever done like interactive theater night things.
Mm-mm.
Where it's like instead of going to watch a theater show on stage, you're basically part of the show.
Oh, you're in it. Yes.
So you got the actors around and you're the extras. Excellent. Thanks, Brandon. Brandon brought some whiskey along. Let's chill. Lekker. He's a friend of mine back in South Africa. But yeah, we did this one where it's like cowboy themed during Prohibition. You pay it's fairly cheap because it's like a cocktail hour kind of thing. So they mix cocktails for you, but you don't pay for the alcohol because you have to sneak your own alcohol in. So like if you like cocktails out of brandy, or if you like cocktails out of rum and that, you got to sneak a whole bottle in with you, and you go into this like underground bar, and you then have to sneak your bottles to the barman, and you're drinking, and then the sheriff will walk in. You got to hide your drinks, and he comes and questions you, and then you have other people that will pull you to side rooms to play little side games with them, or little side stories. So like you won't always have the same people approaching you, so you'll be interlinked in different kind of side stories at the same time, and then it's this whole hour-long theater show that they have, and then they keep bringing you cocktails mixed with your bottle that you bring. I think you end up with like 4 cocktails at the end of it, and you pay like £20 for an entry, and it's really, really fun. They got a bunch of them around London now. That's
actually awesome.
I've actually done one of those. They are very cool.
We did a Great Gatsby one, which was probably the best one we've done.
If you come back to Boston, we have to go to what it's called Blue Man Group. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
No, but they're big. They were big in Vegas and that.
Yeah. Well, the original is at the Charles Playhouse in the Back Bay of Boston, and because it's a small theater, they make the audience part of the show. Sometimes, not all the time, but they go out into the audience. And one time I was there taking in a show, the guy walked up to me, he's all painted in blue, looks at me, looks away, looks at me, looks away, does this to me. So I put out my hand, he takes the gum out of his mouth that he was whatever he was chewing up on stage, put it in my hand, folded my hand and put it to my heart and walked away.
Wow. Yeah, like when we're doing the Great Gatsby thing, because you're watching that go on, you basically Gatsby's guests.
Okay.
And like while something's happening, you'll have an actor tap on your back saying "Follow me," and then they've got same thing, multiple rooms with different storylines happening in the actual story. So you can go many times and experience different things. And like for example, me and my wife, we were watching some like a fight happening, and then one of the actresses pulled us aside, just me and her, and we went into a room with one of the actors. And we had to play a little side story with just me and my wife and these 2 actors, and we had to basically convince the wife that her husband isn't cheating. So the husband sits us down and talks to us about how we need to talk to her, and then we go and talk to her, and they all stay in character the whole time. And it was just really, really awesome. And no one else that went got to have that little experience. So like this little moment for us. And
that's awesome.
If we go back, I know that, if I go sit on that side of the room, maybe I'll be pulled to do something else.
I do a lot of community theater and stuff, and I love when there are opportunities for kind of acting and immersive theatrical works that are just sort of different, get people into it who might not have otherwise been a part of it.
Yeah, it's you have to be confident enough and all right with being pulled around those kind of environments. I mean, if you want, you can really sit in the back and only experience what happens in the main room, but you have more fun really getting involved.
Being part of it.
And yeah, we did the Great Gatsby one first, and we were just like, this is my new favorite thing. We have to do this more. And that was in summer last year that we did it. So like it's all shut down now, and they can't really do it again just yet because they can't bring those crowds in. They can't take them into small rooms.
Yeah,
it kind of loses a bit of its magic.
Yeah. Is COVID still pretty tight in the UK? Like very restricted?
Well, because we had the kind of like the variant, the UK variant that they discovered, which was in like the same county as me, which is fun. Right. And then they've also we're getting a bit of an outbreak of the South African variant, which the new Oxford what do you call it? The jab doesn't it doesn't do too well against it. Yeah, the vaccine doesn't work too well against the South African variant, so we've got that as well. So we've been in hard lockdown. Well, my county and has been in hard lockdown since the beginning of December. So we're essentially in our third lockdown. But the country went into lockdown like a week before Christmas, and we've been in full lockdown since then.
What does full lockdown mean? Because I don't think we've had full lockdown, at least not in the Northeast here.
They do.
Close, yeah, very close.
So what they do is there's 4 tiers. Your first tier is everything's open, except for theaters and some cinemas, and sporting events. But you can go to the shops, but you have to still social distance. Tier 2 is a bit more strict. I think theaters and kind of social gatherings are banned.
Mm-hmm.
Tier 3 is only shops are open. You can only go out just to the shops and that. And then you got Tier 4, which is full lockdown, and that's essential shops only that can be open.
Okay.
So it's kind of complicated, and there's like sub rules and all that stuff. But so like for example, we were in Tier 3 in December, so we couldn't go to a restaurant or anything. But the county next to me, which is a 5-minute drive, was in Tier 2, which means we went there for dinner at a restaurant. Because they can't stop us crossing, because it's physically impossible to stop everybody and ask them where you're going.
Right.
So like where the Warner Brothers Studios, where we went to go to the Harry Potter Museum, the Harry Potter Studios and that area was in Tier 2, so we can go to that. And we went from a Tier 3 area to there. And they advise you shouldn't be doing this, but a lot of these places, that money's money. They need that money.
They got to make money.
Yeah, and then South Africa, they banned the sale of alcohol and cigarettes during COVID.
Really?
Yeah, the cigarettes was more of a scandal thing because the health secretary's brother is kind of apparently linked with illegal sales of cigarettes in the country.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like a bit sus on that side. But the alcohol was basically drunk people can't social distance.
We had prohibition here in the States. It didn't last very long.
Yeah, I thought, what about like people who are actually medically addicted career alcoholics? Because if you go cold turkey on stuff like that, you can die.
Yeah, I mean, it also caused problems because as soon as they opened up the liquor stores again, everybody went to the liquor stores.
Yeah, you're no kidding.
And Brandon was telling me he came in on day one onto our stream. He was saying that they found out that as soon as they banned alcohol, 95% of like drunk accidents just disappeared. No, disappeared.
Oh, disappeared.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things though where it's like they can cite those statistics. However, you have to understand that it's like, you know, when they say like, oh, when states make wearing a helmet while you're riding a bike mandatory, then they get, you know, a huge spike in people admitted to the hospital after bike accidents or whatever, or after motorcycle accidents.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, yeah, you're going to see that spike because now they're going to the hospital before they just died, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, before they had access to the alcohol and there were drunk driving incidents. Now they don't have access to the alcohol, so there will be fewer driving incidents related to alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, like my mother, who's she's between 70 and 80, I think. So my wife's giving me one hell of a look.
Getting a crusty eye.
Yeah. She's 68.
How old's your mother?
68.
68.
So she's been in hospital. Well, not during this, but she had a bad bout in hospital with bronchial pneumonia and had half of one of her lungs removed. So she's definitely on the list of she's going to stay at home.
That's a scary time
she's out there
right
buying cigarettes illegally. Just dealing with, like, she found someone that knows a cop that comes and delivers it to her. And that's how she got her cigarettes during the ban. But now they've passed a law apparently that they can no longer ban cigarettes.
Well, we, as the United States, we had prohibition, and I think that prohibition lasted close to 7 or 10 years or something like that, maybe 13. And the day prohibition was lifted, breweries that had converted to making sodas or whatever else they were trying to produce, like the day of prohibition, they had beer ready to go. So what were they doing during prohibition? They were making beer.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what a lot of them were doing. They were buying these buckets and doing pineapple beer and all that kind of beer, making their own beer. But my wife's father.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But my wife's father, he studied chemical engineering and basically understands a lot about chemistry. So he ended up becoming a brewmaster in SAB Brews, and always has been passionate about brewing beer. And he's got his own brewery at home now, little microbrewery. So I got to brew with him when we went back to South Africa.
Awesome.
And make our own brew. So he found a recipe that allowed us to ferment it in 2 weeks because we were only there for 2 weeks. And I've got one bottle left, and he gave us the recipe and everything, and he made little bottle labels. He enjoys it. He was going to make his own. He was going to make his own kit, but he figured out it would take too much time, so he retired and just bought the kits.
Nothing like brewing beer.
Oh yeah, no, brewing is very fun. A bunch of friends of mine got very into it in our last years in college, and I helped them out with it a few times. It's just generally pretty cool. Hello, Dan.
You're gonna brew beer. This guy knows about brewing beer.
And Ryan's joined us as well.
And you're on mute.
And I was muted.
Hey,
yes.
One of the only people who's actually in Nashville for World.
Yeah, where is everybody? You said you'd come back.
Ryan, you get the memo?
Ryan, you didn't cancel your flight? What's wrong?
Johnny, you missed it. Ed's got a beer with him this time.
Yeah, good for you, man.
I've run out of mixer. I'm struggling. I'm either going to have to do rum straight or I'm going to have to wait for someone to deliver me some more mixer.
What are you drinking, Ed?
This is a Czech-style Pilsner from Schilling Brewery, which is in Littleton, New Hampshire.
Nice. That's awesome.
Hampshire.
The Pilsner's a nice 230 beer. That's good.
Yeah, well, it's a Czech style, so it's or Czech or Bohemian. It has a little bit more of a malty backbone, so they are a little more flavorful. But I also like a clean Pilsner too, with just the corn, the maize, nice and clean.
Brandon, because he's in South Africa, says he made wine at home during the first lockdown, and he 3D printed the airlock for it.
That's cool. I'm gonna kill my VPN. I think it's killing me right now.
Your dog is so cute.
Beer stuff. Matter of fact, some of the stuff I have here on my desk is for stuff I'm trying to get a patent for. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
So we can't see it.
No, I can't show you. It's intellectual property.
if you say patent pending, it's fine. Apparently.
True. It's only good for a year, though.
Yeah, just make up a number.
I was interested in knowing what you do as your business. I take it that the business you have listed on LinkedIn is your own company.
Right. I have not updated that I'm at Keurig Dr. Pepper for personal reasons that I won't get into. Nothing severe. Just I want to keep advertising the business, and then at some point I'll put Keurig Dr. Pepper on there if I'm still there by the time that happens.
Right.
Is Keurig Dr. Pepper in the Massachusetts area?
Their headquarters are in Burlington.
Oh.
We have a division. We have divisions all over the world. We're an international company, but our biggest division is in Burlington. Waco, not Waco, Texas, just outside Dallas, Texas, Fort Worth, somewhere area down there, and in Asia.
Huh. What do you do for them?
I am their CAD admin.
Oh, huh.
Nice.
That's cool.
It is
We were
very
talking
cool.
about that in one of the breakout sessions earlier this morning.
Mm-hmm. I'm
So
the
you're
CAD
the person
admin.
to make sure that nobody screws up the entire CAD system from the top down or bottom up or whatever.
It's pretty hard to do, but yeah, for the most part, my job is to evaluate, make sure we have the right tools, make sure we're looking at future tools, processes. I'm a part of the SOP team, and not that I want to be, but I am.
No one wants to be that.
I was supposed to be part of their prototype team as a quasi member, but when COVID hit, because the prototype team's there in Burlington, and my team, which is knowledge management, is working from home, that stopped. So.
Oh, guys, we got to turn. Sorry, not to interrupt you, but we got to turn on the top 10, right? Is that right?
Oh, I got it on right here.
I got it.
You guys want to watch it together?
Oh, is top 10 the more important thing to watch? I've got the Model Mania presentation.
I was gonna do both. Just have them. Put them both up.
I got it over here.
Yeah, Dan, you're just the man that Jonny wants to speak to.
Yeah, Dan, we got some news for you too.
Jonny, I've been hearing whispers, man. There's like
what
the
whispers?
halls are talking, and I'm here to ask you what's
Dan,
the deal?
this hallway podcast must be going further than we thought.
It is. It's making it all the way here.
No, we think we might have some new user group in the offing, is what we're thinking.
Okay, all right. I would be honored, man. It would be an honor.
We would be honored, Dan.
Oh, please! It's all.
He's got the bug.
Yeah.
The bug is bitten him.
Dude, it was like Tuesday night. I was like, you know what? Why hasn't anyone in the north of England actually made a user group? It's my time to actually step up.
That was going to be my question: is how, like, geographically, where are you in relation to Kirby?
So I'm
Very
like
north.
5 hours north of Kirby, so I'm closer to Scotland.
Before I do that, what I want to do is I want to add.
That would be awesome, man.
He's closer to DriveWorks and Scotland. So I know Rachel mentioned something that there is a user group, or she was looking to open a user group in Scotland.
Let me share.
Or she was going to visit a customer in Scotland.
I'll just drop it in. You know what? What's better, the YouTube or here?
Either or.
Okay, I'll do it here. We're getting this posted very soon, but it's done. This link is not so nice, but we have a shortened URL which doesn't look so crappy, but it's solidworks.com/user group leader application, and it just goes to this Smartsheet form. So again, this kind of just spells out, you know, what's entailed in being a user group leader, what the reimbursements are, all that kind of stuff. And this is really similar to what Sean did for the Champions program. So this probably feels kind of like that of what he did for that.
Looks fairly similar.
That crafty Sean, he figures out so many things.
Yeah.
But
He's a smart
he is IT Eminem.
Yeah, I like that. I'm going to use that. On the back end, I've already got like 5 or 6 applicants this week just from World, like showing this to different students and stuff. So cool. That's your gateway, man. Just walk right through. Come on in.
We need good placements for us older guys.
Yeah, like Jonny's whole area is very kind of mining orientated and industrial orientated. So I'm sure there's a lot of companies out that way, and he's studied out that side as well.
I got connections to universities in the Northeast. Solid Solutions, which is a reseller in the UK, has a big office near me.
Okay. So this other page, I'll just type this out because these URLs are ugly, but it's solidworks.com/user or swug-in group details. Yep. So I'll drop this in here. This is kind of just a quick way to see what group. Oh, that didn't make it a link for you. Sorry, Jonny. But
I'll figure it out, Dan. It's fine. I'm used to dealing with Kirby's amateurs.
You figure out how to copy and paste, yeah.
That was what uni taught me.
This is a list where you can see. So, like in Europe, for example, we don't have a lot of groups, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we definitely need some more support there, man.
Cool.
It helps. I mean, like Jonny, you know Luke Frost. He fought with Luke.
Yep.
He runs the user group down near Wales.
Midlands way, isn't it? Yeah.
By the way, I can't get into that room. It says it's full. So you guys tell me what the top 10 is. Whatever it is.
I'm sure Ryan's going to hook us up with the intel.
Yeah, I was sitting there checking to see if the community is still live on Swim. See if I could. Yeah, I can still see into it. Let's see.
And it's going to be a cut with a thin.
The Model Mania guy doing the model in real time is amazing.
Who is it? Let me see.
Mark.
But did they say who won? Oh.
Yeah.
What was the time?
Okay, so I can play Mark's at least.
He's just going through how to make it.
Okay, I'm sure he might pop on afterwards because he.
Oh, cool.
He's been hanging out with us quite a bit, which is quite nice.
Can't get I can't see the top 10s, but I can see this.
Yeah, same here.
It's all right, Dan. We had this last year as well. Even if you're a SolidWorks employee, you can't get in anything.
Your boy got Coke and it was delivered.
I'm out of mixer, Kirby, so we got some serious issues at this end.
Brandon's brought whiskey, so it's a party.
I wish. Give me a couple hours.
Yeah, you guys are nearly off the clock.
Dan's, no one's watching.
I know, but for me, I have this built-in have to pick up my son from school at like 4-ish.
Oh.
So that's at least keeps me honest, you know.
Low ABV, Dan. Low ABV, like a session bit. That's
low. You couldn't organize a deal for this week.
I'll tell you what, I swindled some stuff this week, Kirby. I've already like the full day Monday, basically like barricading myself in the basement here. Like I'm down here.
Did you make a comment at the summit about
I did.
Shout out to your wife for
shout out to my wife. She literally kept him quiet. I don't know how. Because we had snow too. So his school was closed Monday. He was home. And yeah, it was just terrible. But like I literally tied the basement door shut with a bungee cord so he couldn't open it.
I'm sure you've seen that video of that guy in the BBC doing his talk and his kid just rolling in.
Kid comes in and then like I think it's his wife or somebody comes in behind him and like slowly pulls the kid out. And he's bombed a lot of video, like a lot of web chats, and like it is what it is. He's 5. He's an absolute monster. He's
work
5.
meetings as well.
Yeah, work meetings as well. Yeah.
I think we're all used to it by now.
Yeah, you're used to it. But I was like, you know what? For the Swuggen Summit, for those, I just maybe it would probably be better if he didn't for this one time.
I was on a conference call with our Asia division, and we had people here in the U.S. and somebody in the background who wasn't on mute had a parrot or some sort of bird in the background.
Oh yeah,
that thing was squawking every 30 seconds, squawking until finally somebody said, "Someone feed that friggin' bird!
Feed that bird, or go on mute." Yeah. First place, $500.
Woo!
So one of the ones in the community that got one of the highest set of votes says the escape key should always stop the current process and revert to the state before it.
Dude, the escape key is the most used key in SolidWorks.
I would agree with
Just
that.
mash it.
but it only works for certain commands, though.
Yeah.
True.
Is the escape key what you should use
Clark Schaefer,
to end the line that you're drawing?
Say that again?
What was that,
Is the escape key what you should use to end a line that you're drawing?
You can.
You can.
Yeah.
It closes any tool essentially you have open.
Yeah.
Double click.
Because I've always wanted to be able to just like do, here's the start of my line, here's the end of my line, release, here's another line, here's another line. How do you do that?
Double click or right click, I think is when you right click, you get another menu. It'll stop.
Yeah, I know that I just watched the incredible, guy doing the Model Mania challenge in like 2 minutes, like it's just nothing, absolutely no errors, just all smooth, all
I think it was
fluid,
Clark Schaefer who won.
Like I know that the gestures
You got second.
You got second. Timothy.
But I've never known how I should set it up, nor has it worked terribly well for me yet.
So there's a difference.
What was the time?
Caroline, if you do click and drag when you're drawing a line, and then if you let go, so it's click, drag, and let go, then that's just one line. Where if you click, that's a point, then move your mouse and click, that's another point, and then you can continue on that chain.
What?
There's a difference there. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I gotta write that down.
Isn't double click end take you out of the command?
I'm pretty sure double click ends, but it does take you out of it. But it doesn't like doesn't prompt ready you to draw another one.
Yeah, but and then all you have to do is start it again and hit the enter key. Yeah, and it brings you right back into it.
It launches the last command used.
Launches the last command. Boom. Like You're right back in it.
What was the time that they got in the end?
Enter after you do it?
If anyone has that, I'm trying to find out.
I'm opening it right now.
Yeah, because Mike came in and he was on here while he was moderating the.
Yeah, he was dropping serious hints.
He's like, "Damn, people dropping in here with 10 minutes already." So it'll be interesting to see if it's much quicker than that. Because straight after that, someone who did the Model Mania came in and he's like, "I did quite well, 14 minutes," and we're just like.
Well, there were 2 challenges. There was a SolidWorks challenge and a 3D Experience challenge.
Oh, really?
3D Experience, yeah.
That's really cool. Like it always, I know I'll never be able to model as quick as that. Like you just gotta know all
That's the dream, though. I do so many wasted clicks, and I have to do everything through the toolbar because I'm a noob.
But coming to these kind of sessions, Caroline, and user groups, because I run the New Hampshire SolidWorks user group. So when we finally go live with that.
You run the New Hampshire SolidWorks user group?
I do.
What?
I do. I do.
You do it in my former employer's conference room.
Then how do you not know?
I used to work at DECA.
Caroline, everyone knows me. Oh, wait a minute, sorry.
Except for me. What?
I've been doing this a while, Caroline.
Well, shit. How do I join the New Hampshire user group?
Just email me and I'll add you to the. We haven't done anything live in over a year, so.
Yeah, why, something going on?
I think I intended at some point to go to one of the meetings.
A pandemic or something?
Upstairs from where I worked. And never ended up doing it because I wasn't part of that group really.
Right. Send me an email. I'll add you to the database. When we finally have live meetings, I expect you to see you at that meeting. We usually have them anywhere between Nashua and Manchester, somewhere in between.
You think this is pre-recorded? They were pre-recorded this? This isn't live, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think it's recorded.
John, yeah, Dan couldn't get it in as well. I just said top 10 just got full quick.
Yeah, it filled up pretty quick. Johnny, I'm pretty excited for you though, man. Now, and it'll be twice the reason to travel to the UK to see,
dude,
Kirby.
You, Sean, Ryan have got to come over here.
You know?
Just bring the whole gang
over there.
Never been, so be good trip for me.
And if nothing else, Dan, you get away from the kid for a week.
Yes.
Yeah. I spent about 12 weeks in the Seven Oaks area, right outside of London.
Oh, nice. It's Kirby's way.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think so. I don't know.
Kirby, the South African England, doesn't know where he lives half the time.
I know where I live, but I don't know where Seven Oaks is.
I know where I live.
I think it was south of London. I'd have to Google map it. I don't remember, but it's been
it's a lot more south than me. It's
Randy. CATI.
So I don't know if you ever drove up north on the M25 and there's the big like suspension bridge that crosses the river. I live like right next to that bridge.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember I went over there and I was the new guy on the team. That's what we went over there for. And they thought it was a great idea to have me drive. So we flew over there. It was about a 9-hour flight. And so we get off the plane. They're like, all right, new guy, you're driving. So I'm like, oh, okay, this can't be that bad. They put me in a mid-size SUV, like a crossover style. So it's already pretty big for the roads over there. Like once you get into like town. And it was on the opposite side of the car, which I hadn't known, but it was a manual and it was terrifying. I was like, I don't know if we're going to make it out alive or not. I'm super tired. I didn't sleep on the flight, but I'm driving. So
you only really get a manual here if you really want to. Everybody drives.
Yeah.
It's you ever guys ever watched The Great Race, or I think it's called The Great Race? They go to different countries and they have challenges between each stop.
Mm-hmm.
Love that show. Ryan, that's what you were emulating. They were trying to get you to
oh man. It was definitely the new guy prank. I was like, why can't I just ride with the other team that has an automatic? Like, what is this?
The FNG prank.
So like when we were in Nashville and we got the Camaro, like I didn't tell Johnny any of this before, but we get in the car and as we're driving out the airport and getting onto the motorway, I said, Johnny, I think it's a perfect time for you to tell you this. I've never driven on this side of the road. Never driven
anything that powerful.
I've never driven anything this powerful, so this is gonna be fun.
So here we
This
go.
will be great.
We survived.
Yeah, so the first day I was over there was the only day that I drove that car. I made sure I drove the other team's automatic car. It's
Yeah.
like, nope, not doing this anymore. So,
Yeah, it's kind of like all your license tests are done in manuals.
In manual.
Unless you have a specific reason to, like a medical reason to do it in automatic, you have to take your license in manual.
yeah. Which is the total opposite
I mean,
here.
a lot.
No.
Dude, does anyone drive stick in America, or is it just like a myth?
I've had a couple stick cars. Yeah.
My parents wouldn't let me drive an automatic car until I learned how to drive stick.
If you drive stick here, it's because you want to have a sports car, or if it's for a sportier feel. It has nothing to do with like really anything else, with a slight exception that some cars would be cheaper if they're stick, but that's a tiny percentage. Mostly it's like
funny that you should say that, because let me just pop a picture of the car that I drove that was stick.
Like a Geo Metro.
Because the phrase sporty is not anything that anyone could even charitably assign to this.
You had Scion. Yeah, Scions
that was
are
my stick car.
Hey, my sister had that same car. Yeah, my
it
sister.
handled like a sailboat in a high crosswind.
You had
My
the four-wheel drive Toyota that Jesse drove in Breaking Bad.
What's up, Ivan?
Really? I haven't actually seen Breaking Bad yet, but
Hey, guys.
I actually loved this car.
What?
So
You haven't seen Breaking Bad yet?
I know I don't watch much TV. I'm making things.
Yeah, Breaking
You
Bad is
have to
definitely
watch
worth
Breaking
watching.
Bad. Oh my God.
It's really, really good.
Yeah,
You'll binge watch that all 6 seasons in a week.
Yeah. Plus,
Unreal.
okay, consider this. By not watching it while it was actively coming out, now I can do it all in one go.
Yeah, now you can
Well,
binge it.
Optimize the binge. I've been biding my time.
I've watched it twice, and I still think it's awesome. So,
I've watched it 2.5 times. I say half because a guy at work was watching it a couple of weeks ago. So I was kind of watching little snippets of it. Then when he had it on during work, because
great acting.
we do that. No,
Awesome.
it's really, really good.
Well written too. Very well written.
Yeah, it's good.
I'll be back. I'll be back now.
Ivan, we did see the Model Mania winners. We just finished that up.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
How does one win the Model Mania challenge? I'd intended to actually participate in that, but I did not see the whole you need to fill out this extra survey thing until 1 hour after it closed, which kind of sucked.
So it looks like Tim Z won it. Not too sure who he is. Clark Schaefer came second.
Is it just to be able to recreate the model as fast as possible?
Yeah,
Ivan,
fastest and most
Clark was
accurate.
in Toby's bracket, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in the last tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Caroline, it's as fast as possible, but as accurate as you can in the first, because then they hand you a change, and then you have to make the edit. And if you don't have the first part right, you're gonna bomb on the second part.
Yep.
So that adds to your time. So.
Except there was no changes here.
Oh, there were no changes? Okay.
Right.
It's just
But you had to
straight
do
out.
you had to run a simulation.
They've done that some years in the past too, where instead of making changes, you had to run
a simulation.
I think that's what they did last year as well.
Yeah,
'Cause
I've never
I know I
officially
watched
tried it.
Archived video of last year's.
So Ryan and I just pretty much finished up our conference after several sessions.
Yep.
Presentations, meetups.
I might have stalked you guys in the agenda and knew you both were free.
Oh, there you
You're
go.
like, hey, guys, you should pop in.
So, hey, good question. This is my first year attending the conference, and there are just a few other things left or whatever. Are there any other critical things that I should absolutely attend in these last dying minutes? All of these don't miss this demos. I've somehow accidentally missed all of them. So like, are they really something I shouldn't miss? Should I try to go to that one? I saw that Betty Baker is doing a panel.
She has a meetup today, yeah.
Of those, and so I figured I
awesome.
might tune into that because she's apparently legendary. I don't know.
She is very legendary.
She is. Yep.
I'm waiting on that book.
You want to network with her.
I think the also just seeing the don't miss this demo, and it rolls right into that. I think highlights of the day. That's that's 2 hours from now, a little over 2 hours from now. That's worth watching. And then if you can catch Betty's session, because she's also in there with Eric Beatty.
Yep.
Yeah, and I've met him yesterday briefly. So
Cool.
you think that I should try to get the highlights of the day session?
Yeah, they're recorded too. They like Kirby's doing here. They're on YouTube. You can just play them back too if they're not.
Yep.
They making them private now.
Yeah, they're unlisted, I think.
Oh really? Oh crap.
Some stuff.
Okay.
Because I try to watch
I'm just looking for if there's something that really is not to be missed. I'd love to know what it is so that I don't miss it.
Yeah.
And we're working on a project that after Worlds is over, that all of the video content will be hosted in the library on 3D Swim. So we're looking at dumping it all there, so you'll be able to access it for a long time. So.
What is 3D Swim?
So 3D Swim is the communication tool that's on the 3D Experience platform. So if you've been to like the networking tab at the top of the landing page, the environment that is embedded down at the bottom there, I'll put a link in the chat to shortcut it for you so you don't have to go looking for it.
It's basically like the Champions Network has their own Swim.
Yeah.
It's a community kind of it's like a Facebook group if you want to put it in that context.
Yeah, so that's the one for the World event.
Nice.
And if you have a SolidWorks ID or a 3D passport, you use those credentials to log into it.
Caroline, I just added my email address for you in the chat.
I see that there. Thank you.
Welcome.
Dan, I've filled in your form. I'm expecting a reply within 5 to 10 business days, according to the website.
Johnny, wow. All right, let me see it live. I want to see the back end.
Oh gosh.
This is where we find out how.
Maybe I should spend more time on it.
I'm gonna read it live, guys. Get ready. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait a minute. Is this still family show time or?
No, hold on. Is this the first live application of a user group leader?
I mean, it's the first one, that I've been present for in this in this respect. Yeah.
Streamed live on YouTube.
Just this week. That's the 9th. Johnny, someone, believe it or not, filled out after you.
Really?
A guy. Yeah. In this time we've been talking.
Who's stalking the channel? You need to do one.
Yeah. You know what? That's a good point. Maybe it's somebody watching right now.
Yeah, it's probably Luke. He's trying to troll me.
No, someone in Mexico. A guy named Daniel from Mexico.
That's fine. There's enough distance between us then.
Yeah.
There's enough ocean between us.
So that's awesome. I mean, on our end, these are huge, right? These applications to be group leaders are huge. So if we can come away from this whole event, this whole week, and I have 10, hopefully if I finish at like 10 people, that's great, man. That's an awesome week.
Yeah, me and Kirby hit 100 subscribers today, finally.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
We got that.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have that custom URL finally.
I have to wait 30 days.
Are you for real? Honestly, like he just exit up. You're like, Johnny, you need to promote you need to promote subscribers. You need to promote the charity. Yeah, we're collecting a magic wheelchair, everyone. And then Kirby delivers you bad news after you've promoted.
I just checked earlier, and I thought I could do it right now, but it's like.
Yeah, like anyone else unsubscribes, there's going to be some trouble.
That's exactly like when he gets you in the Camaro and says, "Oh, by the way, I don't know how to drive on this side of the road."
This is my first time.
Yeah, he goes. It wasn't like a particularly powerful Camaro, and he goes, "I've never driven anything this powerful." I'm like, "Oh God."
Most I've driven is a Ford Fiesta, so.
Yeah, not my Ford Fiesta. Your Ford Fiesta.
I can give yours a little run for its money. I'm quick on cars.
I would burn you off in seconds.
No. I'll drive your car.
Fiesta talk. I love it.
Yeah, this
is
like,
you're not touching my ST.
It's fine. I'll buy my own one. My next car is going to be an Audi.
What is a big car in Europe or UK? What is I have a 7,000-pound SUV.
G-Wagon.
Range Rover.
G-Wagon.
Range Rover.
Yeah, you don't really you can't get F-250s here, for example.
No.
You have to import them.
You can get the Ford Ranger here, and that's the biggest pickup truck you can buy.
Have you ever seen an F-650?
Yeah,
those
like a tank.
That's the one with the quad tires in the back, right?
Yeah, but now they've launched this new ULEZ law in the UK, which basically means if you drive anywhere in London, £12.50 a day.
Really?
But it's mostly on like very, very like very inefficient cars or diesel vehicles. So they're trying to move away from diesel.
We have a gas guzzler tax here. That's what they call it. It's the same thing. I don't know what that level is, but if you drive a Lamborghini, for example, you're paying gas guzzler.
I've been complaining that I'm struggling to get 34 miles per gallon in my new car, but compared to most American cars, that's pretty good.
Yeah, my last car got 5 miles per gallon. So yeah,
5.
And now you're infinite.
Now
you're infinite miles per gallon.
Yeah,
forever.
Now Ryan just has batteries that have been shipped around the world 3 times. It's much better.
Right.
Yes.
Way more efficient.
If you're driving a Lamborghini, that gas guzzler tax doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, you're not worried about the gas guzzler tax.
If you have to ask about the gas guzzler tax, you can't afford the car.
It's literally like when you go to the Lamborghini deal and you're like, "What's the price?" It's like you need to leave.
You gotta get out of
What's your yearly tax on an ST there, Johnny?
Mine, £140 a year, so like $200 a year in tax.
Well,
See, the other problem is
do you want to know how much mine is, Johnny? It's none. I pay no tax because it's that
what's
efficient.
your 0 to 60 though? I mean, Ryan beats everyone here with his little Tesla.
That's true.
The Tesla UK kind of import facility and offices are like 2 minutes down the road.
Nice.
Eric.
Yeah, so there's a lot of Teslas around the area.
We've got Mr. Mainstage Eric joining us.
Oh, the myth, the legend.
Which Tesla do you have, Ryan? Which model?
All of
I
them.
had a Model 3 Performance was my first one, and now I've got a Model Y Performance. It's a lot of fun.
Got to catch them all,
Awesome,
right?
man.
Is that the one that looks like a hybrid SUV or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they basically took all of the Model 3 components and just scaled it.
You're going to get a Cybertruck?
So, I've got my reservation in for one. We'll see.
Have you actually? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Ryan, we're coming back to Nashville.
Yeah.
My boss
Did you guys watch that intro video for the electric Hummer? It played. I have to find it. It's unbelievable. Like it's.
I think I did see it at some point. I was like, it actually looks good. It's the first time they've kind of jumped in for a while.
It's going to be a $100,000 truck, but I have to find it.
My boss wants to get a Cybertruck so he can use it to tow his DeLorean around to shows.
Nice. The stainless steel brigade. I like it.
Yeah, it's nice and heavy.
Yeah.
Slightly.
Johnny, we got
Here's the
Fotis
Hummer
Mids in the
EV.
chat. How you doing, Fotis?
We got photos hanging around as well. We're doing good tonight,
Yeah.
Kirby. It's picking up.
Eric, we can see your mouth moving, but we can't hear you. Still can't hear you. And we can see John's mouth moving, but he's on mute.
John's working.
My mouth was not moving.
Eric,
I just muted because I'm trying to do some work here too while listening to you guys.
Yeah.
That mic sounds good,
Yes.
John.
There you go, Eric.
All right.
Here, I'll drop this in the chat. If you haven't seen this yet, it's worth a watch.
This damn mic isn't getting picked up or something.
Who's got the studio downstairs? Dan, is that you? I know Kirby's got the one in the in his home.
Got the what? I'm sorry.
You got a studio downstairs, or you just set up with a laptop downstairs?
No, it's just a laptop with I got 2 screens, laptop, and a green screen stapled to my basement ceiling, which is nice. And I think
I've got my green screen on like a rig.
Yeah.
Over there somewhere behind all my Lego.
Yeah, I'm fortunate that I could just staple it right to the ceiling. You know.
Well, this is so that my wife can go to the kitchen without getting in the way.
That's the girlfriend's shoes. You can see what I'm looking at every day. And then
Don't lie. All those cowboy boots are yours.
Yeah. I'm more interested in the high heels there.
I was just gonna say,
I was wondering about those.
What happens on the weekend, eh?
It's like
saying nothing.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Saying nothing. I am not going to. She's only a floor down. She can hear everyone.
Okay, everyone be quiet. Shh.
And she's Canadian, so she's feisty. I don't want her coming up here. So
I thought Canadians were friendly.
Knock you out.
I thought the stereotype was Canadians are friendly.
not when you're talking about them.
That's a general stereotype, but have you ever
That was hockey stick fighting words.
Yeah, because I haven't. You're from Canada, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Heels also.
That's a stereotype for sure.
Be careful.
What's that, Ivan?
I say friendly is a stereotype, and please and thank you. But once you come across a Canadian goose that's unhappy, you see all the anger come out.
Don't piss them off.
They'll punch you in the face, but give you directions to the hospital afterwards.
It's kind of like Scottish people.
Exactly. I mean, if you think about it, then at one point that was connected, right? So.
Yep.
Yeah, because Edinburgh was voted the friendliest city in the country, as well as the one with the most stabbings.
No, it was Aberdeen. Aberdeen, it was like, you will get stabbed in Aberdeen, but we will give you directions to the hospital after we've stabbed you.
Well, she used to live in Nova Scotia, but she grew up in New Brunswick, so.
Oh, that's way out
Maritimes.
There, so.
We normally go and visit, but we didn't do that last year because of COVID. Canadian borders closed to US. You have to be a Canadian citizen to get across. She has dual citizenship, but the American here wasn't able to go, so she was kind enough not to leave me home.
I was actually in the States when the Canadian border closed last March.
Oh, but you could get back across because you're.
We could get back home. Yeah. We went for my brother-in-law's wedding. My wife is from South Carolina, so we took a road trip down just before the borders closed. Because we're like, it's a wedding, we've got to go there, and I mean, nobody knew what was going to happen and stuff, right? But yeah, we're Canadian. She's permanent resident, so it was all good. But coming home, let me tell you, there was no traffic. We went through downtown Chicago, the Sky, 8 lanes, toll booths.
By yourself.
0 cars some of the time.
Wow.
Empty.
Nice.
Yeah, it was kind of like out of a movie.
I just want to see photos, if you're still in the chat. I think it'll be really interesting if you jump into this call as well. There's a link in the description. Because he does a digital sculpting, and that completely different to what all of us do. And he does incredible stuff.
Do they use the X-Sculpt program?
No, he does ZBrush, like proper digital sculpting.
Oh,
and,
like the real
Kirby,
deal. That's awesome.
Literally, everyone in this stream, Kirby, just went, no, what are you doing?
It's all good. It's all good.
No, but
several DS employees are now scrambling to kill this feed.
Kill the feed. Kill the feed.
Take the shot.
Don't worry, Eric. They've tried before.
ADP doesn't use any PDM. We use Team Center. So there you go.
Yeah, like I've always enjoyed the idea of being able to make mechanical objects in SolidWorks and then using ZBrush to really sculpt some really high detailed stuff that you can't do properly in SolidWorks. And I think like Photos could be someone that could get hold of the maker's license and then start playing around with X shape, because he's thinking in a sculptor's mind.
Yeah, that's totally out on the left side. That's completely different than mechanical.
Yeah, and that means it could be because a lot of the stuff in ZBrush, if you're doing complex models, you use sub-D modeling to kind of create your shapes and that.
What is sub-D? I saw that phrase kicked around somewhere, and I don't know what it means.
It's short for subdivisional. So it's you can push and pull rather than create sketches to create geometry.
So
you've got a control cage,
right?
Go ahead, Kirby.
The ones that are kind of like stretching or squishing a ball of clay.
Yeah, it's kind of like that thing, but it's structured. So if you look at like the start of a model, it's like a circle with kind of grids on it. So you can select which kind of grid face you want to move, or if you want to select 4 grid faces, you can move it out. And you can add some extra divisions on if you want to do more detailed kind of bits.
And is that the kind of sculpting that X-Sculpt will allow people to do?
X shape.
Yes.
Yep.
X shape.
Yeah. So it's currently available in that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Because the weird thing
but it's
is,
not
like,
currently available cheaply. Is that true?
As far as pricing, I'm not aware of, so I don't know.
Not that expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
and when you get this new makers option this summer,
it's on the makers.
It'll be cheaper. Yeah.
And Carolyn, as you manipulate those control points, what it's then doing, it's applying an algorithm to best fit surfaces that are, weighted by how far in, how far out, those control points.
Caroline, your background again. Tell us your background again.
I studied biomedical engineering at Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology in Terre Haute, Indiana. a name which carries far more weight in the Midwest than it does in New England. So then I foolishly moved to New England.
Certainly does.
Yeah. Well, Eric's originally from that area. Eric grew up in Ohio, so he knows.
I'm a refugee from Northwest Ohio.
A refugee.
Well, then you understand. Yeah, I
know the Holman name quite well.
I traded on all that clout to go to a place that has hills.
Nothing wrong with those hills, Caroline. Nothing wrong with them.
But I moved here for a job in validation and verification at DECA, which I did for about a year and a half, and then validation just wasn't really right for me. So I ended up leaving. Made the spectacular timing decision to leave in January of last year in an entrepreneurial context with a friend of mine who has a very, very small company in Nashua. And of course, you know how that went, because then of course all of the cool clients basically pulled out because there was suddenly uncertainty going to do some stuff, like developing some user experiences for, a cruise line and stuff. Well, you know how the cruise industry fares. Yeah. So that stuff is been on indefinite/infinite hold. So hopefully at some point there will be opportunities to make money again in the future. However, in this role, I've had much more fun being able to do the kind of work I want to do. I want to work as a design engineer, to have a hand in the physical or tangible creation of things. I am a serial crafter by trade. Like, I don't know how else to explain it other than I basically have to be making something at all times.
All right.
Even if it's not something that's necessarily in my wheelhouse, if I have access to the materials, I will make something with it. My roommate will be like, "What is this?" And I'm like, "Well, we had this thing sitting around, no one was using it, so I've made it into
repurposed it.
Whatever, anything." I do a lot of sewing, and I've basically only started doing the kind of heavy investment style machining stuff since college, and even then I've not had. I want to learn more of that, want to be able to do more work in machine shops and stuff. But prior to that, I didn't have access to any of that equipment. So I instead leveled up my ability in building or crafting with literally any other materials. So I can make basically anything out of cardboard or paper or cloth at this point. So, we're getting there, and I hope to leverage that in a position where I would be doing kind of prototype style work or early stage, high level product design.
You're a maker. You're a maker.
Pretty much.
No, it's not pretty much. That's a maker.
I've been slowly aligning myself with the phrase and description maker, because I feel like there was, at least culturally, a big emphasis on the use of the word maker, specifically applying to people who do a lot of 3D printing, personal electronics stuff, and small coding style projects.
Yeah.
And I don't have a 3D printer. I don't really do electronics stuff, and I don't really code. So it was like, I do make things. I'm not sure that most people would call that a maker, but I'm reclaiming it.
All right,
you're making stuff. That's for
You're
sure.
making stuff, and that's a path to becoming a maker, if not what you think is a maker. So keep down that path. It sounds to me you know what you want to do. You just need to find a way to get there.
Oh yeah, no, it's difficult because I think I know better than most people who were ever even in my graduating class or something. I know exactly what I want to do. The only problem is it's very hard to find the companies who are really doing that work, because they're all like, well, we have 5 employees and we're good. That's what
3 of them are my cousins.
So why would we hire anyone or even talk about our business?
You just got to keep plugging away. Just keep plugging.
For sure.
And resources. Like, I'm here in Massachusetts, maybe I can find a few people that you can talk to if you're striking out.
Dude, if
Carolyn,
if you know some people, hit me up.
I saw on your LinkedIn that you're in, and you just said you're in New Hampshire now. Where in New Hampshire?
I'm in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. Because Ed's pretty much the only guy on this from New England. Where is that in relation to Nashua?
I am a half an hour.
Manchester is only about 25 minutes from Nashua.
Okay, I honestly don't know if they have positions open right now, but about a year and a half ago, Omax, we got bought up, we got merged into Hypertherm, which is in Nashua, and
Hypertherm.
Yeah, they make we do water jets, obviously. They do plasma cutting heads.
That's awesome. No, I'm totally interested. If you've got the link up or have any way of linking or networking, into that kind of a role with them, I would be deeply interested because I really like New England and New Hampshire. It's unfortunate so far that it seems like it's not exactly a hub of the kind of job I'm interested in. I'm not terribly interested in working for a defense company, and there are a lot there that have a lot of engineering opportunities, but it's just not where I want to apply my work.
You also should go a little further south than 128 belt. I know that's kind of a drive from where you are in New Hampshire, but between 128, 495, and Route 3, there's a lot of tech companies that you would probably find attractive to you.
Is that the East Coast Silicon Valley route, kind of like where Digital Equipment?
Yes, yeah. Waltham. Yep, Waltham, Burlington. That whole area is all full of technology.
Oh, right on.
So
yeah, a lot of them appear to be doing more. There's a lot of software companies. Boys software company like the Maine. That's the flavor of the year in Massachusetts. Wow.
Well, especially right now with COVID.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm out here like, I just want to make a tangible object.
Something I can touch,
The reason why I say that, if Keurig Dr. Pepper, which isn't a software company, they're a consumer product good company, can survive a pandemic, I'm thinking other consumer product goods that would be more in line with something you're interested in, or a tech company would be attractive to you. So.
There'll be a percentage that did survive and take some of the customers of ones that didn't. I mean, our 3D printing company managed to pull off a lot of the other local ones that weren't able to keep up.
Yep.
Sure.
Sent their customers our way so we can print as an outsource outlet for them.
Yep.
And it helped us a lot as well. And they back open now doing their thing again. But
so Caroline, the best advice I can give you is knock on doors, never stop, and drop names.
Oh yeah.
Drop
I'm
names.
just trying to figure out the right names to drop and like the right doors to knock, because man, the number of unanswered emails, unresponded to applications, unreceived LinkedIn requests.
Oh yeah, especially these days.
It happens. Before I got the job at Keurig, I put, Indeed.com, I put my resume out there. I had my own business for 11 years. So I'm like, this is all kind of new to me. I don't know what to expect. I actually had 4 companies reach out to me that were interested, and I didn't take the job because of the pay scale. Okay. So they came back to me, but then when I explained to them, I actually upsold one of the companies and say, hey, listen, rather than focus on this, why don't I do this for you? And then let's see if we can negotiate. And we talked, but they finally couldn't put a price to what I was offering. So you just got to find the right match. When I finally landed at Keurig and then talked with them and told them what I was capable of, what I can do, what I can bring to the table, they were like, okay, when can you start? You got to be the sales guy when you walk in the door.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, I feel pretty confident that if I can actually talk to someone face to face, then I would be able to
this COVID
show why I would be a better hire than someone who, I don't know, necessarily has a higher overall technical skill, because
Not necessarily. Don't look at it that way.
They have a deep set of soft skills, I would say.
Because you might be attracted
And
to somebody. You might be attracted to somebody for a completely different reason that you're not aware of. It could be for one skill set that you have that somebody else doesn't have.
Sorry to interrupt, but Michael's on the ceiling again.
Yeah.
Dan, you out of here?
I'm saying hi to Michael.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike.
Where's Sean at, by the way?
Afternoon.
I commented.
Greetings.
Once Sean, Ryan, and I finished our sessions here, we're starting to scatter. It's like, you Sean's gone. I think we've lost Sean for a bit.
It's like the Homer Simpson meme where he just backs into the
put the light on and
just kind of slowly retreat into the.
You guys, you know how the last day of world is. The last day of world, everybody's like, drunk for 3 or 4 days. You're eating, and by this point, you're like, all right, I can't talk to anybody else.
Johnny and I have 2 parties to go to after this.
Yeah, we've got 2 more parties yet, Dan. I don't know what you're on about.
Today you do?
Yeah, we've got a thing with DriveWorks, and then Rachel's having a little gathering.
Oh, nice. I was going to ask, is this your last for this podcast for this week? Okay.
Yeah, so this is our last.
Yeah, for this week, and then we're going to regroup and get some of the cool guests we've had on. And we've got plans to get you, Dan, Ryan, Sean, you guys on as well.
Even Eric, we want to get you in and chat about.
Yeah, we want to get Eric on. We want to get Michael on. As long as he's the right way
I've been meaning to hang out more, but I've been busier, just bouncing from session to session.
Yeah, it's been a busy week. Any I don't want to say final thoughts, but any big takeaways or big thoughts from the week? Anybody? Really?
Yeah,
make a license.
Atlanta.
Make a license.
Plus one on that,
Atlanta.
Kirby.
So Johnny and I made a little date with Matt Schmutzer, the guy who does all the roller coaster stuff. And there's a Six Flags near Atlanta.
Okay.
He said, I think it will be really cool to go to a theme park with a roller coaster nerd.
With that guy, yeah. That'd be cool.
So that could be a fun day out. So
we
started off the day just looking at cool things to do. I mean, they've got the Coca-Cola World over there as well. So it'd be a good little drive to go to Jack Daniel's and then come back to Coca-Cola World.
Yeah,
we've got the whole collection.
Yeah, basically me and Kirby have figured out we're going to go to Jack Daniel's, 3.5 hour trip up, 3.5 hour back, call in at Coca-Cola World on the way back to get the mixer, and then we're all set.
I mean,
it's only 3.5 hours from Georgia, huh?
Yeah,
I didn't realize it was
not far at all.
Even Ed
suggested on the northwest side.
Even Ed suggested we just meet him in Boston and then rent an RV and road trip.
Send it down.
There you go.
Yeah. So Ryan, you'll be driving to Atlanta, maybe.
Yeah, it's only about 3 hours from where I live.
That's
so it's not bad at all. No.
Well, you drove to World last year as well, so.
I did.
Yeah.
I joked it felt like a ginormous house party. It's like, I love you guys. I want to go home. Like,
I want you guys to leave and I want to go home.
Yeah, I think you don't have to go home, but I do.
Ryan definitely saw me. And
I
Kirby
love all
at,
of you.
Full pace.
Not that much.
Yeah, it's like, guys, I'm out.
Yeah.
So. What is it they say? You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
You can't stay here.
Yeah.
Although you had to look after Luke's wife.
Oh yeah. I was that was the day after Worlds was over with, and I got a phone call from Rachel. She's like, "Where are you? What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm in Nashville. I've been here. What are you talking about?" And she's like, "Well, Luke's wife is left behind at the airport." I'm like, "What? Like, what are you talking about?" So she explained the whole situation.
There's no other way to put it, is there, Ryan? Luke fucked up majorly.
Well, see, I was going to say that. I was going to let you go there. I
think he planned it very well. He got 24 hours of just. Well, it ended up being a bad flight back anyway.
So I'll give the Ryan Swuggen leader at the time story version of it. Nice. What was explained to me is that the flights were booked. It was the same flight but a different day. Yeah, so they go to the airport. Yeah, they go to the airport to leave, and his ticket is like, boop, I'm good to go. And hers, like, I wasn't letting her in because it's for tomorrow. So it was either like we scrubbed the whole thing, or I'm going to go on without you, and you'd be left behind in Nashville for a day. And so Rachel called me freaking out, and I was like, yeah, I'll make sure she gets home from the airport and take her to her hotel and stuff. And like, yeah, so it was all good. So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Luke was telling us yesterday kind of his side. When he got his itinerary for it, he saw the date on the itinerary and booked it for that date, not realizing that was the date he arrived back in the UK.
Oops.
So he just booked the flight and he's like, oh, it's all good. And you're saying like Karen was more than willing just to sit there in the airport for 24 hours waiting for the flight.
Oh man,
Crazy, man.
The best part about that was like Luke was on the same flight home as me.
That's a bad rom-com movie.
Yeah.
yeah.
So like Luke was on the same flight home as me. So I'm like through security already, sat in departure lounge, you know. I'm getting my like final American food dose, a couple of quick beers. And Luke turns up. He's been in hospital the night before because he's got this really bad flu. He's like, I haven't got coronavirus. It's fine. It's just something else. I'm like, okay, that's fine. You're wearing a face mask. I can deal with that. But where's Karen? He's like, Ryan's picked her up because I messed up the flights.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So my wife and I like took her out to eat, made sure she had a hotel and all that jazz, and took her back the Saturday or Sunday. I think it was Sunday morning.
Yeah.
We took her back to the airport, and it was like, all right, here you go. Wow. Texas when you land in London, because after this, you're on your own.
You're on your own.
Are they still married?
Me and my wife, yeah, we are. Oh, you mean no?
Are they still married? I think they're going to push the marriage envelope a few.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I can only imagine the choice words that were exchanged that day.
Although your flights were terrible enough that they might as well just taken the same flight.
To be honest, yeah, me and Luke were delayed so many times with storms and that Karen basically nearly caught us up anyway.
Oh, wow.
No, we got back to London Heathrow and like every flight out of there was cancelled because it was like rain and all sorts of stuff, like really windy. So me and Luke ended up getting a train from London all the way back up north. So Luke got home like 10 hours later than we thought we were gonna, and then Karen arrived about 7 hours later. It was like, well, that was pointless.
Yeah. Did y'all get stuck in Atlanta, or where was the layover?
So we flew out of Nashville. Can't even remember. I think we went through New York. We went through JFK. And we got to JFK and it was like your flight's delayed 7 hours or something.
Oh, by the way, your flight is
delayed. By the way, see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Cheerio.
What is everyone thinking to Atlanta? Obviously, I'm guessing Sean and Ryan had a little inkling.
Yeah, so we only found out a few days before you guys did. That's typically my understanding how it works. Is literally like right before it's like, oh, this is where we're going. So I think it'll be fun.
I think it was quite easier to keep a secret this time because I think people get drunk and talk.
Yeah.
By the time they do the big announcement, we all like, yeah, we know.
We know.
Yeah, that's old news.
Yeah, I think John had some inside info personally. He's hiding away, he's muted, he's like camera off, but I think he had some inside info.
Nutrition,
If you
really the other day.
If you really want to know,
it was part of a casual conversation I had with somebody completely that I would never have thought, and that was their guess. And so when they started to talk about like where it was going to be, and then it was kind of leaked that it was started with an A, I'm like, holy crap, that's what it is.
If you really want to know, you just got to talk to some of the resellers and vendors. They know. They know ahead of time. They have to know because they have to plan.
Oh, there's the trade secrets there.
Kirby, I should have taken that job with Solid Solutions. What am I doing?
Oh man, Johnny.
Yeah, they didn't hire you because you knew too many. You knew more people than them.
Yeah, honestly, like I was in my interview with them and I was like name dropping people. Like we don't even know these people.
Yeah,
you know, Justin
it's
from
not
Cambridge,
working.
and I was like Justin, Justin Burton. They were like, yeah, that's who we deal with at SolidWorks. I was like, yeah, he's cool, isn't he? They're like,
yeah,
you know too many people. You're going to embarrass us.
I was talking with Bernard Charles the other day.
Yeah, that's it. I was in my interview like, yeah, we did a magic wheelchair project. GP loved it. We were talking to him. He rode around in it, and they're like, what?
You must live in an alternate universe or something. Like, what the hell, dude?
Honestly, mine, Kirby's, Luke, everyone's world. We've had such opportunities with you guys.
It's awesome.
Portfolio, Johnny. That makes them look better. You're a shoo-in.
Yeah. The thing is, though, they wouldn't offer me the same money that I was on. So it was like,
that's right there. That's always the problem. Money.
You would have been the guaranteed one to go to World every year.
Oh,
but then you'd have to go to that dinner party that we crashed.
You don't want to go to that dinner party, though. That dinner party sucks.
Yeah, it does. Everyone knows it does.
Speaking from
the reseller dinner, the reseller awards.
You weren't lucky enough, Dan. We crashed it with the magic wheelchair. Like me and Kirby, one of our stupid ideas. Everyone was like, "No, you can't do that. You can't." And then Annie was like, "Okay, you can do it." And we were like, "That's fine because we've already asked. We know we're already going to do it, so that's great."
We're already doing it. Yeah.
And GP interrupted this guy during his retirement speech.
60 years.
For us to go run around the hall with this magic wheelchair thing, and everybody's cheering, and they all thought it was all set up. And we're just like, no, we just. And he got hold of GP and said, "Can we do this?" And he's like, "Yes, do it."
Yeah, it was Johnny and Kirby had a few beers. We got hold of GP by the arm. And we were like, "GP, we're doing this. Are you okay with it?" He was like, "Yeah, I'll go and stop this guy mid 60th year retirement speech. He's been with the company for like 50 years." And he's like, "Yeah, you're just gonna have to stop."
Was it who just
was
retired?
that Ken Clayton?
I was gonna say this is probably Ken Clayton. Yeah.
Ken Clayton.
Yeah, we
but now he's the CEO
I text Rachel at the same time, and she's like, "Go and do it." And it's like, we're trying to get permission. She's like,
"Go engineer,
just do it."
Go engineer.
That's where Ken ended up.
Yeah, he's a CEO of a really big reseller now.
Oh, dadgum.
Yep.
He had a breakout session.
He does know the channel, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey folks, I'm gonna drop. Okay, I'm done. I'm here. I think.
There you go.
I at least need to breathe for a bit and maybe eat some food at some point.
I've got
my bag of nuts.
My one last session is the one that I'm a panelist on.
Isn't that right now, Eric? When is that?
It's
Eric's like, I hope not.
No, it's in one more hour.
There's a panic look at his calendar, like, wait.
Yeah, no, I got my calendar right here.
Checking. You're right. I'm wrong. It's 4:30. I'm like, Eric, wait, why are you here? I was just talking about you.
Eric, can you tell us a little bit about this panel you're on? Give them maybe for Caroline, especially.
Oh, it's with Betty Baker.
It's with Betty Baker. I saw that.
Yeah,
she told me on LinkedIn, she was like, "I'm not really sure what we're going to be discussing on this panel, so I have no idea what to prepare."
I think it's just, I think what's the name of the session? Life After School. So I think it's just folks just peppering us with questions about
that's cool.
What you can expect. I know when Sarah Youngins emailed us like the last week, she said, give a little bio, some projects you've worked on in the past, and like 2-3 things you'd look for, and if you're hiring somebody or something. So
I'll tell you what, Eric, I'm 3 years out of university now, and I can tell you the hell of it. It's a difficult world.
Yeah, you can just say, "Hi, I've attended school once, and now that I'm out of school, I can tell you, kids, the existential dread only deepens."
Tell you, it's been like I say, it's been 40 years since high school for me, and I'm finally getting to sit with the cool kids.
Oh, you're the you.
Happy time.
No.
Eric's like the OG.
I am the least important person in this or any.
You are one of the cool kids.
Well, hey, it was an honor hanging out with all you guys, and
thanks for
looking forward to you in person.
Good
to see you, Dan.
Pretty crazy week. Ryan, I'll probably talk to you.
Hey, I'm sure we'll talk shortly.
I'll await my response in 5 to 10 days.
Johnny, if you can give me till like Monday at least. Actually, we're off Monday. We're closed Monday, so maybe.
Maybe
because it's virtual, you get a day off instead of a week.
Yeah. Well, you know what was funny? Like, we didn't even realize it, and Suzanne was nice enough to say, "Hey, take Monday off. Crazy week." And then we look. No, wait. We have Monday off. It's just closed. We're just closed today. So,
it's
I
actually
shared that
a holiday
after the meeting. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think she was legitimately being nice. But it was like
because it's a new one for us. We didn't have it last year. I think that's why.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King Day, correct?
President's Day.
President's Day. Yeah.
We did have Martin Luther King Day off though. Also, we had that as well. But
thought it might have been cancelled President's Day for the last 4 years.
I know they might have
been.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh,
sorry.
Bloody hell, the Aussies piped up.
Hey, it looks like Texas Steve has joined the chat.
Come on,
Mike, I heard Trump was moving to Australia, so
yeah, he's coming to stay with you, Michael.
We have one advantage at the moment. He won't get in the country.
Yeah, I was going to say. with how specific Australia's border requirements are normally tight. So even now, he's never getting in.
We're getting in. Hey Kirby, did you ever hear from Jason? Any further?
Which Jason? I got
Jason
Johnny and
Poole.
Yeah, we had him on Tuesday.
He came in on
good.
Tuesday. He came in, roasted me. Really bad.
Yeah,
but
the best thing, Dan. He loved me. Me and him got on really well. He just roasted Kirby for an hour and just laughed with me.
Oh, I got to go back and watch that. Is that recorded?
For an hour. He just went in there. It's like, Kirby, I don't recognize you sober. I was like, right.
And we're off to a great start.
But
that's awesome.
no, he was really fun. Like everybody enjoyed.
Cool, awesome.
Listening to him, and we chatted to him and just spoke. And I'm going to get him in one of my user group meetings. We're going to get him on a whole episode of our podcast.
Awesome, cool.
Kirby, you can't have him for a user group meeting. I've already bagsied him.
Oh, really? Have you?
Wait, what was that term? Bagsied?
Oh, jeez.
Can we cover that one? Bagsied?
Oh, I've got my Google Scottish and English, the English to American English translator here.
That's what his headphones are for.
Like,
he's not actually.
It's like calling shotgun on something.
Calling shotgun?
Yeah, you call shotgun bagsied. Reserved.
Okay. Turn back around again, Ed.
Bagsied equals shotgun. Got it.
Yeah, we'll get you there, Dan. Don't worry. We'll get you up with the terms.
It's going to take a little bit, but
or dibs. That's another way to say it's dibs.
Glossary.
Is there something on the back?
Oh, to answer your question, Caroline, yes, it is. I just saw it in the chat. The 3DX, yeah.
When you turn around,
it's
Ed,
not an
you look
official
like
shorthand. It's just kind of agreed upon everybody to call it 3DX.
What the cool kids are calling it these days.
Right.
Yeah.
all right, folks. I'll see you.
See you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, bye, everybody. Thanks, Kirby and Johnny. See you guys later.
Yes, no worries.
See you later, dude.
Thank you for joining.
See you guys.
Yeah, if anyone's watching, we are taking in donations for Magic Wheelchair. There's a little donation.
Oh, it's my line.
I got there before you, mate. Just you got to
Absolute
keep
bastard.
up. You got to keep up. One less whiskey, and you'll be all right. You'll be able to do it.
Hey, dude, I've put in a good. Last day, I've put in a good shift.
So, what's the term again? Bag seed? Is that
bagseed?
It's like dibs or shotgun.
Got it.
I feel like we're educating the world, Kirby.
Yeah,
or uneducating, and one of the two.
If you guys want to donate to Magic
come back when you're the right way up, Michael.
Settle down, fellas. Settle down.
If you guys want to donate to Magic Wheelchair, there's a button in the description. All that money goes straight to them. They do awesome stuff. They're on our podcast yesterday. There's also a link to their website if you want to check out the things that they do. They basically make cosplay costumes for kiddies in wheelchairs. But we also are looking to get hopefully Jack Daniels to give us some swag to give away to a random person that's donated, which is cool. And at the moment we've raised $517.50, which is a solid 69% of our total. Toby figured out the maths and how much he needed to donate it to get at that percentage.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time in his hands as our Toby.
Although he seems the most busiest.
Yeah, he does, but he still had time to do that quick maths.
Yeah, there's my plug. Carry on.
Carry on. So, Michael, our favorite Australian.
Yes.
Just so you know, Michael, you're right above my brother in terms of favorite.
I was going to say you have a brother out here.
You didn't just say that. There's no way you just said that.
I just said it, Ed, and I'll say it again. I'm fine with it.
I think that's going to be
been
archived
captured for posterity.
But I mean, here's the question: does that count? Because your brother's not Australian.
No, but his wife is.
Okay.
I think that's dangerous.
Johnny, keep digging.
Oh,
I appreciate it.
So you're not going to visit Brisbane then when you go to Australia, just Sydney?
No, I'll just visit Michael in Sydney. It's a bit of fun.
Tell your brother if he wants to see you, he can come join you.
Yeah, exactly. So
Mike was happy until you said that.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael's like, he's not going to visit. It's fine. Now he's like, oh, damn.
Man.
You're always welcome.
No, that's great, Michael. So what do you think about Atlanta, Michael?
Atlanta.
I
heard Orlando too.
I think you need to slow down on the Kraken there, Johnny. Switch to the Jack Daniels.
I've seen Atlanta Airport. I spent 4 hours.
A week there one day.
I spent about 6 hours.
A whole week in one day.
Connecting flight back to LA from Louisville, and on our lightning trip. I'm it's hard for me to get too excited at this stage.
Yep.
I don't want. Look, I'm really hopeful that we can all attend. But it's. I hate to say it's a long way off. It's hopefully the world gets 70% of vaccinations to everybody and it all goes ahead.
I mean, it's maybe world may be open and live. It's whether you'll be able to get out of the country to come in.
Look, I think it's fantastic, and I think they have to plan it, and I'm really, really excited for it. And again, I've never been to really Atlanta, so that's just a huge bonus for when I go to World that we've gone to somewhere to a different place. It's always great to visit other areas.
There's a Coke factory.
Add a Coca-Cola badge to the
Eric will be at home. He'll be first in the queue for the tour of Coca-Cola.
We'll join you.
Oh, you're damn straight.
Nice.
So no, I think it's great. Tempted with a little bit of let's get not too excited this time of year. So
it's fingers crossed.
I think it's great.
Yeah, knock real wood.
I know, but as I said, I think it has to have a goal and a plan, and hopefully the world all behaves itself, and the vaccines. We put our faith in the science, and the vaccines will knock the infection rates, and
I mean,
and they'll let me back in the country without 14 days visiting a motel room, being locked up. So
what's
can't
the
be as bad as LA was.
Yeah. Well, it's easier to get to LA, Michael, correct, than it is Atlanta?
No, Atlanta's not so bad. I'd fly. I'd hopefully fly Sydney to Dallas or Sydney to Houston, but both direct flights into to Texas. So then it's just a short an hour flight over the border. So via LA is probably the longer trip. It's about an hour and a half less flight, but connecting flights. And let's be honest, nobody wants to go through LAX.
Jesus, no.
There was talk though that it was supposed to be 3 years in Nashville. So this year was supposed to be in Nashville in the third year too. So I don't know what happened there.
Yeah. Well, John, there's a thing in contracts called force majeure, isn't there?
Although 3 years in Nashville would have been dope.
Is that Bagsy for Act of God?
Yeah, pretty much.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I think Corona put null and void most contracts. But I would have loved to go back to Nashville. Nashville was a great place. But
I think Ryan said he's going to put us all up one day.
We'll just stay in Nashville and carpool over to Atlanta for the event.
That works.
Yeah.
Well, run a continuous shuttle loop.
3-hour shuttle trips.
Just commute every day.
Can't be any longer than taking the hotel buses in LA to the Paramount Studios at night.
Mine was a trip.
Mine was really quick because I had to take the special bus, so I was in there first.
But it was raining out. It was raining cats and dogs. It was horrible.
I just parked my scooter and just sat, and people brought me beer. It was great.
John, is that an armored shuttle?
Yeah, from London to Atlanta, it's just a straight flight, 9.5 hours. So it'll be fairly quick, easy.
It's not too bad. Yeah.
How long if you swim?
I've gone through 4 movies on the flight by that, and still only halfway there.
Hey, I might even drive to Atlanta. Do I get anything for longest road trip? It's going to be about 35 hours.
God, even I'd beat you.
Yeah.
My wife's family is actually 2 hours from Atlanta, so that's a great spot for me because we might all come and she goes there and I go to Atlanta.
There we go. We might see Ivan next year then.
There you go.
Where in South Carolina, Ivan?
What's that?
Where in South Carolina is?
Real close to Clemson.
Okie dokie. Right on.
Yeah.
And did she go to school in Clemson or?
No. They were in that area. But her parents have a coffee shop right now that's like a block away from the Clemson University.
Far out.
We can all go for coffee.
There you go.
Just bring the whole crew of like hundreds of people being like, "What's up?"
Yeah, I mean, me and Kirby always need coffee on the morning after the night before. So
it's the only time I drink coffee. I don't drink coffee or tea or anything. That's the only time I drink coffee as a world.
4 days out of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he makes up for it in volume.
During this, and yet you've been doing podcasting for 8 straight hours for the last 3 days.
I've never been a big coffee fan or a tea fan or anything like that. I just don't see the idea of drinking something that's hot other than soup.
It dilutes his alcohol in his bloodstream.
Yeah,
exactly.
What you really need to do is that in order to fit in with the surrounding people, you got to get your mug, and it's like secretly full of soup, so you're like taking sips of it during a breakfasty experience.
Right.
And people think you're drinking some tea or coffee, but
I
that's
tell you what,
soup, baby.
John has just won the mug contest.
You know what?
If you go on TikTok,
It's shaped like a beehive. It's got a bee on
Look
the
at that, Kirby.
handle.
they'll
Okay,
never
that's a
know.
really good mug too. I
Nice.
can't deny that.
They'll never know. They'll know. They'll never know.
Like
Guys,
my kitchen isn't the biggest of
in the
kitchens,
coffee.
but 3 of those cupboards are filled with mugs. 3 whole cupboards.
What?
That's because you married Kirby.
There's more cupboards. There's more cupboard space for mugs than there is for food in our kitchen.
Like
I
coffee
own like
mugs?
one
Or...
Yeah,
mug,
coffee
and
mugs.
it's this
No.
one.
But you just said you don't drink coffee.
It's
Or
my
don't-
wife. She's mental about it.
She's a mug addict.
Have to put
Hey guys,
coffee
I
in
gotta
the
take
mugs.
off here.
Me
No
too.
worries.
I
Me
gotta
too.
take
I gotta
off.
go.
Thanks so much for this. I mean, I think I'm out for the day now and stuff, but yeah, like I was saying before, I can't wait to see you guys in person. But this has been a highlight. This has been a highlight, just hanging out like this, and awesome.
Definitely, Ivan. We can't wait for that.
Good to meet
Good
all
to
of
hear.
you.
Yeah, add us on Facebook,
Yeah.
LinkedIn, or
Yeah,
Twitter,
Right.
anything like that.
I'll ping you real soon, Carolyn, and we'll see what we can do for you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really
No problem. Always happy to help.
appreciate it.
No worries.
See you later, John. I
John.
think John's disappearing.
Yeah, I gotta go.
It is fun
Travel-
to be able to be part, or at least participate in, or be present for a conversation happening both with you and among others that's not something that's just work related, and also not like, man, that's been a long time since we've been able to do stuff like that.
Oh, for
Caroline, have
sure.
you ever attended a world event before?
No, this was my first
first one?
SolidWorks world.
You're gonna be amazed, blown away when you finally.
Oh
get-
yeah, I really,
yeah.
I've always wanted to go to some more like actual tech conventions and stuff. My dad worked in the pharmaceutical space for 27 years, so he went to thousands and thousands of conferences and stuff, and they
Well,
always seem really cool. I would love to,
I think
just
most.
see what's going on.
Yeah, I think most would agree in this chat that your first couple of years you're there. I mean, you're always going for the tips and tricks and to learn stuff.
Yeah.
But eventually you grow so deep with the product, you're giving the presentations at that point. And I encourage you to think about that.
I think,
everyone here has done presentations. So
I haven't.
You haven't?
I
You
can
guys
give a
should.
presentation right now on how not to use SolidWorks, and the subtitle would be things
That
you
might be-
probably
no,
shouldn't
for
use
some,
that program
that
for.
might be a good presentation for some.
People will learn for it.
Yeah.
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 Ed's just like, what are you doing?
No,
It's
the
like,
more unorthodox the usage,
Yeah.
the more appealing it is.
yeah, definitely.
And we saw that yesterday with Will.
Yeah.
Well, you missed it. Will earlier brought the actual prostate model out.
I did.
Yeah, actually, to be
Casted.
fair,
Yeah.
Michael, if you stick around long enough, Will says he's going to pop back when he's actually cast one of them bum holes.
But Caroline, the other key takeaway is as you do more events, more of these world events, you're looking more for the relationships that you've built at Worlds. Like,
Oh
all
yeah.
these-
Yeah, I
So
mean,
in a way, it's probably better that I attend this first one virtually, because I'm also someone who is like the most easily excited, easily impressed person ever. And like, man, when I see those displays of like a display of something cool where they're like, we brought in the machine and here it is making a human spleen out of plastic or whatever. I was like, oh man.
Caroline, we're all 12 years old. That's all right.
Lucky,
yeah.
Lucky
This is the 46th anniversary of my 12th birthday.
Lucky Caroline wasn't in
the space
Orlando.
I occupy all the time.
You'll fit right in.
Lucky Caroline wasn't in Orlando when they bought the Festo bird.
Oh, the Festo bird.
Oh, that was amazing.
Oh man,
that was absolutely amazing.
You'll have to Google that on YouTube, Caroline. Festo bird, SolidWorks World.
I know about Festo. I've watched their videos.
Oh, that was live.
They have the coolest shit.
Oh yeah, crazy. Yeah. They launched their flying bird.
No, but you had to see the whole present. You had to see the whole presentation to start with it. The guy was so Austrian, I guess, and his voice was monotone through the whole. It was just this whole monotone. Didn't change tone. Didn't show one bit of excitement, and it was a great presentation. And at the end, he goes, "Would you like to see it fly?" And then they brought the bird out, and it was just like the place exploded. 5,000 people stayed, old engineers and designers just went off.
The engineering behind it is awesome. How they simulated that bird flight with the wing, how they managed to get that engineering is amazing.
Yeah, I watched that one. That was Rachel first told me about World and that, and she said she can get me a pass there. I'm like, it's a bit too soon for me to try and get flights and that. So that was the first World I watched, because the live streams you can watch at home of the general session.
Yeah.
So I watched that, and then I went to the next one in LA. So I remember them doing that bird thing, and it was pretty cool. But I can imagine how awesome it would have been to be there.
It was the best finish to a general session ever.
Well, that's for sure.
Well, that's right up there with Buzz Aldrin and the Apollo mission guys.
That was the best start to a session.
You could hear a needle drop though. In that I was talking.
That was my first World in
San Antonio.
2011.
That was Jim Lovell and Gene Kranz, wasn't it? Apollo 13.
Yep.
Yeah, I did not get to go to that one. And
again, the same thing. They were on stage, and Gene Kranz comes out, and it's like you could have heard a pin drop, and then they're doing the whole introduction about it, and then you hear the voiceover over in the background. Houston, we have a problem, and it's Captain Commander Jim Lovell, and
then everyone just loses their goddamn mind.
Yeah.
Again, the opposite to the Festo bird, where it was just passion and noise and excitement. Gene Kranz and Commander Captain Jim Lovell on stage. Again, it was eerily silent for these two old gentlemen on stage who were just talking, and it was just an eerie silence. Just everyone was hanging on every word. It was sensational.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. There's some video of it. You should try to find it. That in the bird.
They should be, because all the general sessions, I'm sure they put them live. Yeah. But even the countdown before general session, you see all those people running. Yeah. The whole history behind that is at the start of general session, people run to the front seats.
Well, actually, it used to be, we used to get told you couldn't run. There was always, again, San Antonio, it was like a cattle run, and they're going, don't run, don't run, don't run. And every year it went on for years, and then it must have been San Diego or something in 2014, or maybe Phoenix in 2015. On the back of the card, it said, "Run, do not walk." and just all of a sudden, I just looked at it and said, "Are they kidding?" And that just changed the whole.
Opened the floodgates.
Yeah. Open the flood, yeah. It just changed from behave yourself. I know you're excited, but don't run. Go for it.
Which reseller has the orange from
Cadme's?
Finland?
Cadme's, yeah.
Somewhere, right?
They're Belgium,
they're from Holland.
Aren't they?
Holland.
It's the orange color is like the orange Holland's color.
That's right. Yeah.
20 of those people just come running. It's like, no.
Remember when Mirasola damn near got in a fight with him?
Yes, I do.
I happened to be standing next to him at the time. Yes, I
right.
do.
You were, Michael.
Good old Mirasola.
That's always a great sight when you got thousands of engineering nerds running to get front row seats at a convention. And last year there's a video of a guy who he stacked it.
Fell.
He tripped and fell, face planted.
Me and Kirby watched that live. That was hilarious.
And it wasn't Kirby.
No, it wasn't me or Kirby. We were already there.
It's because I get to watch it from the inside.
Yeah, Kirby has the best footage of that guy absolutely face planting it.
They actually put that footage in the countdown footage at the start. I always look at it, I was like, there's the guy. Mike, I hope you're going to donate as well.
Wait for it.
Ryan, what are you excited for in the next year before the next World?
Oh, man.
Going to
apart from a week of rest.
Do what?
Going to parties like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I think I'm actually on the rooftop of the picture. We spent a lot of time on the top of, I think it was Jason Aldean's spot.
Yeah, that's where we were. It was good fun.
That's where we stayed until 4 a.m.
Yeah.
I might have seen you there, Ryan, but I can't remember.
It's perfectly fine. I caught up with you in the Hive the next day, more than likely.
Yeah, probably.
No, man, I'm just looking forward to stuff getting, somewhat back to a state of normal, whatever the new normal is going to look like. I know here in Nashville, they've, I don't know, for the most part, gone back to pretty close to normal. Of course, there's vaccines and masks and everything here. But, being in a role that is very heavy on community and all that stuff, it's, a little bit of, not a letdown, but a step backwards when you have to go to something like this. And, thank goodness for like virtual stuff, because I couldn't imagine, 20 years ago if this happened. It's like one of those things that like, what would you do? Yeah,
you couldn't work from home. You couldn't do virtual conferences like this. You could do it over the telephone, but you couldn't do presentations or anything like that.
Yeah, I've done a lot of thinking and stuff on that, and just super thankful for the opportunity of the virtual aspect of this. And I think it's exciting to see now that the world has proved that it's possible to go on and thrive for certain aspects of it this way, how that looks from a hybrid approach going forward. I think there's a lot of cool opportunity to do some really neat stuff that I think had this not happened, we would have, just stuck to what we knew.
That will actually expand the visibility for World, both in person and virtually.
Yeah,
for sure.
And I think there's a lot of cool opportunity around esports. Like the esports industry does this type of stuff fantastic. Like they're the people that write the books on this stuff. Mm-hmm. And I think it would be cool to take that stuff and try to, how do we do that from a hybrid approach? Like what esports type stuff could we do? Is there something there to that that could make the event huge?
When COVID first hit, my first impression was, when everything was in lockdown, was we're going to learn, this is bad, but we're going to learn from it and we'll adapt even beyond COVID. It'll open up a lot of opportunities for things that we didn't think about before.
Yeah, because it's interesting. It's like, I was involved with the Nashville user group leading it for a long time. And it's like, I talk to more people now than I did when everything was opened. And I just caught up with everybody on the weekly user group leader call, which seems backwards. You would think when you're free to go about and do whatever, you would talk more, but it's actually, there's more communication now, in my opinion, from my side of it.
Yeah. Well, this
is just super exciting.
There's truth to that. I do a lot of beer community stuff, because I'm heavy into that community. And there's a lot of people that they don't want to really be in the public, but they don't have a problem doing the online stuff and being part of a chat. And I find it interesting because they're very chatty, very talkative, but I don't look at it as though that they're, as they call it, they're an introvert. But on behind one of these, they become an extrovert. Yeah. So when I meet them in person, I'm thinking, all right, where's that person? They're not the same person.
Exactly.
Why they're this behind this thing.
Yeah. There's definitely a sense of safety and a sense of self-confidence and encouragement when you're in a digital format.
Totally.
That I think is something you wouldn't have necessarily explored any other way. I don't know if you would have done that. If
none of you will really know if I'm wearing pants or not.
Yeah, and that's exciting.
Or if you're a dog.
Keep it ambiguous.
Kirby's 100% not wearing pants.
I was going to say that's just a given, isn't it?
Yeah.
TMI, man. TMI.
Or just like a polo onesie. I mean, you'll never know. I mean, you just.
Well, all these clothes could just be digitally done, like the back green screen.
Yeah.
I just green body paint.
Totally. Not even the green spandex, you know, it's just the green body paint.
Yeah, you move slightly and it's revealed that your face is being mapped onto someone else's face.
Yeah. We only think
He's been
Michael's
dead for years.
we only think Michael's working. What's behind him is just a green screen.
Hey, settle down there, Ed. I'm seriously trying to do some drawings here, trying to get some production out the door.
Sure.
Yeah. Don't forget to put your hand on your 3D mouse and turn the
Oh,
model.
Yeah.
Hang on. Bring it up.
Yeah, actually, Michael's sitting there. Michael's sitting there completely naked with little white dots on his skin so that he can motion track everything.
I'm motion tracking with my eyes. Can't you see? I'm actually. I'm being.
Michael, I see you've got this 3D mouse there. When you learned to do SolidWorks, did you learn by using one of those?
No, I very rarely use it, to be 100% honest. I'm one of these users. I'm a trackball.
Oh, okay.
User.
Wow, that's even more rare, I feel.
Yeah, I know, and I know I'm strange compared to a lot of people. But I find no, don't need you to jump in there, Johnny.
Sorry, Michael. Them ball mouses, I can't get away with them.
Yeah, something just because again,
normal
they discovered that we have opposable thumbs. That's why they developed them.
Me and Kirby don't.
I'm opposed to thumbs myself.
Learned to do SolidWorks and stuff with a regular mouse. So then when I had the opportunity to learn to use one of the little knob ones, it's just, I haven't gotten the hang of it yet. It's weird.
No, seriously.
Or at least the other one feels so intuitive to me that the new one is strange.
Yeah, no, I honestly encourage you to try something like that. The trackball is good because, again, if you're sitting there so long in front of SolidWorks, and we all sit in front of a screen for 12 hours a day or something, and you're chasing a mouse all over the place, the advantage of the trackball is that literally, you're moving with your thumb like 5 or 6 millimeters at a time, so your arm's not moving, and I just find it much faster than using. I love the 3D connection parts. I've actually got a couple of them mouses here as well. I bought, and I've got a collection of their other products. I think they're fantastic products. I love them. The engineering, the design is fantastic. But to be honest, I find it much quicker with a trackball. I can literally, because I'm used to it, I just thumb down on the center wheel, and I can move my thumb like 2 millimeters, and I can rotate a model and zoom at the same time, all with one action. So
that is pretty cool.
Some people love them, some people hate them, but I certainly.
Maybe it's just the fact I haven't given it enough time, Michael. Maybe it's something I need to look into a bit more.
I seriously thought it took me about 15 minutes to adapt, and I've been using them since, I don't know, I'm old, so 2008 or something. I burn through them every couple of years. But
Michael, you're only as old as you feel.
There's other words there as well, but
hey y'all, I gotta drop off, get ready for my sessions. I'll catch you cats and kittens later, okay?
Thanks, Eric.
I'll talk later.
Eric.
Yeah, whenever I switch from playing a game on PC then to try to do it on the PlayStation or my Switch and that, and where some of the buttons are mapped out differently, I'll spend my first 10 minutes just not knowing what I'm doing, and then I just slowly figure it out and work it out. I mean, it's I just need to get hold of one and just start playing with it and really getting my hands on it.
It would be super cool to include like a hand cam, keyboard cam, and eye tracker for Model Mania stuff. Like if they broadcasted that, like see the people that win it could sit there and track it. Yeah.
Track heart rate in real time.
Yeah, heart rate monitor on it. Yeah, it'd be cool.
Yeah, because we saw Ivan here earlier. You've seen Ivan in Toby's challenges with on his screen and doesn't have a single toolbar up. You know, it's insane. Yeah. And I'm an old keyboard guy as well, coming from a 2D from an AutoCAD where everything was all keyboard commands and you kind of adapt as you go. So, but yeah, Ivan's a freak that way compared to everybody else.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, he had figured out an exploit as well.
Leverage the whole being able to turn off the toolbars and utilize the gesture-based and like keyboard shortcut stuff more. But I think to be able to do that, I need to just have somebody set it up to like what they use and then just teach me to use it, because I don't know what I want on the thing. You know, like if it's someone, it's like, oh, I just turn this one off and I always have this one on hand and I always know that this one's useful. It's like, cool, I can totally learn that. But if you just ask me like, what do you think you're gonna want on here? I'm gonna go,
to be honest, it's just a case of doing a lot of it or just setting up something. I mean, I've got my save settings and I still go back and I use a lot of keyboard still again for mapping in regards just to views, where there's a whole lot of other ways of views, but I use the whole combination. I use mouse gestures. I use, the S key. It's just a case of getting into what you enjoyed, what works best for you and trying to save it. It's good to see what other people's settings are, but
I know something.
I heard about the S key yesterday. What does that do?
It pulls up your your toolbar that you're working in. So if you're in a sketch and you've got you set up and you hit the S key, then it should pull up your features. It's just a case of experimenting, diving into the options box, opening it up, seeing what they do, seeing what the keyboard shortcuts do, going to mouse gestures, playing with them, see what suits you, and then just you need to spend 12 hours a day for a couple of months on a project, just sitting in front of your computer, just modeling. It's the best way to learn anything.
Yep, definitely.
I mean, that's the kind of job I'm trying to get. So
I mean,
I'm working on it.
Because I'm not using CAD during my day job or anything. I only do it in the evenings. Like, I don't have a full day to mess around with different kind of mouse gestures or experiment too much. But back in uni, that's where I learned the most. Every time I would have a new product design project, they would tell us, we're going to make a kettle or something or whatever. I would kind of figure out my shapes, but I would always kind of focus an element of it to be designed in a way that I have no clue how I'm going to make it in SolidWorks. And that forced me to spend a couple of hours figuring out just that shape and then finishing off the model. And then when it got to the next project, I would have a bit of some similar shapes like that I previously learned, but also add another element that I wouldn't really know how to do and just compounded the learning on that way. And unfortunately, I don't get the time to do that anymore because all the projects are time-based and people are paying me by the hour. So I have to get it out as quick as possible.
I know when I learned go ahead, Michael.
No, go ahead, Ryan.
No, I was going to say, I know when I started learning mouse gestures, I'd been using the S key for a long time. And inside mouse gestures, the last time I checked, you can go from either 4 like quadrants of stuff all the way up to 12, I think. So it'll take a circle and cut it into 12 pies. And so what I did, not to like overwhelm myself, was I took the 4 most used features on my S key. So when I pressed S, the 4 that I always went to, I took that 4 and translated it to the 4 quadrants of mouse gestures. So I would get in the habit of, when I was trying to learn it, like I had the habit of hitting the S key and choosing line. Well, for me, that mouse gesture was over to the right. It was the right side of the mouse gesture. So I would just, if I caught myself using the S key to draw a line, I would stop and like, no, I need to use mouse gesture and exit out and launch it with mouse gesture just to get into that habit because I wanted to learn how to use it. But if you're going to want to try and use it, I would say start with 4 gestures at most. I wouldn't go into 6, 8, or 12 because it gets overwhelming at first, but they're fun to use.
Part of it is also that I literally just need to teach myself to be able to do that gesture more like actually with my hand, because I would like pull it up, but then I would like fail to actually do the transition over into the right one.
Right. Yeah, no, there was a lot because as I would get comfortable with 4, I would move to 6. And I think I'd reached
Johnny,
the point that I was
I don't think you can
8.
post the link in the chat itself.
No, I didn't. I emailed him it.
All right, never mind. Sorry. Richie also said in the chat that have you seen Andrew Lowe's presentations of World Surfacing Guru? And he's got a really cool GUI set up in SolidWorks.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's watching how people design, and a way I learned a lot is watching people's time lapses, and I do that as well. I make a lot of time lapses, and that showed me how they got from point A to point B, but also looking at their interface and how they set things up. And sometimes you can pick out little things from there.
Because I've been watching those previous Model Mania videos of the guy doing it super fast, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Toby, who's coming in, he has a whole series on where he modeled every single one from all the previous years, just describing how to do it, but in like a more slow, kind of methodical way.
Yeah, Toby's easily the best to learn that type of stuff from.
He's on his way.
Has a whole, there you go, and has a whole channel dedicated to it. So,
yeah, he has a whole CAD tournament as well where people compete. And kind of like Model Mania, but like more like the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Slated right there. Put the whole Model Mania competition down there.
But that's more like anonymous designing. This is, you get to watch people design.
Yeah, you got the people like Ivan, haven't you, who are absolutely unreal at quick speed designing and throwing models out in like 50 seconds.
Yeah. But like Toby discovered what he calls the Ivan flaw. Which is I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's something that
it's what's the name. And so when you're in the modelling competitions, it's normally based around obviously the accuracy,
the weight,
and so that takes some time. But a lot of the times they would have, say, a countable hole, so they have 4 countable holes into a plate. But Ivan was smart enough to realise that all you had to do was put 4 countable holes in the plate. It didn't matter where you
didn't matter where it was,
because all that mattered was that you got the correct answer at the end with the correct weight. So instead of setting them up in the 4 correct positions, he would just have 4 countable holes and go click, 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 and that was it. He would save like 30 seconds on a model because he just dropped in 4 countable holes.
Sorry, Michael. Toby. There's in the description, there's the Zoom code. Enter that in, and the password is the event hashtag. Go, Karen.
Yeah, no, so they realised that when they were designing models in the future, instead of having like a flat plate, they used to have to put a plate at an angle or on a curve. So it gave you had to put the holes in the correct position. Otherwise, the answer would be incorrect. So
I think it's good, and that just came from watching these speed modelers model, because like Model Mania is very anonymous. You're in a little booth doing your thing. I don't know if they screen record it.
You gotta nuke them or nerf them. That's the word.
But Caroline's walked away. I was just going to say, I'll wait till she comes back. But little self promotion there. I just dropped a link in the chat for how I customize my.
Yeah, I was actually just having a quick scroll through that, Michael. It looks very interesting.
Seeing Caroline's back.
Yes.
There's a link in the chat which takes you to a post I did on setting up how I set up my a lot of my stuff. So if you want to have a look at that.
Hey, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, no drama.
Toby's got the stoner grunge look.
My SolidWorks user interface will be built in your image.
Slug me, bro.
I keep having to go outside. We're getting snowed on over here.
Nice.
Oh, this is the infamous Too Tall Toby who keeps lurking in the YouTube comments.
Yes, I'm sorry. They've had me very busy this week.
Are you done for the year?
I gotta go again at 5. There's it's Don't Miss This Demo at 5, so I want to see that. Yeah. Man, nice to see you guys. Nice to see all of you.
Nice to see you, Toby.
Yeah, Michael, great to see you. Thanks as always for tuning in. Caroline, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I mean, I heard a little bit of what you guys were saying. The S key, I love the S key. Last year, I did a tips and tricks presentation, and it was like kind of soon after I had been hired at SolidWorks, and I said, "Oh, my favorite thing about working at SolidWorks is the S key."
Toby, do you remember we taught Kirby about it live on one of our streams?
Oh man, that was a wonderful stream. Yeah, but we were teaching you guys all
Johnny,
kinds of stuff.
I didn't have to get walked through the model.
Dude,
I did it myself.
Yeah, sit down. You're a user group leader. What's your excuse?
That makes no difference on like modeling. You're the one who does it for a living.
Yeah, if you guys didn't see that, I made a challenge just for them. I was like, I'm not going to make this one too hard. Sorry, guys, I don't mean to troll you. And they both, you know, they did great. They needed a little bit of help. That's what they're talking about.
I did great. But I still, you should put up the Kyber crystal somewhere as well, because that's
oh yeah, for sure.
What is it that you do?
Well, so for my day job, I work for Dassault with Ryan. I'm Ryan's coworker, and my team does a lot of preparing the resellers to understand what's going on with all the different roles in 3D Experience, because there's like 90 available roles. Role is just a bundle of software that's in 3D Experience. So if you think of 3D,
recall that from one of the general sessions.
Yeah, if you think of 3D Experience like an operating system in the cloud, a role is a bundle of software that runs on that operating system. So like the very first role is the all the communication tools, like the message boarding tool and online file storage, all the tools that you can use just to do like basic communication with your team. That's a role. It's a bundle of applications. So nice. during the day, I spent a lot of time helping the resellers, helping the customers. And then at night, just because I love SolidWorks and when the pandemic hit, I built started out just as like a couple of tips and tricks videos, and then ultimately kind of became like a little community of super SolidWorks enthusiasts. And we just get together and share tips and tricks and do like CAD modeling contests.
That's awesome.
I'm really happy to say that the guy who got first has been tuning in the past couple of weeks to Model Monday Live, Tim Z. And of course, the guy who got second, Clark Schaefer, in Model Mania this year, he's a regular on the show. So
I was reading kind of like the champions Slack, and people were saying it's like, who's Tim Z? It's someone that they've actually never really heard of. So that was one thing I was quite interested to see, is if, you know, Model Mania always has the usual names, but I wanted to see if there'll be some new names, because this conference is anybody can attend it.
Yeah, I'm excited to learn more about him. I tried to look at his company a little bit. I think they might have had something to do with the cleanup after Fukushima, but that's just like a very, very brief, high level overview. But I want to learn more about him, and maybe I'll chat with him a little bit more on the show this
Come
week.
on, Toby, you can tell us you've been doing some deep level stalking.
No time. I mean, he just announced it like 2 hours ago.
Yeah. Nice. Well, thanks for joining us, Toby. You know we love you.
Oh yeah, you guys are.
I see you got your ukulele. You're gonna sing for us.
Come
we'll
on.
See.
Yeah, where's the fully defined sketch song?
Yeah, we'll have to do it live, right?
Did my sound cut out, or did someone get muted?
I don't know. It's still good. It still sounds good to me.
Heather's joined us as well. How you doing?
Hey Heather.
Hi.
Hey Heather. Welcome back.
You still got coffee in that mug, or have you switched?
So it's tea for right now, but Earl has just stepped out to go
stock up.
Yes.
Happy hour time soon. Happy hour.
Yeah.
You coming to happy hour, Michael?
Michael comes to all of them.
Yeah,
nice.
I'll be there.
What are you drinking, Michael?
Oh, mate,
kind of
nothing.
4X gold.
I'll cut it out. I don't just drink dishwater.
Michael, I'm sorry. It's the only Aussie beer I know.
Which Aussie beer is that? Oh,
4X gold.
Oh, I went to their factory. It's rubbish.
It's a Queensland beer, so we don't. It's not allowed.
Do you still have the YouTube video open?
Not me.
No. I can. Okay, great. I'm muting everyone else's microphones. I'm hoping that's the correct thing to do. I'm really hoping.
Oh, this is interesting. What are we listening to?
What do we got? What do we got?
Can we sort this out, please?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think I'm gonna hop off, guys and gals. It's good to see everybody.
Thanks, Ryan. Great to catch up, dude. We'll have to get you on the channel soon.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll chat later. All right. See you. Y'all have a good day.
Bye, dude. Bye.
See you, Ryan.
I saw your email. I think that about the catch up and chatting with you with DriveWorks about all
it'll be fun.
It will be tons of fun. You said 31st of March, I think it was?
Yeah, you know what? I had some other interviews lined up, and so I just wanted to make sure I had time.
That's great, Heather. It'll give me and Kirby time to recover from this week.
And say, what the bloody hell did we agree to, and what are we talking about? What are we?
Yeah, you'll have to remind us closer at the time.
Just make things up. That's like it's almost like coffee in cars with comedians, right? It's kind of like we'll just talk about things that kind of come up. Toby, you're on my list too. Stay tuned.
I love it. I mean, those are the best kinds of interviews.
I mean, I feel honored for us to go first.
Yep. Well, right. Yeah. And so,
like, for those that don't know, me and Kirby launched our channel from Toby's channel, so he's like our MVP, really.
Oh man,
he's the Godfather.
Stop.
He's the slug father.
No, I mean, but we talked about that in our interview, right? We talked about I think I saw Tom Green was talking to Joe Rogan, and he said that he learned a lesson from Ed McMahon, which is like, don't talk about too much before the interview, you know, especially if it's somebody you haven't seen in a long time, you know, like get them before the interview, talk to them just for like a minute maybe, and then like don't talk anymore.
You know what? When you said that to us, that's what we do before every.
Yeah, we try not to like get on the stream too early, because otherwise me and Kirby catch up too quickly, and then it's like, what are we going to talk about for 2 hours?
Although like if we do jump on early, if we have a guest, we get on a bit earlier. But we'll say to them exactly what you said. It's like, we're not going to talk much here. We're going to wait it out.
Loose framework, a couple of quick like bullet points, and that's it. Those are the best interviews, I think.
And then we just hash it all out live.
Man, I've just discovered that I think I have that session open that I wanted to attend. I heard it for a split second and I can't find it in my tabs.
What session is it? The students one?
Sure. Yep. Amy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I wanted to see that.
Is there a way that we can only see the moderators?
That sounds like it.
Yep.
That's the one.
Sounds like everything's going smooth.
Yeah. Sounds like the sounds like the first day of 3D Experience World this year, eh, Toby?
Right.
No comment.
Yeah.
I wonder how
try and
many
shoot this thing on. Because not many people could.
Live TV, right? It's like anything can happen.
It's interesting, right? It's such an interesting new dynamic, because even as little as maybe 10 years ago, like the Hollywood paradigm had that on lockdown, right? Like the idea of being entertained by another person on a screen was consolidated to a very few amount of people. And now it's like, look at us, we're having this show here with 6 people, and like weird things happening, and it's entertaining, it's exciting, it's, you know, it's just so interesting that anybody can spin it up now, and that as an audience member you have so many choices now. You know, it's like you don't even really know where to start. There's so much content out there.
Yeah,
you're right.
I remember like a lot of the TV shows and that were planned to come out. There was nothing, but a lot of them have now figured out how to carry on during COVID and that.
Yeah, I mean, even before that, it was like if you didn't live in Hollywood, if you didn't live in like maybe New York, like it was a very, very small chance that you were going to make it in entertainment. You know, and now it's just been spread out. Like you needed to know the right people, you needed to play the game, you know, you needed to do all this extra crap that now it's just like anybody could spin it up. People playing video games are getting more famous than some actors at their peak.
Yeah, it's like, what's it, PewDiePie and that?
Yeah.
Just makes stupid amounts of money.
He's even considered like older, you know, like outdated now almost.
Yeah.
You know, old school at least.
His name is just there because he's the most subscribed.
Right.
But yeah, like especially
TikTok,
Ninja,
Dream is like one of the huge ones now.
It's
like crazy.
People on TikTok just make so much money just by
TikTok.
So weird.
Heather, do you TikTok?
Oh, come on, Heather.
I don't TikTok.
Oh yes, well done.
I don't know how to.
Cool. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you for joining.
Thanks, Caroline.
See you, Caroline.
I don't know how to, but I feel like if I were a high school aged person or even in university, I would have student like at all with any platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I have a hard enough time paying attention as an adult.
Yeah.
I'd be so distracted all day. It's a weird
very
thing.
Weird spot for university instructors.
Yeah. And our daughters, Earl and I, you know, it's funny when Earl and I met, tell you a little story. We met at our child's daycare. I was a single mom and Earl was a single dad. It's kind of like a Lifetime movie. And our daughters were best friends. They're 2 days apart by birthday.
Wow.
So yeah.
Nice.
So here we know Earl, right? Love you, Earl. But you know, when I met him, he was very technical. He was in charge of API support at SolidWorks. Like he's coding API guy, you know, and as a matter of fact, he goes way back to Glenn. When Glenn first wrote DriveWorks, Earl was managing the APIs and doing a lot of that integration writing with the partners, you know, to support their add-ins. And so anyway, so to know Earl and know that we basically had 2 twin girls in our house, people were like, oh, that's awful. Anyway, so our daughters were best friends at daycare. And so we always say that they had play dates and then Earl and I had play dates. And so it's kind of how it goes. 15 years later, you know, it's all right. So, yeah.
So are they into TikTok?
So they're now kind of, I think one is over the other, but they were just ahead of the wave, you know, because they're 23, 24, you know, and so they were just ahead of, not that they didn't have technology and stuff, but they still had the flip phone. Like they didn't have smartphones at that point. Facebook was, you know, MySpace was converting. More people were going to Facebook from sorry, that's the dog, got a live dog bark. So they were just ahead of like the big wave. My stepson kind of is in that wave, but it's just interesting to see that they get their news and they get content from all of those platforms. And I sound like, you know, an old woman, like, don't get your news off of there, get off my lawn. You know, I'm like, get your news from a valid source. But some of it is, you know what, we were talking about this the other night at the Swuggen Summit. We have to find a way to get to students and to younger people. It's not getting them to us. It's how do we get to them? Because they don't necessarily want to come to your dad's user group meeting, you know, in the machine shop cafeteria, you know, of a metal fabricating place, or, you know, they want you to bring it to them or to have a place to go for them. And so I think all of those platforms, you know, could potentially, if not build content on, create interest and maybe drive information to them, you know, but I think it's here and it's not changing. So we might as well figure that out.
I think a big problem that I see from, because I have roommates too that are in school, and
yeah, you do.
I think the biggest problem I see, you know, that they run into is just I'll call it the inability for the instructors to embrace and adapt this newer, like the shift in the way that they have to instruct. You know, I think there's a lot of instructors that are stuck in the, like, this is all new, we can't learn this, it's too much, you know, like we just can't learn it, we can't learn how to do it, how to manage it. I think that's a missed opportunity, you know, that I hope we'll see change. You know, I hope that, I mean, obviously the ideal scenario would be everybody would just be better with the situation and just kind of all go back to being social, because that's the most important thing, that we're not losing our humanity. But, you know, sans that, I wish the instructors would take advantage of more of the learning that's out there. Like, that's what gets me, is that it's not like there's no wall between you and the learning other than like the walls that you put up yourself. There's so much information out there.
That's that's poetry right there. There isn't any wall. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, you can learn how to use tools in a way that, like, I mean, there's even people out there that are using streaming tools. Like I have this tool for streaming, which is the Elgato Stream Deck.
I totally want one.
There's teachers out there that are talking about how they use this to make the classroom more interactive, more engaging, you know, play sound effects, play, like, basically doing the same thing that streamers are doing, because they recognize that streamers are what gets the kids' attention, you know, and the things that streamers are doing is like very engaging for the students. Even like you guys having the fundraiser badge up on the screen, it's enticing, you know, like
it makes that jingle, and
It's like, oh, I want to see my name show up there. Like, why not have something like that if you're an instructor in a classroom where when a student submits the correct answer, it's like ding shows up on, or when they finish their test first, like Johnny finished the test first, or whatever it is. I just think there's so much that we could learn from analyzing. Like these platforms are very popular. Why are they so popular, and how can we actually put that to good use? Because the problem, like what you said, Heather, they're getting so much information. I think the bigger problem is that they're getting it in such short chunks. And like, there's a term that's out there called doom scrolling, which is where you're just looking, whether you're looking at Amazon or you're looking at Facebook or whatever you're looking at, you're just like scrolling through habitually rather than trying to get anything out of it.
Right.
And that doom scrolling, they've done studies on how you spend your time and how fulfilled you feel afterwards. Actually, I just saw, I can't remember if it was Veritasium or it was one of those like long format instructional YouTube channels where they're talking about the phenomenon of time and how time passes, and how when you're traveling to an exciting event that lasts for a weekend, it feels like the travel to the event took forever. You got stuck in the airport for 45 minutes. It feels like that took forever. And then you get to the exciting event, and when the event happens over that entire weekend, it's like it goes by in a flash. But then when you think back on that event a month later, you have all these rich memories from the weekend, and you can barely remember the wait at the airport. And it's a very interesting phenomenon that happens when you're engaging in a positive activity. You're getting all these positive responses. But then when people are watching television, it feels like the time goes by very quickly. And then when they think back on it, it also feels like it went by very quickly.
Yeah.
Like they didn't really get anything out of it.
Interesting.
And that same kind of phenomenon is happening now with doom scrolling and with people getting short bursts of information, but then quickly jumping to the next subject and getting another short burst of information. None of it's sticking. And afterwards, you don't look back on that like that was so enriching. I had such a great experience there. You're just kind of like, I don't even really remember what happened to that part of my life. And that's a shame. And that's something I hope we really get away from.
I mean, it's also because the content's becoming shorter and shorter. I mean, all the stuff on TikTok is just really quick stuff, and if you're not engaged in the first few seconds, you just swipe up and you just carry on.
You carry on, but then before you know it, look at all that time you've burned off, and you've gotten you could have gotten so much more by watching like a long format, half an hour deep dive into one topic, and it would have stuck, and you would have been able to use that information later.
Although, like, I've been finding, it's obviously coming through because of the stuff that I'm watching. I find a lot of these short, like Instagram story, TikTok type videos coming up of like things that you can build in Minecraft really quickly, because I'm playing a lot of that at the moment. And I really enjoy those because it's like 15 seconds to show something that's really cool. But if I'm really intrigued more on how it's made, I go into it.
As you can see, I've got the important SolidWorks and Minecraft launchers on this thing too.
We should play sometime then.
I know, we definitely should, man. I would love that.
I mean, like my wife, she works for one of the largest cinema brands in the country, doing their social media stuff, working on the team that manages all their social media accounts. So right now, because all the cinemas are closed and that, they're the only valid way that the cinema can be active. So they're doing a lot of stuff, and like overhearing all my wife's meetings, it's all about they're trying to get onto TikTok, and they're trying to get on TikTok in a way that doesn't seem to brand pushy or anything. It's a lot more organic in that, and they have to do it because that's where all the kids are looking at. That those are the people that are gonna. It's the kids that are going to movies on weekends and that, because. Parents aren't really doing that unless if they've got kids in that.
It's got to be a tough
theaters
industry.
Open?
No, theaters aren't open, but they've got to still stay relevant, and the only way they can do it is through social media. Right. So she's luckily she's really busy. Like most of the cinema side of things, a lot of them have been furloughed in that, but she's really really busy.
They're doing like rentals, like private rentals for limited. Like private viewings of parties and stuff. We've seen there's a really nice cinema that opened up just the town over from us only within the last 2 years, and it's just a small chain. There's 2 theater locations, one where we are and one up in New Hampshire, and it's got like a really nice pub attached to it, and you can order food and everything, and great cocktails and stuff, and of course it's closed. and it's really unfortunate to see. So they've tried to keep their pub open for curbside and takeaway. See, I'm British, takeaway. Or they've tried to do the private rental thing. That hasn't picked up as much. But they were trying to offer like private gaming sessions too.
Yeah.
Like, Toby, you could rent the theater for like gaming. And I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah, our cinemas, our theatres opened up the other day, and it was actually great to go because with social distancing and the like, and they're only showing, because none of the big releases out, they're only mainly showing some Australian movies. So in a theatre which holds, I don't know, 200 people, there was like 10 of us in there. It was fantastic. But they were, again, advertising the same thing. They were advertising to rent the place for up to 10 people for gaming, well, for $250 for 2 hours. I thought, what a great idea.
Like, as a kid, I always sat there thinking, it's like, I would love to bring my PlayStation and play it in the cinema.
Yeah. Exactly.
So like a lot of the cinemas here already do that for events and parties and that. But the biggest problem that they're having right now is that they want to open, but there's no movies to be shown.
No, because now the industry is now going and partnering with the streaming, networks, and now it's showing in a theater, but it's also going on to HBO Max or Apple TV. Yeah. It's like they're having these partnerships. I think that's
We don't get HBO Max here, so those films will still come to the cinema. They are going to cinema as well. But like,
okay.
What a lot of the creators of these movies are starting to kind of get upset about this, because they've designed and made their movies to be seen on big screens with massive sound systems, and that's what they created for first. A good example for me is Star Wars. I think it's Episode 9. Watching that in the cinema, there's a scene where Kylo Ren goes to see Palpatine, and there's just this ominous hum in the air, and with the thunder, and when you're in the cinema, you feel it. And then when I watched it on TV, I didn't get that same feeling. I couldn't feel it. It didn't feel the same. I mean, Metallica did a concert in I can't remember where it was, in San Francisco, the S&M 2 concert, where they played live with a symphony orchestra, the San Francisco Symphony Orchestra. And they did this back in the 90s, so this was kind of like the reunion. So they filmed it, and a lot of the cinemas got hold of they partnered with the cinemas, and they played these at cinemas as well. And as soon as I found out that, I had to go and watch it in the cinema, because you can't go and watch like Metallica on your TV and just have a good time. And it was,
well, I think the other thing that, it's almost like you're putting together an advertisement for your wife to like remind people why cinema is valuable. I think the other thing is that when you're at the theater, you're locked in. I think I saw Red Letter Media talking about this. You're just like locked in on the movie, and so I think you get a better feel for what the director wanted you to experience, where when you watch it at home, a lot of times you're distracted, or you have your phone out, right? Exactly. Or you're doing laundry, and when you're in the theater, you're really locked in. So
I always save my theater experience for a movie that I know I want to watch every minute of this.
Right.
And you're forced to lock in.
Yeah. I think the problem, on the flip side, the problem, and maybe hopefully this is a lesson that the theaters learn. I don't know if they will, but especially like the bigger chains around here. I don't know if you guys ever had this happen, but sometimes it's like $10 for a vat of popcorn, $15 for a drink, something like that. It's hard for me to feel that sympathetic when now they're struggling after they've been giving it to me for the past 10 years.
Don't come to Australia.
Yeah, it's worse there.
It's poison here.
It's like London's really expensive as well. Like outside of London, you can get a cinema ticket for like £5, but in London it's £20. But
it's like, if you want your customers to stand with you when you're going through hard times, like maybe you should take care of them a little better next time.
But I mean, if like looking at it from the cinema side where my wife works, like they make no money off their ticket sales. And they've got to pay for the licensing for that. So it's the advertising and it's the ticket prices that pay for the movie. Where they make their profit is the concession stand. That's where they make their profit. And so that's why some cinemas get upset when you bring your own food in, because you're taking money away from them. And sometimes the prices are really expensive, but like we always justify with we go to cinema once every 2 months. we get free tickets.
Yeah, I guess that's the trick. But it'll be like $100 with me and all my roommates, and they all want to get stuff. Like, it'll be like $100 by the time we're out the door.
So like when me and my wife started dating, we'd go to the movies every Friday, and we were like 16 back then. I didn't have a job or anything, so my dad would always give me money, and he'll give me 100 rand, which is valued at like $10 back then. So he'll give me that $10. I could buy tickets for me and her, popcorn for both of us, and everything. I'd still come back with change. And then now, when we went back to South Africa and went to the movies, like that doesn't even cover your ticket anymore.
Wow.
And it's just
so your dad lives in South Africa? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm from South Africa.
Oh, no kidding! I didn't know that.
Don't know if the accent got it off, but
no.
No, I'm originally from South Africa. Grew up there and finished off university
what?
there.
Sorry, hang on. Let me mute. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm originally from South Africa and grew up there, did university there, finished university, and my wife now, decided to move here and see what we can do with ourselves. And so now we live in the UK. So all my family's back in South Africa. My mom's originally from the UK, so I got a British passport through that way. So it's easy just to buy a plane ticket and rock up and act like I've been here my whole life.
Wow. I had no idea, man. I've heard you talk about South Africa quite a few times, but I never knew what the tie was.
Yeah, I'm flat out South African. So Michael and I have a good Southern Hemisphere bond.
Yeah, for sure.
We do. My apologies.
The other guys.
That little outburst, people just come storming through my office. I realize I should mute myself.
It's all right.
No worries.
So,
but yes,
Kirby, did I catch? You're a big Metallica fan, eh? You? So I saw Metallica when I was 14.
Really? Back in the day.
I actually, I saw them in the same year as when Cliff Burton died and Jason Newsted played. I think it was November or December of '86. I saw them. I was 14. I had 3 brothers growing up, and so I just tagged along with them to like concerts because it was easy for me because I went with my brothers, my older brothers. So my mom didn't really kick up too much about it, and so Metallica.
Yeah, my first ever concert was Metallica.
My first one was Motley Crue.
I was 19. I didn't do many concerts growing up, but it's mostly because the nearest stadium to me was very, very far. But we managed to get right in front of Metallica, right in the front row where they were looking at you in the face.
It's fun.
And I got a couple of their plectrums that they threw out, and I got like a Metallica beach ball. But yeah, they were you could almost touch them. It was awesome.
And I miss live music.
We got to see them again a couple of years later in London. That was a lot of fun, but it wasn't the same setting. We couldn't go for the good seats at the front, so we were quite further back. It wasn't as much of a show, but it was still really, really awesome.
I miss those days of live music. I mean, I've seen live music recently, but nothing, like that.
Yeah, I think
I'm sure
the last concert I went to was to watch Tenacious D. And that was awesome.
Nice.
I'm going to be old now and say I don't know who that is.
Michael's
like, I'm so glad you said that because I didn't want to say that.
Do you know the actor Jack Black?
Yeah.
It's his band.
Oh, I didn't know.
Hey, don't lump me into your era.
All right, Michael.
I might be old, but hang on.
I didn't know.
Today.
I did. You know what I did do? I did take my kid. There was one summer that I was going to school my kid in just really good classic music. So that way she could say, so I took her, we saw Styx because why not?
Nice.
I'm a middle-aged woman. I love Tommy Shaw. It doesn't matter. The teenage girl in me, who doesn't love Tommy Shaw. But I took her to see Rush.
Nice.
She was bored out of her mind. I mean, you can imagine a 21 or 20-year-old girl, like, are they going to do anything else? I'm like, this is kind of it. Like, and even Earl was fascinated by these 3 men that have played together, so long. They just know each other. Like they know everything about their set inside and out. And to see them in perfect harmony, it's a whole different level and almost symphonic, like the way that they just play off of each other. And so, yeah, that was a fun thing to share with her. But I've taken her to see quite a bit of music in that kind of range just because I don't want her to not know. Like her father was a musician. I lost her father to cancer when I was pregnant with her. So it's kind of like my way of just keeping his memory alive for her, to take her to these different live music venues. And so
we
it's important.
It's awesome.
In April last year, I booked my wife's biggest, like her favorite singer is Evanescence. And they were doing their tour, and I managed to get like VIP meet and greet tickets.
Wow.
That was supposed to happen in April, and it was postponed to this year, October. So we're kind of hoping it can still happen. But, yeah, the whole thing
didn't even get to go.
It was VIP. We meet and greet. We chill out backstage with them. All of that.
Amy, is it Amy something?
Amy Lee.
Is that her name? Yeah.
She's from Nashville as well.
That's cool.
Having the opposites, having daughters, and when they started wanting to go out in concerts when they were like 12 and 14 and that, and having to do the rounds of Gwen Stefani and Britney Spears when they all came out to Australia and the like, it was rather harsh. Where you could see all the fathers who used to get sent to all their concerts with their daughters, and it'd be like 20,000 teenage girls and about 100 handful of 50-year-old men just sitting there in the background. It was like,
Michael, what
just
about
waiting, just kind of.
What about Cosmic Psychos? You know them? They're like an Australian punk band. But now they're probably pushing 60. They're they just never stop being punk.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of bands coming out of Australia who made it worldwide and the like, and it's we follow the culture. I guess we're influenced. We're fortunate in Australia. We're kind of influenced both by the UK and also the US. So again, it's been easier these days, obviously.
Is it 5 Seconds of Summer? They're Australian, right?
5 Seconds of Summer, yeah. Sauce.
Yeah. I did a summer of that one where I was the mom in the parking lot, Toby, like with the other wine moms sitting in our SUVs, hanging out in climate control. You want to talk wine moms? I'm gonna embarrass myself because here I was, rocker Heather back in the day. I'll have to find a photo. I had the long hair and the big cross necklace because you had to have one, and over teased hair. But one of the last concerts I went to with my girlfriends, I went to go see Train, and they were so good, the band Train, but it was all middle-aged women drinking Cabernet in the audience. Like honestly, no lie, it was like,
that's a wine mom concert. I think
it was such a wine mom concert, so much so that they actually have started to bottle and sell. They bought a share in a winery.
That's funny.
So we have the session has popped up a few minutes. I mean, it's not ready yet. It's on at 5, but it just loaded up on my other.
Oh yeah, the Don't Miss This demo.
You can't miss this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely check that out too. I'm gonna have to jump off and go see that.
We're gonna leave them all here by themselves, I think.
Yeah,
that's perfect.
Unsupervised.
Hey, what's up, Josh?
Hey, Josh. That's what you gotta call the after hours version of your podcast, unsupervised, left unsupervised.
I do have one more question for you, Kirby, before we all leave.
Go for it.
What's some of the things you've been learning about in Minecraft?
A lot of redstone stuff. Mostly farming.
That's cool.
Because I've just started up a realm. I've been playing on my mate's realm. He just gives me everything. I was like, that's cool, but I don't know if I haven't really earned it.
Survival?
Flat out.
Absolutely. You gotta invite me, man.
I'll invite you to my realm.
Okay.
Yeah, I've already done everything on my own. I've beat the Ender Dragon. I've done the Wither, all that stuff. So now I'm just messing around building farms.
I never did the Wither before. I
found a naughty way to do it.
Okay. Because don't you have to collect?
It's scary.
You have to collect 3 skeleton heads from the Wither skeletons.
Yeah, and then you've got to build it, and then you've got to fight it. But it can destroy your loot if you drop it.
Okay.
So I've just been like, too scary.
See, we're getting into the deep stuff now. This is where you and me need to just kind of branch off and have our own podcast.
So I've found a little cheeky way that you're not supposed to do it, because all I needed was the beacon, the Nether Star, so I can do my beacon.
Yeah,
so I can do
that's
some
what I
instant
want
mining.
to. Yeah, I do all straight up vanilla realms survival.
This is where the generational gap becomes evident.
Well, I got roommates that's why I ended up getting into it. So.
What are you playing on? You're playing on your
Josh
PC?
And Java on PC.
All right, I'm playing in Bedrock.
Josh and Toby, before I hang up,
I'm playing in Bedrock.
I'm hosting a happy hour at 6 tonight. If you happen to want to come on, I'm going to jump off so I can get my refill. But yeah, I mean, it's casual. There'll be, it's going to be like 3D experience world. People are just going to be virtual party hopping. Josh, you too. Feel free to stop by. That's just a GoToMeeting link for it.
Okay, cool.
So whoa, hello. Whoa, that escalated quickly.
Wow, Heather.
Whoa, that was not me.
Heather, what are you
What are they drinking?
Wow, that was.
Okay.
Is that your Indian buddy?
That was.
Oh no! Oh, it's going.
I was wondering who it was because they had their camera and then they had themselves muted. But wow,
this is the famous Zoom exploit, huh?
It's the uncut version, as we say. It's the 9 o'clock Zoom. That's what we say. It's the 9 o'clock Zoom, right, Michael? The 9 o'clock Zoom.
I was very.
Normally we warm up into it. Just don't dive straight into it.
A little on ramp.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you guys later.
Okay. Bye, Heather. Thanks.
Bye.
Hopefully, I was quick enough. But yeah, I'm playing in Bedrock, so I can switch between my Switch and my PlayStation, and phone and my PC. I've got it on everything.
That's my next evolution, is getting that going for my roommates. Bedrock, so they can do all that stuff too.
I mean, Bedrock runs much better. It's much easier to run, but you can't do as much as you can, like with mods and that you can with Java.
Yeah, we've been doing the Minecraft manhunt thing with the compass. So one person is trackable, and everybody else can track them with the compass. But that's like a plugin. Yeah. You have to load. All right, sorry, Josh and Michael. I know that was probably a little outside of bounds.
No, it's always educational. There's all these new words I'm learning.
Yeah, I'm sure. Bedrock, redstone, wither,
crying
obsidian.
Whole lot of search to keep up with the technology, because again, it's funny you say again, like talking earlier about education and keeping up with technology. I mean, that's yes, I'm the oldest one on this call. So, but again, it's always been having to adapt and look at those technologies just to evolve yourself, not through any other interest, but again, things change and you can't stay stagnated. So,
yeah, that's why we're all here, right? Because we like to continuously learn new things.
Yeah, for sure.
But I only have so much time, so I'm behind on the gaming. A lot of the newer games, I just I have my favorite stuff that I play and kind of stuck on them. But I did. So my kids, of course, are Xbox and Wii U before that. But I tried Stadia when the Founders Edition came out. I don't know if anybody else has tried Stadia, but it appealed to me for the cloud-based, like no console needed, so it's like a relatively cheaper point of entry. I like the idea you can play it on any device, all this stuff.
I gotta jump off, Josh. Sorry.
Okay, see you, Toby.
See you guys.
I mean, there's been a lot of controversy with Stadia because some developers are now saying they don't really want to invest too much into it.
Well, they were doing their own first-party development, and they just canned it. So now it's only third-party developers. In which case, I don't know. There's discussion whether or not Google tries a lot of things that they eventually kill without a lot of warning. So it'll probably be in the same boat, I imagine. But I'm enjoying it so far. It's pretty good system. I mean, it surprisingly performance-wise, being totally cloud-based, no console, it works great.
Yeah, it's The problem is you need a cracking internet connection for that.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
And unfortunately, like places like South Africa, you don't have that kind of dealio.
Yeah.
So like Stadia hasn't really done anything in South Africa or anything. It's not really a thing.
Yeah.
So it's I think it's an idea, but I know Xbox is going to start moving closer towards that.
Yeah.
But I think Stadia just came a bit too early, which is a bit I mean, it's an interesting concept, but
they've proven that it works, like you said, with the caveat of you need a strong internet connection. I did upgrade mine in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I know some people have had problems with lag and input lag and that, but it's good for people that just want a game like they were just watching Netflix. They can just turn it on and play it. They don't have to turn on their console. They don't have to update. If you're doing it on PC, you don't have to know exactly what components are in there so you can run it.
Yeah, I've never had to sit there for 40 minutes while an Xbox game loads to my console, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate. But it's hopefully it'll be something that will get there in the future. It gets more people interested in gaming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good model.
Yeah. So we'll see where it goes. Because I mean, like, I'm playing mostly on my PC now. I've neglected my PS5 for a bit too long.
Yeah.
I got it day one. I was like, this is great, but I'm gonna go play on my PC.
Yeah.
it's mostly because there's no games on there that are really screaming at me. There's even since it's come out, there isn't that many games available to play on it.
Yeah.
And all the games that are available to play, they're still like PS4 versions. There isn't any real like PS5 only games.
Right.
So there's no real reason to go crazy. When I turned it on, I was like, cool. But the games I was playing were the same ones I was playing on my PS5, the PS4 the night before.
Right.
So there wasn't too much new in there.
I'm interested. I like racing games, and I'm interested in if Stadia had a console or a steering wheel option. I thought it would be nice to try that, but based on the technology, you have to play it on a PC if you want to take advantage of those kinds of third-party hardware options.
Yeah,
which it's an option, but I haven't tried it yet. I don't have a wheel.
I really want to get a little racing wheel.
Buying one, but I don't know if it would work.
I mean,
I don't want to buy it and then find out it doesn't work.
I'm sure there'll be someone that will be able to tell you if it works.
Yeah, well, I've heard mixed reviews. Like people, a lot of people are saying that it didn't work, even though Stadia was saying it should.
Yeah, it's it is unfortunate.
Not enough confidence for me to drop $300 on the wheel that I want.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're able to get a cheap one, test it out, or something like that. I mean, I've got a joystick for flight simulator games and that was just a cheap one that I could find. I don't want to. I really wanted one of those really expensive hot ass ones. Hands-on throttle and something. Can't remember what the full acronym is, but it's HOTAS. Okay. But yeah, but that's
son that's been sitting here behind me the last couple of days. He's into aviation. He's going to be a flight dispatcher. Graduates in June.
Oh, very nice.
Or May actually. But he's done
hands-on
some
throttle and stick. So you got the stick and you got the throttle.
Yes, he's got that. And so I set him up with a new PC for Christmas. We built one, and that was fun. But yeah, he's got Microsoft Flight Sim now, and
such a beautiful game that
flying that he wants. But
it's such an awesome game that.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Like the if you've got a PC that can run at fairly high spec, it's awesome. Like it's so immersive. I just spent hours on it, and people are like, so you take off a plane, you push some buttons, and then you just sit there for 4 hours while it does its own thing. It's like, yeah, it's great. I'm like, but that's boring. I'm like, but it's beautiful. Reflections, clouds, weather. Yeah. And they're just like, and like you make sure you stay on course, and you're just monitoring everything. They're like, this is lame.
And that hum of that drone of the airplane for 4 hours.
You're communicating with air traffic control as you're going and pushing the buttons. It's just so much fun. Like I wanted to be a pilot growing up, and that, but it never worked out because I didn't take the right things in school and all that. But it's fine. I can still do it privately. But I've always been fascinated with flight and that. Like whenever I have to, every time I'm flying to World, I'm the guy that just gets the windows open the whole time.
Yep.
Map open, being like, oh, there's that place, there's that place, there's that place, and just like watching everything down on the ground. Johnny's the guy who builds a fort for himself out of blankets. And sleeps.
Dude, that was a bad flight.
Because he doesn't want the sunlight that you're letting in interrupting his sleep time.
Yeah. Like
his hangover recovery.
And just like watching the world go, because you go over like Iceland and then Greenland, and then across north of Canada, and it's just completely white and it's ice, and it's really, really, really interesting to see that kind of thing. But it's, I really enjoy like aviation and that. A friend of mine, he's an air traffic controller in South Africa. And he was telling me the course for that. It was like 300-400 that it started. 3 years later, there were 12 left. That was it. It was such a brutal course to go through. And then he decided to go down to Port Elizabeth, which gets, I think, an average of 20 flights in a day.
Wow.
So it's really easy. He wants to go to Johannesburg and be more active in that. But now he's got a kid down there. And so he's all down there, but he really loves it. He really, really enjoys it. I mean, even that is. There was one of those air flight crash investigation things that happened.
Yeah.
And I was watching, and it was an accident that happened as a plane was landing. It was an instrument problem on the plane, but the guy that was in the traffic control landing it was his first day on the job.
Wow.
Like that was his very first shift.
There's your initiation. Welcome.
And a plane crashed on his shift. It's just he left. He didn't come back. He was just like, I cannot do this. Like,
yeah, it's tough stuff. I mean, it's fascinating though. The accident investigation. My son, being in the industry now, is all into that. And every time an accident happens, he's reading the reports and the NTSB and the FAA. He knows about all of them, the details. We were talking about Kobe Bryant just the other night.
Yeah.
He's waiting for that report to come out. But it, very, very fascinating what they pieced together and how much detail they can tell you about what was going on at the time and all the different factors.
Yeah, a few years ago, I was working for a 3D print company, and one thing that one of the services they offered was you can rent out the FDM printers, and a operator will come out and you can have it at a trade show or whatever. So Rolls-Royce wanted one of our printers and an operator just to go onto their STEM stand and just talk about technology and getting kids interested in technology. And it was a big kind of called Farnborough Air Show, which is like the biggest in Europe.
Okay.
So I was there amongst all these aviation people in the industry, and during that week there was a major airline crash. And like the way that the news spread through that community and being amongst all those kind of people talking about it, it was, what they were saying on the news, and then listening to what they were talking about it, and it was quite interesting to hear that their kind of those people in the industry's perspective.
Yeah. It's cool. I mean, I live in Dayton, Ohio, just outside of Dayton, Ohio, and we're the home of the Wright brothers, right? So aviation is really big in this town, and we're very close. Where I live now is like 5 minutes from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where we have a huge Air Force museum. So if you guys are ever in Ohio, let me know. We'll go check out the museum.
Nice, yeah.
But,
Johnny, it sounds like we're doing a full tour of the States.
We're doing a full tour of the States.
Nice.
and Sydney, apparently, Michael. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sign me up for that trip.
Yeah.
Sign us all up.
Ed was saying that next year we should fly into Boston, rent an RV, and just road trip with a bunch of other people that are going to World.
Excellent. Yeah.
I'll bring my own. I'll bring my own.
Yeah.
You could drive your own.
Michael, feel free to bring one of yours because them things are luxurious.
Thank you.
Yeah, we might need the jumbo
Brad
size,
the tank.
the jumbo edition. Hey, Brad.
Hey, Brad, welcome.
What's up? What's up?
How you doing?
Oh, doing okay. Spent most of my day doing work stuff. Sadly, it's okay.
I got sucked into a little bit of that too.
Yeah, it happens.
Yep.
So, whatever.
How's world been for you?
It's been pretty good. I just checked my numbers for my presentation that I did, and earlier this afternoon it was like 847 people seeing it, which is
nice.
877. Sorry, that's way more than typical for something. And 107 people did the Q&A. So
cool. Was that the I'm too lazy?
Yeah.
I'm lazy. Yeah. I missed that this year, but I think I saw it a year or 2 years ago. I can't remember which. But yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. So I'm revamping it, and then I have I'm lazy, and then I'm making another one for next year. It's a little bit more advanced stuff. I don't know. I haven't figured out what to title it, but it's going to like laziness continues or something. I don't know. It'll be fun.
Excellent. So, you got anything else planned, or you done for the year?
What, as far as world?
Yeah.
I think I'm about done because I got a ton of extra work to do this week, and I'll probably end up spending the Saturday catching up. I got a couple market managers hollering at me for updates on things.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Unfortunately. Yeah. What do you think of Atlanta?
I like it. It was actually kind of my guess. It was my guess that I told my. It's like it starts with an A, and it's a very large convention center, and I know where it's at, and I've been there. Not to the convention center, but I've been
to the city.
Not in it, but I've been around it. I've been to Olympics. I've been to the Olympic Park, and I've been to the football stadiums. It's only about a 7-hour drive for me. So,
where are you based again?
Roanoke, Virginia.
Virginia. Where's Virginia? Oh.
No, that's a separate state now.
Yeah.
As much as some people would rather it be the same state, it's a separate one.
So, Brad, I was born just across the river from West Virginia, and I didn't live there, but it was close to where my family lived at the time. Marietta, Ohio, the first settlement of Ohio, actually.
That's cool.
But you can imagine there's a great rivalry between Ohio and West Virginia.
Yeah, football.
So a lot of jokes, and so West Virginia jokes. Actually, on the side of the state I'm in now, in Dayton, Ohio, Cincinnati and Kentucky have a similar relationship. There's a lot of you just substitute Kentucky for West Virginia, and it's the same jokes. But
how come like Virginia split up to Virginia and West Virginia? Was it like a Brexit deal?
It'd be negotiated faster, wouldn't it?
That was the Civil War kind of stuff.
All right. So
yeah.
See, that's how you should have handled Brexit. That's how you should have handled Brexit, Civil War style.
I mean, don't, Michael. I'll put the wall back up between us and the Scottish, no problem.
Hey, now I'm mostly Scottish now, so if you go to my 23andMe, it says I'm Scottish. So
you're all right, Brad. We let you off.
All right.
So, some Scottish are cool. I lived with a Scotsman. He liked his whiskey like a lot.
Yeah,
I attribute that.
Yeah, he grilled some suspect barbecue meat though, Kirby. That's all I'm saying. Like,
okay, so like even like Michael, you love a good shrimp on the barbie. Josh and Brad, American barbecues are all about big pieces of meat and that.
Yeah.
In South Africa, barbecues are you do like mostly sausages, also steaks and that, and chops and that.
Chops, eh?
Chops. Where like a British barbecue is just worse sausages than ours.
No, it isn't, because what happens, Kirby, is the wrong British people.
Okay, so I had a barbecue at my house in August last year, and it was kind of like a year-in / housewarming party. So a couple of people came. Johnny came from up north, and my old housemate came along as well, and he forgot to go to the shop on the way. So I said,
that was disgusting.
It's like 5 doors down. There's a little corner shop. You can grab a couple of things. Only thing he could find was a pack of bacon and a pack of salami. So he put that on the barbecue. And he lost most of them between the grills.
Yeah, they went down the grill.
That's probably for the better.
I was just like, mate, I could have driven you to Asda or something. We could have gotten decent meat. He's like, no, mate, it's fine.
It's good.
Yeah, it was a poor effort.
He got wasted that night, though.
You're saying that's unusual.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael, it wasn't us for once, so you know.
Now, when you're talking about doing barbecue, when you say barbecue in the United States, if you classify it wrong, somebody's liable to smack you. Barbecue is when you slow cook meat over an indirect cook, so that heat is not directly underneath what you're cooking.
Yeah.
Grilling is where you throw the meat right over the fire.
I seem to think you're really into your barbecues, Brad. I've seen some stuff floating around.
In the UK, and I'm sure in Australia as well, barbecue is essentially your grilling. Well, in South Africa, we call it a braai.
Okay, go on, Brad. What were you going to say about your barbecues?
I have 3.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at building me a bigger one. That's trailer mounted.
Nice.
Have you seen that Netflix show about barbecuing?
No.
There's a whole Netflix competition show.
It's like Grill Master, isn't it?
Grill Master, where
okay,
they've got to cook these massive meats, and they've got basically all the top equipment they can use in that. There's all these Grill Masters and that just looks incredible.
We spent a couple of Thanksgivings down in South Carolina. My wife's sister lives down there.
Yeah.
And friends of theirs have this guy's an eccentric guy, but he bought an old plantation home and was trying to convert it into a museum. It was really cool property, but it had a smokehouse on the property.
That's cool.
And he's a hunter, and he went out, and they have a feral pig problem, like feral hogs, and they went out, got a hog, he smoked it, and for this party that he threw, they just had a wooden table outdoors, and they just threw this big hog out on the table, and everybody would come up with a knife and just tear off pieces of meat.
You know what that's called, right?
It was delicious. That's
it's called. The term is called pig picking.
Pig picking. Okay.
That's right.
Michael Lord has a question.
Your mic's off.
No, I'm just off. I'll catch you guys later.
All right.
Have fun. Great catching up.
See you.
Yes.
See you, Michael.
So yeah, we call that a pig picking, and the reason why I want a bigger smoker is because I want to do them.
Okay.
I want to do that. That's what I want.
Yeah, because
I feel like we'll add Brad's house onto the list. We've got a whole tour of America next year.
In South Africa, we call that a spit braai.
Oh, okay.
Podcast on tour.
Yeah. So big piece of like whole animal, and you just rotate it slowly over. That's done with electric coils and that. It's not done with. Then you put all like the potatoes down at the bottom, and that sits and boils in the juices and that.
So yeah, you could do that on a rotisserie, roll it around, but the traditional style is just you throw it down, skin down or skin up. I guess it really doesn't matter, because then about halfway through you flip it once and then you call it a day. But yeah, I've got one that's about the size of, I would guess if you were to compare it to Star Wars sizes, it's an R2-D2. I've been trying to find fireproof or like heat-proof paint so I can paint it like R2-D2.
That'd be cool.
Sure, you could find something that would. But I mean, like what you call barbecue is essentially what most of us would call smoking.
Yeah. Yes, it's smoked meats.
So yeah, like South African has a big braai culture. Like there's an entire day that everybody gets off work to go and braai. It's called Heritage Day. So
sounds like I need to go over there.
Yeah. But like a lot of the meats and that stuff that we do, the one it's kind of like a German sausage, but not the same. It's called Boerewors, and it's mostly beef and lamb packed into that lots of spices in that. We also dry it out sometimes for like a jerky. It's called biltong. Well, biltong, it's dryvors.
That's cool.
So, and then for the braais and that, we mostly do boerewors and just big chunks of meat. And that's kind of like it's kind of like your grills. That's how we do it, over an open flame. Most of the time it'll be wood. We don't go as particularly into the wood as you guys do. You know, you guys would choose a specific wood to get a specific flavor.
Yeah.
For a specific meat, we just go find some wood in the veld and
just
start a
throw
fire.
it.
Yeah. But the problem with that is guys are quicker. But I use coals mostly to do my braais.
Yeah, so the smoker I use currently, I've found that the like what they call Kingsford Blue, the Kingsford Original Charcoal, the blue bag that you see on every grilling show, works the best. With it set up right, it'll smoke for 16 hours without actually needing to mess with it.
So I was listening to you a bit too intently. That I poured that one a bit strong.
Hey, it's after 5 o'clock here, so that's fine. You can drink that.
It's 10 o'clock here, so like we're way past that point.
Yeah.
Okay. It's almost bedtime for you then.
I'm pace myself though.
We're way past
you got
that.
Kraken. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, I had a bottle of Kraken.
I've got a bottle of that.
That stuff's like juicy.
stuff.
You can get it everywhere.
We did eggnog
so good
with that this year.
So fun fact: when my kids were very little and teething, I would take that, put it on my finger, and stick it on their gums when they were teething. It works better than the medication they come out with.
Oh yeah, I bet it does.
You do that to Johnny, it'll put him to sleep. I think it helps.
Oh, that's funny. I just popped up the demo. I forgot that I was missing the demo.
Phone call. Be right back.
Demo, and I saw Michael and Kirby both on the screen when I popped it up.
Really?
How did we get on the screen?
I don't know. Apparently, you're in the demo video, the montage.
Oh, sick. Did you send a? Oh, wow, that's great.
I just paused it and to watch it. Actually, there's a YouTube. I'll copy it over to you in the chat.
Kirby's eating his nuts.
I'm chucking my nuts.
So you can, if you click on that link, you can rewind it and watch it from the beginning later. But
I'm gonna play it on the stream. How long ago was it?
Just back up 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, you want to be minus about a minute, Kirby. If you see Ivan and then let it play.
Oh, it's where you're saying, you're awesome.
Simply stupendous.
That was awesome.
Outstanding work, my friend.
Brilliant job. Really well done.
Mate, honestly. Bloody hell, your hair's short.
Fantastic job. Thanks.
This is incredible and perfect. Well done.
That's really funny. That's quite lacquer, eh?
This is awesome. It totally makes sense to me.
I just gotta hear Johnny's one.
Good job, Kevin.
I don't know, you sent one.
Keep it up.
No, I didn't send it. Dude, I'm too busy for that.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
See you at home, little bro.
This just in. Kevin, you rock.
All right, sorry about that.
No problem, Brad.
That's what happens when you have to do work and stuff. That's all right.
We're watching the back end of the.
That was fantastic. I hope you can join us.
The back end
next
of
time
the
on
Don't Miss This demo.
I saw some people in there.
I really appreciate it.
I didn't see you, Johnny.
Teamwork and space. Thanks, man. Have a great day.
Yeah, you didn't see me because I didn't send anything.
I can't think of anyone I'd rather.
I thought so. Yeah, I went full South African with that one.
Oh yeah.
Because I filmed it first, I'm like, this is pretty boring. I need to spice it up a little bit. That was lekker, bro.
That was lekker, bro. You didn't.
I did.
I'm gonna have to turn the sound on.
Cringy. There's Mr. Todd.
Did you film on
That's
Brad?
quite lekker, eh? Is that what you said? Oh my god. It's quite lekker, eh?
As far as filming things, no, I didn't get a chance to.
No, I didn't either, Brad.
Every opportunity I was given, I have to do that. So I got into the start montage, which makes me happy.
There you go. Yeah, see the truck that's behind me is one of our older units, and we're building one that's bigger than this, and I'm stuck doing project work. So it's like, oh, here's 45 drawings that need to be done for all these individual parts. They need to be done in 3 days, so we can send them to the manufacturer. Have good luck. That's what I've been doing the last 6 months.
Just tell them you've done like 30% of it, and they can start. You'll bring the rest.
No, that's not the way it works. Sadly.
Oh, Toby's. I think he's roasting me again.
Toby.
Crash Bandicoot shirt in the video. Yes, I was wearing my old Crash Bandicoot shirt. Crash Bandicoot is one of my old PS1 favorites.
Yeah, Toby roasted me earlier. He said I know how to email. Which I don't understand because I definitely hit send.
It's still in the chat.
It happens.
Yeah, it's like I don't think Johnny knows how to email. Can you send it, Kirby?
Dude, it's in my send box. If Toby hasn't read it, then that's not my problem.
You get stuck. Does he get stuck in customs?
Maybe, yeah. Brexit and all.
It's okay.
Probably.
I gotta run. I can't stay too long. I gotta go start dinner here because we got the two youngins that are hollering at me here in a minute. So
yeah, I bet.
But you guys, this was great. If we do this again, like if they have to do any of this, I wonder if we could figure out a way to do like this live stream thing in person next year.
That's our plan.
I've built my entire setup so that I can just jank it into a plug, a wall socket somewhere. We can sit on the floor, and it just runs off a laptop.
So do I need to bring my own microphones?
No, we're all sorted.
I don't know yet.
I've got some good microphones.
Yeah, because I'm going to get another one of the Rode mics. And they'll sort us out for 2, and then I've got another 2 inputs, maybe 4 inputs.
Those are USB mics, right?
No, these are what's it?
The XLRs.
Yeah, XLR.
Yep, XLR.
Okay. Yeah, see, I've got a bunch of 57s and 58 Sures, like the stuff you use on stage for music and stuff.
Yeah.
They're practically bulletproof. You can use them as a hammer and still talk on them.
Yeah, because I've got a little Behringer mixer that's only got 2 inputs, so maybe I'll look at upgrading it closer to World.
Well, if you need a mixer, let me know. I can bring one with me. I've got a really nice one that has 4 inputs on it that has a USB out.
There we go. That's
a
man who knows his stuff.
Because I love the SolidWorks.
I also have access to one that's got 32 channels and it's digital and it runs on an iPad.
Wow.
I'm not sure I'll be able to get that Rode case into my car though. It's rack mounted.
No.
Is that the one you use for your church or something, Brad? I think I've seen some.
Yeah, so the 32 channel is a Behringer X32 rack mount. Thing's amazing.
Nice.
For historically, Behringer has not been decent, but I don't know if you guys know this, but Midas, the company, bought Behringer out.
Yep.
And using them to, I wouldn't call them R&D, but they're using them to try some different things. And they put some Midas inputs on those Behringer units, and they sound really good.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've never really done much sound engineering. I've mostly figured this out. I bought a boom mount kind of thing, microphone, but it was a dynamic mic.
You powered it?
Yeah, so it needed phantom power, so I had the little box, but I didn't have much control. So then I had to get the mixer to get that control, make sure the mixer had the phantom power. But then I switched to the Rode pod mic instead. So
give me 1 second. I actually got the mixer over here in a case. I'll kind of pull it up and let you see it, the little small one that I've got.
No worries.
Yeah, it's been quite useful.
Excellent. No, it'll be good because I've this week I bought a special thing so I can output everything into a USB and I can monitor it. I can hear myself. I can mix it. So I know all the. I'll be able to use it. It's just if we get as many people as we have in here, we might have to switch to dynamic mics.
Yep.
No, sorry, condenser mics.
Condenser mics. Yeah, you need the. So this is we'll block it. There it goes. There. Yeah, just a little cheapy. This thing cost me about $250. Actually, the company I work for owns it.
Yeah, I mean the one I got was cheapest I can get that could do what I needed. It was I think £60.
This is a Mackie.
Yeah.
It's a Mackie. It technically is 8 channels if you split 2 of them, but it's got 4 inputs and it has the USB outs in it. I haven't had any problem with it. I use it for recording. We record for a bunch of stuff. So
yeah. So I've got 2 XLR channels and then 2 jack channels. So the 5mm jack, 6mm. I think.
Oh, 8mm, 1/8 inch, or is it 1/4 inch?
Yeah.
The big one.
Quarter would be the 6.
Oh, the 1/4 inch. Yeah, the 6mm.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
it's got those. I mean, I could do splitters. So the mic I originally got, that was a condenser. I picked up too much noise around, and I switched to this, which is dynamic, which is also good for very busy, noisy convention halls.
Yes. So that Rode mic will be super sensitive, and then I've got some lapel. I got a lapel mic, and then a wireless one, a wireless handheld.
Yeah.
57. But yeah, if you have,
check out these old headphones.
There you go.
These were my dad's from an old record player / 8-track player with the old quarter inch 6mm jack. Yeah,
they're looking good, Nick.
Shoot, that's coming back in technology.
Individual volume controls, potentiometer on each side. I don't know why you would need that, but
yeah, I got cheap headphones for this, so I can monitor my voice in that. Usually I use just Bluetooth headphones and that, but I wanted to be able to just do a bit more monitoring the sound.
Yeah. Well, if you, before I jump off here, if you need any help with any of this, let me know. I'm actually quite familiar with all this stuff, so
awesome.
That'd be cool.
We can kind of work together.
Yeah, because like the podcast we decided to start during a pandemic, so Jonny and I, and also Jonny lives other side of the country. We can't like Johnny's mic is USB, which is much easier for him to use. And because I
plug and play for me.
Yeah, because my mic system was already XLR, I had to stick with an XLR system because I was going to upgrade my mixer, but I didn't want to get a new mic yet. And I wanted to get a new mic after that, and I didn't want to just get USB because that would make my mixer redundant. And this just gives me more opportunity to. This was focusing on World, being able to
do stuff in person,
do a lot more.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, and when like I said, I should be able to bring that one with me if I'm doing a road trip. I don't have to fly. I'm sure my company's going to make me drive it, so it shouldn't be a problem to set it up and.
Nice.
Yeah, we could throw it out somewhere.
Yeah, who knows? We've got some stuff to probably figure out, Kirby, and maybe we can even get these podcasts on as like an hour drop-in session officially.
Yeah, like a sign-up thing. Come hang out.
That's what I've been thinking. Yeah,
yeah.
Get them on as like an official sort of breakout session where you come talk about what you do and all that.
I don't think we'll be able to live stream because I don't know what the internet's going to be like.
No, we could maybe do record.
So it might be pre-recorded in that, but yeah, we will figure out the sound. Eventually, I want to get one of those Rode mixers.
Podcasters.
Yeah, the podcast.
They're unreal.
With all the light up buttons.
Oh yeah,
it's because then I can do a lot of like soundboards and that inside of it. That's so I might end up just buying one of those close to the times and maybe see if we can get it paid for somehow.
All right.
Yeah, definitely. I'll let you know closer to the time, especially for that. I mean, I'm sure it'll be awesome to hang out with you again at some point.
Definitely, yeah. I think
throughout the year,
we definitely want to hang out with everyone who's supported this year and feature them down the line coming up in the next year as well. So look out. We got to
get Johnny's beard growing. We got to get Johnny's beard up.
Yeah, beard game. I mean, mine's
you have like a weekly shave, and it's like you've not even got a beard anymore.
Who, me?
No, me.
Oh.
I shaved. I clean shaved in March last year because I was bored.
I have not.
I remember that.
So mine would have
since
been
8 years. 8 years. I did it one time. My wife cried and said, "Don't do that again."
I see. My wife cries now because she wants it gone.
Oh, okay.
So
well, you guys have a good evening. I gotta jump off here and get dinner made.
Yeah, no worries.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for letting me hang out. That was so much. This is fun.
Excellent.
No, thank you.
Leave us a review on TripAdvisor.
All right, Yelp.
Yelp. There's the one.
Yeah.
Good to see
1
you,
star.
Brad.
Not recommended.
Ask Jeeves.
Make sure you subscribe.
That's right.
Yeah, make sure you subscribe. We hit the magic 100 today.
I am subscribed.
I remember.
Yeah, and you're up to almost $518.
Yep.
Magic wheelchair. So that's
69%. Toby did the maths to figure out what donation he needed to make it that percentage. What a lad.
and you're just leaving it there, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's That's okay.
I mean, our original goal was $100, and
yeah, you surpassed that.
Yeah, we
a little bit.
All right. See you guys.
Cool. Thanks, Brad.
See you, Brad.
Hopefully, see you soon. Oh, it's been a fun world. Like John and I were saying, it's like we in a way we're a lot more tired than before because we got to do World. Like this is what we do at World anyway. We just chat shit with people. But we're also doing like daily things as well. Like Johnny's at work in the mornings and then he's doing this.
Right. There's the whole job thing.
I'm on like 20-hour days at the minute.
Yeah.
But it's that once a year event that we just it's our whole pass to just go nuts with alcohol and
I think we are winding down towards the end of this one.
Yeah, because I think that was the last thing that's being shown.
Yep. World is pretty much ended.
Yeah, there's the highlight reel. I sent that link. I think that was it. It's officially.
What time is that? Is the highlight reel thing?
Right now maybe.
I think it's probably just finishing off. I don't even have it open anymore.
5:15 to 5:30. So yeah, it's just finishing up.
Highlights of the day.
It's the last link I put in the chat.
Well, at 11 o'clock we got to shoot anyway. We got to cut it off at 11 today, which is half an hour to go to our
next thing.
Thanks a lot for joining us, Micah. Thanks for not donating. It's okay,
thanks,
my dude.
Thanks for that.
It's okay.
We appreciate that.
He's moving city at the end of the month.
Oh, nice.
And he's not. He's kind of doing just freelance work. So
it's expensive. Anyone who's moving house, it's expensive times. I can let you off with that.
Yeah. Thanks, dude.
When do you move, Johnny?
So I've moved out of my house, but I've got 9 months before my next one's built.
Oh, you're building.
Are you doing a new build?
Yeah.
Are you doing Help to Buy?
No.
Thanks, Micah. Sorry, he's a friend of mine.
It says it just ended.
Well, that's exciting. You're building your own, so you just have to.
Well, not build. It's a new build, as in it's a development that you buy. You don't really do.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the thing you do. Yeah.
Yeah, you get to personalize like tiles, kitchen, colors, and that sort of stuff.
Right. Yeah, makes sense. That's similar to a lot of subdivisions.
Yeah.
Are built
It's like a suburb of sort of an American city. Yeah.
Who's your developer?
Bellway.
Yeah, it just ended. Bellway. Oh, they're not bad. They basically most of the developments around Dartford are Bellway.
No, they're pretty decent, to be fair. You know, you just got to keep up, watch what they're doing, and when you move in, make sure that there's no snag list, and if there is, make sure they actually get it sorted.
Yeah, because I think we might get some people coming in now out of that. Just say
we'll see. Yeah,
but 11 o'clock we're going to happy hour with Heather.
And it's 10:30 now.
Yeah,
where you are,
and then 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock is Rachel's thing. I sent you the message about that.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Because you were the one of the last of us to hang out. You stayed out later than us that night.
Which night? The last night at Tennessee? Night. Yeah.
Yeah, we ended up at that diner at like 4 a.m.
Oh, dude, I was asleep.
Waiting for breakfast burritos.
Yes. And sushi. There was sushi there, I think.
Yeah, there was that guy, wasn't there? He's like, I want sushi. And we're like, we don't even know you, dude.
Do you know, I think it was, Labor Day. I took my family to Nashville. Yep. And we went and ate at that place. And it brought back some memories.
Did you party as hard?
No, not quite.
Not quite. You took it
I
easy.
did have my 22-year-old son with me, so we got out and had real fun. But you know, it was different. It was during COVID, so
yeah, true. So
everyone was masked up, and they did have like the first floor and the rooftops open, but that was it.
Yeah,
and it was limited, so you had to wait in line to get a seat. And they did have some live music, which was cool. We ended up taking the kids up to a rooftop and being able to listen to music and hang out in the sunshine. It was nice, but it was a different experience. But,
yeah, it's like the barbecue that I had in August. It kind of like that's when we had just gotten to the end of
we'd leveled, hadn't we? Yeah.
And that was like 2 months before we just absolutely skyrocketed with our cases, but it was the first time that we actually felt like things were normal.
Yeah, it was briefly.
Yeah, for a couple of months, because that's also when shops started slowly opening and that. But it was good. Even during the middle of COVID, we had a bank holiday here, and all of our neighbors, they sat out and had like picnics in their front yard and socialized in their front yards with everybody.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, that was someone subscribing.
It was one of the more risky trips we did, based on the timing and the people. But I have to give credit to the Nashville, the city, that they had police on the scene, and they were enforcing mask rules, and they did a really good job.
Yeah.
So we nobody got sick from our group anyway, and we felt like we made the best of it.
Yeah.
We got to tour like the Ryman Auditorium and a couple of things. They were still running some, like the country music museum was closed.
Yeah.
But a couple other things were open, like the Ryman and
Ryan Lloyd. Ryan Lloyd, thanks for the subscription, and Mash Motz's subscription only popped up now. Like we saw the music museum. We weren't too really interested in it. We decided to go and scoot around the city and then almost got taken out by a prison bus. We were just driving around the city, and like as we come around this corner, this prison bus backs out of the rear entrance of the police station, just like out of nowhere. We're just like, whoa.
We rented an Airbnb, which I don't know if you guys knew where I stayed at World, but it was like it was a little hotel that was up above Dick's. You know that what's that place that had all the pool tables in the back?
Oh yeah, we know the one
above Coyote Ugly.
Yes, exactly. My hotel was the third floor, right above that.
Yeah.
And then when we went back with my family, we rented a similar Airbnb that was just a little further up the street,
above Hooters,
and not quite that far, but
that's where we stayed.
That's where our Airbnb was, above Hooters.
You were on 2nd Street too.
Yeah.
Yep.
You guys saw what happened at Christmas time, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It's craziness.
Yeah, I saw that, and I started looking at the pictures. I was like, I recognize this area, and then
that AT&T building is directly across the street from where we.
So like looking at that, and like seeing like the like all the windows blown out, and from like one of the pictures you can point out the exact apartment we had.
Yeah, so I don't know if that place even survived. I mean, it was more like interior.
Yeah.
So
ours was on the street.
Okay.
Our windows were on the street.
But, yeah. Hey, Carolyn.
Welcome back,
Caroline.
You're on mute.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Just some loony guy.
You're still on mute, Carolyn.
Boop. Hello.
Hello.
As was anticipated, the panel discussion, including both Eric and Betty, was very good. They have a lot of combined experience to share.
I mean, a lot of people, like, we always say that we're probably the smartest people in the world in these rooms, mostly because you got NASA engineers, you've got people doing engineering in the military, people doing engineering in all sorts of places, and these are some of the people that are just building the future of the world.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool group of people for sure.
And here I am making lightsabers. It's a really cool bunch of people. I mean, kind of like, how did you get all involved with SolidWorks and that? I don't know if I've had this conversation with you. I might have.
Me?
Yeah.
I learned it at school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, when I learned it, we did just one class with it, and they've since revamped the whole program that uses SolidWorks and stuff, and they've made my whole major a lot more design focused. I kind of wish I'd been able to take advantage of that, but it came up right behind our class effectively. But we learned it our freshman year. Then really there were no opportunities in class to physically use it for the next 3 years until you finally, in your junior design class, would do a little bit of SolidWorks, and in your senior design class would do a little bit of SolidWorks. But in that meantime, I was like, I'm dying to use this program. So I sought out classes at our school's little maker lab to be able to learn to do more machining and stuff. But even then, I wish I was able to do more SolidWorks in school, and I'm still trying to kind of backfill my SolidWorks knowledge and experience to make up for the not exactly lack, but less amount of time I spent using it in school.
There are definitely some good programs in schools now, more so than when I was coming up, but it's still just a starting point. I mean, the most learning that I've done in SolidWorks over the years has been through user groups. It's been through events like World, and it's been from peers. And when I first started out, it was in community college was when I first got introduced to SolidWorks. And Dayton was big. Delphi Automotive was big in town. General Motors, the old, in fact, Delco originated here in Dayton and became Delphi eventually. But they started out. Unigraphics was the big CAD software that I started on in school, and then it was like one of my senior capstone classes. They were like, oh, by the way, we have this new SolidWorks program that's loaded up on these machines in this room. So for your project, you can use it if you want to, but there wasn't actually a class or anybody to teach you how to use it. But fortunately, it was so simple, especially back then, it was very limited in features. So it wasn't very hard to pick up if you had any 3D modeling experience. And so I used it for my project. I think the first thing I actually modeled was the little Fisher Price toy with the ring toy.
Right? Oh yeah, one of those. I think I had to make one of those as part of what I did in my class.
Yeah, I think I actually used configurations for it to make the different size rings. So it's kind of a neat little project. But I took a job. I was working at Delphi while I was going to school. So I was using Unigraphics in my job, but then I took a new job right after graduating, and they said I was like the only engineer in this division, and they said, you can use whatever you want. If you need us to buy you something, we will. But by the way, we have a copy of SolidWorks that we had to buy for this project, and so if you want to use that, you can, but don't feel like you have to. I was like, well, yeah, I've had a little experience with that. Actually, I'll give it a shot. And so they threw me right into this project. And it was like, we need this thing. This is first priority. We can't send you to training, because I asked them some formal training in the software would probably be a good idea to start out. And they said, well, after you get this project done, then you can go to training. So I had to just wing it.
Trial by fire, training by fire.
100+ part assembly, all on my own, figure it out as you go. Tech support was helpful. Got through it and loved it. I've never looked back. It's been 20+ years now that I've been using the software.
The thing that finally really launched my usage of SolidWorks was, first of all, you said you're in Dayton, Ohio. I'm from actually Indiana, and I went to school at Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology.
Yeah, I worked with an engineer that went there.
Yeah, Rose-Hulman has a little, it's not like part of the school, but associated with the school is a little contract engineering firm called Rose-Hulman Ventures that is a real contract engineering firm. And it's not like a guaranteed position thing, but they do hire students as interns to work there, which is cool. But I'd wanted to do that from the get-go. And every year when I was a freshman and when I was a sophomore, and like in all, in 2 of the 3 career fairs when I was a junior, I just kept trying to go to talk to Rose-Hulman Ventures and get somebody to actually talk to me so that I could get a job there. Because I was like, I want to do this work. Please let me talk to the right person who will hire me for this thing. But I finally managed to meet that guy in my junior year and started working there as an intern. And I loved it because it was really quick and dirty sort of design. You know, if you're a company who wants to hire Rose Hillman Ventures, it's nice because it's very cheap, and it's very cheap because the people doing the work for you are students who are, you know, still trying to learn whatever. So I got to do a lot more just actually enacting SolidWorks things while they're just
Probably
trying
an
to
interesting variety of projects, right?
figure it out. What's that?
You probably saw an interesting variety of projects come in the door, though, with being like a contract.
Oh yeah, especially because it was like we were such a small group as the biomedical engineers. It was me, one other intern, and our manager, and I love that kind of environment. Being able to, you know, wear all of the hats and have 150 irons in the fire at all times. And so we also helped out in a mechanical context with some of the electrical engineering department projects and stuff. I got to design, like you said, you know, we can get you training once you get this done. So like one of the main things that I ended up doing there was making components for, and also putting together and kind of administrating a project for the electrical engineering department of all of the mechanical bits of a magnet wire test system. And it ended up being like a, you know, 225 piece assembly. Whereas previously my biggest assemblies had been like 3 or 4 pieces. So it was just like, well, I don't know how to do this, but at the end I probably will, or it won't work.
Yep. Every project is a learning experience.
Exactly. So we're actually going to be ending the stream here because we've got to go to the happy hour thing, and
we are required elsewhere.
we're approaching 7 hours.
For once.
Wild is now, Wild is now officially finished. We survived.
Kirby, eh?
We lived, no broken bones.
Winner.
Chicken.
Well, it's been excellent to meet all of you.
You know what? Like, I'm really happy we got to meet you because this is one thing that I really wanted to do here is meet new people, but also get those people, them new people to meet our old people. And you've been able to network here fantastically, and it's been perfect. It's exactly kind of what we wanted to do here because what you've seen here is kind of as best we can recreate what really happens in the hallways of 3D Experience
and I
World.
think that ultimately by finding this stream, I've been able to get more utility out of the convention than just with the breakout sessions, because you know, gonna do a whole lot of following up on LinkedIn now.
Yeah, I added you on LinkedIn the other night, so if you have any questions or anything, I can try and answer it if I know it, or I can forward you to the right person.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Brandon, I hope you finished all that whiskey that you brought with, because I'm about done.
I'm about done.
Yeah. It's been fantastic to meet you, and Josh. I know we're going to hang out with Rachel's little thing a bit later if you're going to join in for that. It's been...
Yeah, I'll jump over. I'll probably see it at Heather's or Rachel's, one of the two, if not both.
Yeah, I need to get a link for that one. It's been awesome, and
I'll send you it like I always do.
I think she put it in the chat, actually.
Yeah, I'll ping you it now, Kerb.
All right.
Thank you very much, Caroline.
See ya.
It's been
Thanks
awesome.
for coming, Caroline. Really appreciate it.
Hopefully we see you at next year World.
Yeah,
in person.
That would be awesome.
All right, guys.
Excellent.
Catch you later.
Thank you. You get that link.
Thanks again for doing this.
Off bottle, not too bad, Brandon. I mean, you've got a little one, so you got to moderate yourself. But you're South African. You've got it in your blood. I'm sure you can do it.
On its way, Kirby.
It's been good. Let's hope we can keep that 100 subs for long enough to get our custom URL.
Yeah, man. If I have to make 20 different accounts, we're keeping it.
That's illegal.
No, it isn't. It's just frowned upon.
It's like not using indicator. Like, it's not illegal, but it's frowned upon.
There's a lot of things that are frowned upon, but yeah, I'm sure faking YouTube subscriptions isn't the worst thing.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Like, I just got like a flood of subscribers of people who subscribed earlier today. It's just like, I need to figure out why I was doing that. Oh, Brandon's commenting away.
Yeah, I know he's got 2 channels. You best subscribe with both of them. That's all I'm thinking.
I'm still streaming. Oh, Brandon's streaming and watching us. What a ledge.
Yeah, boy.
What a ledge. I hope you're not ripping our content for your own content. I don't think the conversations. Brandon, also thank you very much for jumping in at the start as well.
Yeah, that was great on Monday. That really kicked us off.
Yeah, it was good to get... Yeah, I don't know if you saw our little troll this afternoon. So we went 3 days with a troll.
Did we?
Yeah, the one that like trolled us yesterday, I let them in again.
You're such an idiot.
No, because I essentially reported them, so they popped back. I was like, maybe it's legit. Yeah, I need.
You worry me, dude.
I need to do some editing on that one, because that one is a bit more rough than.
Was it while I was away?
Yes.
Right.
I'm not going to detail what exactly happened, but it was definitely not family friendly. I think I managed to get a second in. Got a 3070. Got a 3070. Here, look at me, 3070. Testing it out. I mean, you got to test it out.
Yep.
But can it also be misplaced and insurance and stuff?
I don't know what that was.
Don't know what the troll wanted. Stonks, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of tricky. I ended up starting to only put in names that I didn't recognize, and that was one of them that I didn't let in yesterday because I didn't recognize, and they came back today. So I thought maybe they're okay. But yeah, it was only the first day that we had a serious troll. This one I need to kind of make sure I can edit out because it's a bit risky. I might have to make it unlisted if I can't edit it out. I'm gonna try and edit out day one. Wouldn't let me. It might have been that it was still processing, but we'll figure that out. I nearly finished my nuts, and I need to pee so badly.
Yep. Right. Let's have 10-15 minutes, dude, and I'll see you on the next one. Thank you all for. Oh no, I've just been let in.
To what?
The next meeting.
Oh, good lord! But this one we can walk away because we're not hosting. We can actually sit back and drink.
I've been doing that.
Sure if it'll make it that way. But yeah, everybody that's still watching us, thank you very much for hanging out with us. We've had a decent, consistent set of viewers, which has been fantastic. We've had lurkers, we had people joining in. It's been awesome. This is 10 times better than we ever thought.
I've got Heather in one ear and you in the other ear, Kirby. We're all over the place.
Just don't listen to me.
We're still streaming, Heather, so we're going to be jumping in and out.
We have raised $517.50. We have reached 69% of our goal, which I think that is awesome, considering our goal was originally
awesome effort, Kirby.
$100.
We've done really well.
That's amazing. That's going directly to Magic Wheelchair. If you never hung out with, if you haven't seen much about Magic Wheelchair, their stuff is in the description, their link.
Check them out.
But also go check out day 2, the video that we did yesterday, where we actually hung out with the Magic Wheelchair people. We also reminisced, showed some pictures of our reveals that we did and the builds that we did. But also we discussed about some ideas of some future builds, which is really, really exciting.
Yes, definitely happening. Thank you all for watching and joining us.
My voice is killing
me.
And it's going to be an absolute late rager tonight.
It is.
I'm looking forward to it.
Kirby, I'm going to leave you now.
RTX money. I know, right? If only. That's going to all the tool business that they're going to run on the side. Just joking.
Just joking, yeah.
It's been awesome. We reached 100 subscribers, Johnny. We did it.
Smashed 100 out
YouTubers.
Somehow.
We're famous now. We're famous.
100 subscribers. We're in the big
books. I've got
now.
Jason Paul trailing me in emails.
I love Jason. He was class. We've got to get him on for a full episode.
Definitely. We've got a full list of probably a year's worth of content, so maybe we're going to do this more often. Yeah. I reckon, dude, 6 months, 3D Experience World, catch up, hang out.
Definitely.
Open season. Hopefully we're going to get trolls.
Yeah, maybe I'll make an account just to troll us.
Yeah. No, it'd be awesome, and it's been fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. I need to thank you very much, Jason, Brandon. I'm just thinking, because you asked me to invite Jason, and then you told me some other Jason. I got confused, and then there was a Jason messaging me Like a different Jason. I was so confused. Brandon,
Dude, there's too many Jasons, but yeah, thank you guys. We appreciate it all.
Thank you. Let me put on our little things. So if you guys want to follow me, I am KJ Designs 365 on everything except for TikTok.
Kessler and Creations. No TikToks.
No TikToks. I mean, maybe. If you guys want to follow the Core Podcast, which is us, on Instagram, we are at the Core Podcast.contact. On Facebook, we are the Core Podcast, where the O is a 0 in Core. On Twitter, we are at the Core at the _ Core Podcast. Ooh, nearly fluffed that one up. And YouTube, and also sometimes Twitch, we are at the Core Podcast. Brandon, if you're still there, Johnny and I were saying Johnny's getting himself into some Warzone, so maybe we can do a 3-way.
Dude, we got to do some Warzone. We got to do some zombies. I even got Star Wars Squadrons on the go as well, dude.
Zombies. That could be fun. And that could be a fun little thing. But yeah, it's been absolutely awesome. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do, so you can see when we go live. Hopefully we'll be on in 2 weeks' time. We're going to figure it out this weekend. We're going to take a break and figure ourselves out and plan things.
We're going to recover.
We're going to try and get as many of the people we've met in the past 3 days and chatted to the past 3 days. We're going to try and get them to come onto our podcast at some point.
Yep.
Brandon
awesome,
says
dude.
yes, so it's a date. We've made many, many dates. We'll let you know. We'll put you on the list. Yeah, we're going to figure it out, and it's going to be awesome. Thank you very much for joining, and we'll see you guys in the next one. I've got to mute you first, and then I'm going to mute